heart's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. Adventure.
We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? Fucking got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night. Whoa, everything I touch turn cold. Need no introduction cause they know Brit and Mo, I hit the lotto, my motto. Roll up gelato and throttle a couple models staccato who fucking brought up the bottles. I'm gone ham. This ain't even luck, all planned. Y'all know who the fucks I am. Burning bucks, smoke bands. Always been the MO since the start of this. And now I'm on a mission like I'm Artemis. Hey, we gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? Fucking got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night. Got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, never an average night. 2-4 hours up in the day, I gotta make it right. 18 of those, I'm in the cave, I gotta make some light, make it hype. Even if we break a night, and even if things go left, we gotta make them right. Chillin' with mom, we triple up, they on the double up, triple dub. Came from the basement, we only going up. They loving us. Up in the booth, I'm getting dizzy, but they the cup is up. Toast to my people that's on the come up, and you live with us. Ain't all about the trigger bus. Looking at my watch, and spirit bomb, both hands is going up. You going coast to coast with us. See the flows is flowing, overflowing. Yeah, the cup it runneth over, tidal wave up in the ocean.
We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? Fucking got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night. Got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
This works. Welcome to the brand new season of the Proving Grounds presented by Boom TV. This is season number 3. I'm Chad Lanish. Joined by me is Kat Nader, and we're going to start off with very wonderful teams. It's going to be Gen G Black up against Dallas Vendetta to kick off the entire season.
Yep, kicking off the entire season. We've actually got 2 seasons going on, Chad, and we'll get to spotlight some matches every single week here on Thursday. The first matchup we're going to grab is from that semi-pro division. That's going to be the invited division. You're going to see a couple teams from last season who really punched their ticket, earning their way into that final event, have came forward and now are going to be in season 3, obviously deserving to be there. Fantastic teams. But of course, we've got the open division as well. So for teams that were playing through the qualifier, didn't quite make it into the finals last season, they still have a chance to earn a bit of money, but not as much. They're going to have a $1,000 prize pool to play for, and then a $5,000 prize pool up in the semi-pro division, and that's going to be across the next 6 weeks of group stage play, if you will.
Yeah, and across these 6 weeks, it's going to be best of 3 Swiss format for these teams. So you got to go in, win, and you go against other people who have been winning as well. And by the end of 6 weeks, whichever team's on top winning the most, that's the team that's going to be going on with those great high seeds and moving on to the playoffs, things like that. And it's going to be top 8 that go on to those playoffs after the 6 weeks as well. So it's going to be a fantastic ride. We're here for a pretty long haul, and I can't wait to see more action going in. And the action, like you talked about as well, Kat, people who punched their ticket from the last season on the open and qualifiers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Dallas Vendetta, now straight up Dallas Vendetta, is one of those teams that proved themselves through the opens, and they've got into the invited team roster in that semi-pro division, and they'll be going up against that awesome team of Gen G Black today.
Yeah, absolutely. Gen G Black, another team that was constantly making it through semifinals, finals of weekly qualifiers. Didn't quite punch the ticket, but still dominant throughout. Just falling a little bit short to teams that went on to go pretty far into that final event, if you remember, Chad. So definitely nothing to scoff at there. No surprise they've made it back. Now a chance to prove to us today here in week number 1 why they actually got there. But, I'm really excited to see this form of event come back. I think Community Gaming has really been working around doing some circuits, and to get to see circuits here from Proving Grounds is super awesome. I think it's something the Valorant scene hasn't really got a ton of yet. So to be able to see teams coming back week after week, constantly improving, constantly working, it just brings joy to my eyes, to my being, Chad. I really like to see teams sticking together, and with events like this, it only promotes doing so.
Yeah, that is kind of a thing where it's a little bit of a problem with some teams that are just so quick with this new emerging game of Valor. We're just got into our start of our second year of the game, and people are like, oh, this roster, this player's not doing well on the frag department, so just rotate them out, blah, blah, blah. Trying to figure out what actually makes a good roster, and then beyond that of how can we make this roster of talented players work together properly. So it is wonderful to see teams stick together and actually flush out some issues that they might come across and figure out fixes, solve those problems, and come out even stronger moving forward. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what these 2 teams can bring to the table at the very start of a brand new season. Going into the maps in just a moment. Here we go. It's going to be the first map as Bind and Fracture were banned by Dallas Vendetta. Breeze Icebox were banned by Gen G Black. That's going to take us to Haven for map number 1.
Hey, Haven, not a bad choice. A map we constantly teams playing on. And then the entire really map lineup for this series is pretty much the safe options, right? They're very team oriented. It's just stuff that's been drilled constantly. These maps have been around forever. Teams feel very, very comfortable on them. So typically what we do see come out of series is that second map going through is going to be Ascent, and that's from Gen G Black, a map you love to see, Chad, a map that has tons of different compositions now as agent nerfs and buffs have been happening in recent patches. And then, of course, we're going to get into that last map in just a second here.
Yeah, it was Gen G Black picking Haven, Dallas Vendetta picking Ascent. And going into the final map of Split, if we go the full distance, map number 3, it's 3 pretty classic maps, not really jumping into any of the new hotness as far as maps go these days. But I mean, Haven and Ascent are especially very popular in the North American scene, and Split has been coming up a little bit in popularity as of late.
Yeah, really. I think Icebox typically was that decider map, and it's kind of been moving aside for Split. I think Icebox just is a little bit too volatile for some teams. I think we've seen the mid strategy kind of fall off a little bit. Teams have definitely figured it out. The mid hold is a much more difficult to beat on the offensive side, and it's really pushed teams away from playing the map. Teams just feel it's a little bit too one-dimensional for them when your only real option is to go suicide plan B, to go try to get yourself into A side, and just it's been too difficult for teams to try to figure out. I don't blame them at all. Workshopping it very, very time consuming, and Split, it's just so many more options. You go through mid, you've got yourself a more extended hallway over towards B main garage side. There's much more to play for, and I've been really enjoying seeing the different metas come out on the map as well.
I've been enjoying that too. I also want to mention that Breeze Icebox and Fracture are kind of like those like scrappy maps. I mean, Fracture mostly because it's new and people haven't quite figured it out yet. So a lot of people are perma banning it. They just don't want to deal with going into a team that actually strats it all out. And they're like, I don't know what to do. But Breeze and Icebox, they're like those notorious scrappier, puggy more maps because those angles, the variations of elevations, the longer ranges, open areas, things like that. So Haven, Ascent, Split are a lot more of the like, we have developed strats as a team. We're executing those properly, and that gives us a very strong edge on this round. We can capitalize from there, or even the map entirely if they're playing for rounds ahead for the strategies. So it's Haven, the first one we go into, and I'm looking at pretty interesting agent compositions that look pretty similar. I'd say even mirrored.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu happening here for sure. And we've been talking about this throughout several casts, I think, Chad. This is the optimal setup. I think we've kind of been putting Killjoy in front of the Cypher, but, you know, a couple teams after that patch, a little bit more hesitant to pick her up, not really feeling the same way they did, the same love for the turret, and they've moved over to the tripwires instead. But nonetheless, these are very good compositions. They play the map well, so we'll see what team can play it a little bit better.
And Concoction is the one that's going to be leading the charge for that jet play. The duelist going entry, but falls to be the first one, dropping to Lily, who finds the first blood on the map.
First blood of the map indeed. Early mid aggression from both sides, and it's definitely going to be one up by Gen G Black here. Flash comes through towards Garage. Presence going to be known here, and they've got the extra play over to Seaside here, so Hole definitely is set up. Also, stars available for the team. Blind going to come through, not quite sure where it got the information on. Gonna start to head out, but Dreams there, hears it. Gonna find a nice right click with the classic as well, so Lily, first pick and first death for her team as they'll head their way over to the A site now.
Yeah, they have the breakaway, but they don't know this, of course. We know all the information they don't, so they have to check all these corners still, make some reads, and make their presence on the site known. They are going to be able to get the spike planted, but there's going to be a big lurk coming from Gen G's Jet player going all the way through the defending spawn. And if it takes a long time for Dallas Vendetta to get onto the site, then they're going to be very much punished by this Jet lurk.
Lynn's got one. Dream stuck in astral form, but Lynn, the frenzy, a little bit too hard to control. The horse kicking up just a bit, and Philip will be able to take that one. Headed now to hell. Right click to come through. A Hannah will fall. Recon's going to gather information on all three. So both players going to know exactly where this one's coming down from. Tyree will light one, but not able to finish. Probably just sneak around the box. Shots not to land. Okay, Thumer will hit both. Gone just like that, and Dallas Vendetta, they'll take round number one.
That's just a little bit of new season rust they got to shake off or something, perhaps, because a couple times that two Gen G members there had a great chance to hit some shots on people who didn't know where they existed, and they just missed their hits. But you know what? Shake it off, you know, like the Taylor Swift song says, and then we'll move on into the next round. It's going to be an eco for Gen G Black, but, you know, I've seen some crazy eco wins even in VCT recently, so if the top level of competition can do it, of course, at the second level, right below, they're on the hunt, and they can do it too.
Oh, hey, absolutely. We got a couple of shares in the mix, and those things can be deadly. Lynn, shots to land, or shots to be fired, not to land, though. Flashes out. Oh, only gonna flash one. Tyree's able to snuff out that push. Alpha Fly was looking scary with the Spectre. We know how running gunning can be. The spray weapons can be absolutely crucial, especially against no head armor, but not to be just yet. Default to come through on the eco, just looking for any sort of opportunity.
Yeah, everybody's kind of lurking around, just trying to feel out if either team is going to make a play. Vendetta honestly had a really great read on the first round, and then good job of having the Astra push up a little bit just to get some knowledge of the rotations coming through and then answered accordingly. So great defense so far by Vendetta, but the read's a little bit off. It's all up to the Sova to hold the site all alone. They're getting some information out in mid, but is it going to be enough to know for the rotation he comes to come through? It's starting to happen, but it's going to be a little too late. Phillips alone on the site.
Able to take it out. Gonna grab them a Spectre as well, and of course the spike plants. So have gotten value out of this round, even if there's no post plant to be held. Not a ton of utility to work with here. Are gonna have at least one Astra Star to throw down. Jett on the flank right now, but Carly ready and wait on it. Just the classic. Gonna be a little pistol on pistol action when this peak inevitably does come through. Rest of the squad just waiting. It's the bird out first. It's got no blind. They'll head forwards. Pole's good. Dreams will sneak up forward. Tyra with the right click to find one, but two trades to come back through from the CT players. And OK Thuber once again will find both frags to shut that one down. But 3 weapons taken off of this team, Chet.
Yeah, honestly, it was a little bit of a weapon diff in that situation. The Classics just couldn't make the difference there against all those Spectres. And it was a good job at Connoxions as well. The Jett on the lurk, just waiting until the execution comes from CT. And when that distraction comes through, that's when Connoxions swung the corner and was able to take out Carly. Even though she was waiting that entire time for that angle. A little tough angle to hold with the Classic in the first place, but even worse, that's when Connoxions came through on that timing, got a free kill, and now rewards himself with an operator in hand on round number 3.
Ooh, an operator round number 3. It looks like it might be coming up short here, Chad. So Lily might be in for a bit of a surprise. Also push the Astra behind it, so there will be protection on it. Gets him up with the initial star pull back, but it's Lin, the only one finding anything thus far. Dreams will sneak into the corner, but Lin happy to take a second frag. Philip now to try to make something happen. Gonna get blinded. They don't check the corner just yet, so Lin finally taken down. But Hannah with a quick trade to come back through. We got an op short if they like it, and a very free A site.
Lin just opened up the map for Gen G Black. A lot of aggressive fights being taken by Dallas Vendetta, but that operator, big investment, does not come out big for them, and they only have a couple Spectres to be able to make this retake happen in a 2 versus 4 situation. I don't think it's going to happen here, but they might as well go for it because we'll have the economy to buy rifles next round. You don't really want to save Spectres.
Yeah, looking like an exit frag sort of situation here. One will come on towards the flank. Drone's got information early here. Thuber to step up. Not really much you can do in terms of pressure, but certainly can hold these players on site. Try to drop some guns. Thuber to peek out into the trip. They know gotta be there. Pole's not gonna catch him at least. They'll head down short where there is a ready in wait Sky, but can she find anything is the question. They're gonna try to just sit towards the inside of main. Don't really want to give any sort of peeks. Don't want to give any aggression. Thuber will fall. Trip is going to be hit. Alpha Fly, can you just find one is the question. Will do just that. So 1 gun gone. We'll take it.
That actually is really smart. Lily falls, though, which is really unlucky, but the rest of the team was just waiting and lurking because they wanted Alpha Fly to be punished with that last member survivor penalty on a lost round. So it has to take a light armor Spectre into this next round, which does not feel good whatsoever. And because of that investment of the operator as well from Connoxions that did not pay off, they're just going to go with a VIP mode. Connoxions has a rifle with full armor, and the rest of the team is basically saving.
Looks like more like a Juggernaut mode. It's
oh
not
no!
gonna sneak up, already gone. Philip will trade that one back, but Alpha Fly rather low. A second as well. The Hunter's Fury gonna find crazy value. Those are guns down. They can pick up, but right now, OK Thuber gonna get absolutely run down onto the site. Has to back up off of that one. Has the Sheriff in hand, but no shot gonna get any sort of peeks off. His shots to the Nebula, no good. Plant to go down now. Do have a numbers advantage. Did manage to pick up 2 rifles. See if they can get done with it on the retake.
You are divided.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide, but it's at a timing where the entirety of Dallas Vendetta is going to have to fight through this. It's going to be up for quite some time. The timer's already ticking for the spike. To push through, and Hana's punishing. Beautifully done with a Cypher player.
Drone to come through. Hasn't gathered any information. Dream's going to find 1, 2 trades to come back through, though. Hannah at the back of the site will finish the job. 3 on the round for her. Gen G Black, they managed to get themselves a second quite cleanly. Now, finally, we should be back to a gun round.
Beautiful Cosmic Divide use. Even if somebody goes to the lurk, they have to be burning time to clear corners. So at the very least, stalls people from getting onto a good retake situation. And especially because Dallas Vendetta also had a save. That was just kind of a doom situation. But also props to Gen G Black for still winning a 3 versus 4 situation and doing so very cleanly. So they're going to be able to take a lot of weapons into this next round. And Dallas Vendetta, man, they had a great start, but they have this awkward economy situation where now they have like a Marshall on Connoxions and another Spectre and only 3 rifles. It's just they're just all over the place right now economically. They really need to find stability so they can come in strong on rounds moving forward.
Yeah, all over the place indeed. They've really been getting a little bit too aggressive. We've seen Connections constantly trying to creep up that A short side and been getting snuffed out every single round. Half the time, not even grabbing that initial frag. So it's really been hurting the economy, as you've mentioned. Losing a gun that early and then losing a player hurts the round as well. We'll see C-Long early here. No real damage going to get done except for that Sova getting chipped rather low here. About 50 HP left in the tank. This is the squad hanging out now towards grass. Heal to come through. Haven't quite made a decision just yet, but looks like the B split is going to be the idea.
You have to deal that tripwire, which Ling gets caught by, but Thumer just completely retreats, so couldn't punish that one.
Ooh, flashes into the cage, so Thumer going to be able to stay alive over towards Log. We've got a crossfire set up towards Sight. Peeks out from Log from Thumer, hasn't found anything. Just two solo peeks and absolutely creamed by Lin and Tyree. As the Sight going to be taken now. Shockdart going to find something. Phil will grab one. Connections going to find something as well towards Garage. A chance to pick up a rifle now. Plant finally going down. 3-on-3 here, even matchup for the retake. It's going to be the Cabbages to come out, clearing some information here. One towards CT. Lin will push that one and will absolutely catch Philip by surprise, but Dream has got a bit of a trade. 2-on-2 now, a pull towards the side, but Lili to protect. Noxious now in the 1v1 and will win it out. The final two frags would go his way. Managed to take a third round.
Yeah, they were left vulnerable, so Connections shooting through the corner right there was still hitting like a truck, almost as if it wasn't a wallbang whatsoever, and just mowing it through the last member of the team. And even though they had a bad buy with a Marshall and a Spectre, they still found ways of making it work and trades left and right, despite a nice opening entry into the site from Gen.G Black. They just found a couple 1v1s that they were able to win. The Shock Dart was one, obviously, a great lineup there by Philip. Connections popping off with a Marshall kill, and then from there they upgrade some guns, they found some nice fights, and were able to finish off the rest of that round. Great job by Dallas Vendetta, and they have an ultimate advantage here too, so suddenly they're in the driver's seat to take away this game.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see ultimates come out early here. There's the Blade Storm. Going to be used for Connections here. Oh, Dreams doesn't get caught short, but gets caught by the arrow on his way out. So no, at least one will be there. Lin will creep up towards short now. Dream's got to be careful how he plays this angle. Could walk straight into Lin. Oh my days! He gets caught but recovers quickly. That's going to be a Phantom to be picked up. Doesn't want to play for it just yet. Doesn't know if anyone else is towards short. Ends up being the right call as Hannah and the Sova will now play their way down towards the tunnels. Dream still tucked in the corner. Connections to come over to help. The rotation's already here. Yeah. And C-Long present, so they know this one's gotta be over towards the A side still. Dream's in a great position to get baited from sight here. The Blade Storm available for Connections. This could be a nice play. Almost able to creep out and catch one onto Hannah, but will be caught out. North have to come through now. The no Connections back to the site. Philip there as well, though. Gonna find one onto Hannah. The trade gonna come back through. Still stuck inside his Connections. Just throwing smokes, trying to delay here, but finally gonna let the site be given away. And know they have the numbers for the retake. Right call to make here, and they've got two on the flank jet.
Yeah, they already destroyed the tripwire, so Gen.G knows that there's going to be at least one person lurking, but they will expect a second.
Ooh, they see them both now, but no kills to be found for Lili. And here comes the Seekers. They know exactly where this one's going to be as they jump down CT straight into the knives of Connections, who's got them both. Dallas Vendetta 2 in a row. They're 4-2.
A little bit of overkill, dropping the Neural Theft and the Seekers in that situation. I feel like the Neural Theft might have been enough because you're in 4 vs 2, and that'll just kill you exactly where the two are lurking and save the Seekers for the next round. But nevertheless, it's still Dallas Vendetta up 4-2 with a really nice economical stability that they were able to find through fantastic plays. Philip, honestly, has been doing a great job overall, just holding down the A site, basically solo a lot. I mean, that last round was Dreams for sure. But Philip's been doing a lot of work on A site, doing the retakes towards C, things like that. So great job overall by these top 3 players. Really the rest of them are all doing great. The only blemish I really see so far is really that overlap of utility from the ultimates last round.
Ain't nothing like a guarantee. Little jump down with the Blade Storm, but can't find anything. Trying to repeat the actions of Connections, but his Dreams to shut it down yet again. And now they'll work towards C. They threw the Jet down early. Jet go kill for a bit of a bait. Okay, Thumer still set up lots of Cypher utility over here on the C site, and we'll have Alpha Fly's flashes to help out. He'll move forward. Oh, it's actually gonna get the team flash, and that's really awkward. Has to get away to Garage. Is able to survive for the moment being, but no counter flash to come through. Alphafly's got to hold his own
Alpha's
over towards
still
platform. Canoxian will find one. Boomer will as well. A second out the smoke. One left in the smoke. Now it's Lily spamming the Sheriff, but no shots to be found. Alphafly will wrap it up.
All this time, Phillips just hanging out over towards A side just in case a rotation came through or something. Just couldn't make the lurk happen in time because the rest of the team just demolished the site holders. It was an anti-eco for sure, so a little bit of an easier round for Dallas Vendetta. Just taking their time, just going wall shopping, find some nice Sheriff upgrades, and discuss strategies going next round. He did it so effectively, they almost get like a free attack pause right there.
Yeah, but you know that's not a
That's absolutely what they're doing,
tactical
Kat.
pause at all.
100%.
You know what the
they're doing.
comms are there, Chad.
That's definitely
It's a little bit of.
pause.
Hey, but you know, sometimes you just need to get hyped. You need to start feeling it. It's just a matter of if you
Yeah.
can, if you
Mental
can stay
games is
contained
important.
here.
For sure. 3 stack over towards A side. Nice read by Dallas Vendetta here. They've overall had a really great reads on which sites they stack towards. Gen G's been like behind on the tempo overall on the map. And right here, the early peaks might be big.
Auctions. Oh, gonna find one through the wall. Have to find the second, but Philip there for the refrag. Once again, nicely played by this Dallas Vendetta defense. And Gen G Black just kind of opting to play this one up long early. Gonna get heard from short, of course. Shocker to
Nice
find
shot
Philip.
dart.
No wallbang to come through, but damage done indeed on the Sova. Regrowth immediately by the Sky of Alphafly. Now trying to work their way up long.
They have a 3v3, but they don't have any duelist or a Sky that's like a half duelist anymore. So it's really tough to actually enter the site right now, even though it's even numbers on site and Cypher's lurking. That's exactly why Cypher is lurking. They know that right now it's actually going to be a good call from the rotate. That's what Gen G is thinking about. The spike's leaving a little bit, but the time is there, but really it's still going to be so tough for Gen G to actually make an execution happen on site unless they can just split the map with Dallas Vendetta, but they are not budging.
Yeah, right now, they also have to go clear that flank. Drone going to come all the way through. They will know nothing's there. They got the trip on it as well.
30 seconds.
But nobody has moved for this defense. Still blind will
know.
be found as well. They know, Chad. Gotta be over towards
Want
long.
to
20
find it.
seconds. Gonna have to play a Cosmic Divide. Gonna go
Ooh.
out. But Dreams will hear all of it. Still stuck towards short. Dart to come down. Alphafly spotted.
Oh,
is gonna
no.
stop the first. Carly to
10
find
seconds
one.
left.
Still a chance for this one, but time running short here in Dreams, making it even shorter. We'll find both. 6-2 now for the Dallas Vendetta.
I'm not a big fan of that Cosmic Divide because they had no short control whatsoever, and it allowed an opening for people to stack there just like they did. Great job by Phillips and Dreams, just realizing, you know what? They gave us a free short. We'll have one person watch in case somebody looks through it, but the other person's here in case to go try to plant on this corner. Very telegraphed play by Gen G. It looks like when the back was against the wall, they kind of ran out of ideas, tried to shoehorn something, and just did not pan out whatsoever. Dallas still staying ahead on the playbooks, and up 6-2. They don't look like they're stopping anytime soon. Canoxian's an operator hand. Didn't find the success last time, but, I mean, he did with a Marshall, so here goes.
Yeah, now he's moved over to C long as well. Angle that's great for the operator. We'll see it there as he finds one. Alphafly gonna find another one towards Garage. Looking for more to Lily. She hasn't swung just yet. Tension on the angle. The swing to come through. Alphafly will clean up a second. He's peeked up as well. And it is just a pressure cooker into spawn now. Stu will play their way up grass. Carly shaking in the boots. Can she find anything? It won't be Alphafly a third. Another flawless anti-eco from Dallas Vendetta. Really have been reading them, Chad.
Yeah, you say pressure cooker, but I think on an anti-eco round, when you're going eco, I think it's more like an air fryer because you're just hoping that it works out for you, but it's really not
I
going
love
to
my
happen.
air fryer, man.
Hey, man, air fryers are great. I'm actually going to buy one pretty soon. It's going to be sick. But
You have an
anyway,
air
what's
fryer?
also sick is Dallas Vendetta. No, man, I just now moved and got to get some more appliances. Got to get a washer and dryer soon, actually. Dallas Vendetta washing up Gen G Black and drying off all of their pristine round wins right now. They're going to have 3 more to go on this half. And honestly, this is going to be another buy-up round for Gen G. They'll have one more afterwards if they lose this one. And it's just a
wallbang?
tough situation. The Hunter's Fury found 2 last time, so at least Gen G's adapted. So they only took chip damage this time around. But still, that's very valuable information and very sticky chip damage that the Sky hasn't healed yet.
You also gather information onto this operator, which has constantly been ping-ponging back and forth between sites. So no Connaughton's over towards A this time around. You'll instantly see the shift come through. Do not want to mess with it if they don't have to. Work over towards C-Long, but it's also been difficult to get into as well. The Cypher utility has been just a little bit too much to match for this team. They've also been able to sneak Dreams into Cubby now, so a lot of map control for Dallas Vendetta. Gen G Black taking their sweet time, and Dallas Vendetta have very much adjusted accordingly.
Gen G popped the wire, executes immediately once again, but that's been read by Dallas Vendetta so far, and Philip finds 2. They're able to retreat well. Only 1 for Lens thus far, but it's going to be 2 versus 4 on site.
Has snuck to the back of the site here. Pressure to come through. Alpha Fly and Thumer will handle it accordingly. It's 8-2. Dallas Vendetta continue. The clean rotates, the clean reads. They are just absolutely masking any offensive pressure.
Gen G keeps popping tripwires and then executing straight through them when they go to the C site. All OK Thurman needs to do is just drop one on B, drop one towards garage, and just have like a camera watching C main. And they just know, based on what Gen G keeps doing, is as soon as the tripwire is popped, they push and execute towards that site. That's happened every single time so far. Dallas Vendetta is expecting that. It's been working, and they're not going to stop responding to that accordingly. Gen G needs to pop those wires and take some time if they want to find some success on attack rounds.
Yeah, and Gen G really have been faking presence and taking... Oh, Alpha Fly just cruel with it. Gonna find Hannah through the cage. Wow. They've been taking a long time to rotate as well, right, Chad? They've been able to actually get some advantages onto sites. They just kind of lost them themselves, icing themselves in grass, in C-Long, and not ever playing that position. Allowed Connaughton's to get all the way back towards that box. And, I mean, credit, obviously, to Dallas Vendetta for being able to rotate so fast and so efficiently, but
for sure,
it's been a bit telegraphed for them, and it's been quite easy for this team to read. Because gonna come through. Dreams not gonna opt to play it. Leading gonna find one onto Philip in the back of A. A chance for them to push forward here. Operator gonna be spotted by the Seeker. Gonna wait it out. Ooh, the timing perfect there for the team, but Tyree will fall. Second op shot not to be found for Connaughton's gonna be able to get away towards short. Gonna catch a lane off guard. The shots early round weren't quite hidden, but now they certainly are, and hit a bit differently as well. Connaughton's don't have to do much work anymore. The rest of the team here to help. Oh.
30 seconds left.
2v3, 30 seconds though.
Last player standing.
Carly needed those shots, and we're gonna shut it down. Dreams to peek up short to finish the job. 9-2. But 2 guns down on the Eco. Not too shabby, but Dallas Vendetta very rich.
Very rich. They can buy, I'm pretty sure all of them can just buy an op, drop it on the spot with a rifle, and then take that first shot on lines, and then switch to a rifle if they get pressured. That's what I do in pubs, and that's what they can do here because they're so far ahead. Gen G Black, they continue doing the same strategy basically of just either push on A site, or if they get met with opposition, they stall, don't really rotate. If they do, it's very long, and Dallas Vendetta just reading it like a book, doing an amazing job of having that game sense on the map.
Yeah, Sober's could buy you a new washer and dryer, maybe a couple air fryers too. Dreams will peek up short, not able to buy any picks though. That's Lily gonna shut that one down early. That's the thing, if you constantly are playing that early pressure, it's only a matter of time before the team starts to stack around you and catch you off guard. Philip tries to get a peek as well. Ling gonna shut that one down. Connaughton's now, no funny business. Gonna bring out the big guns here towards short. Willing to switch to the Blade Storm, just in case they do want to rush. So might be able to catch him off guard here. Gonna use the drone for help. Able to find one. Will smoke away. And once again, the push stalled out. They'll start to head away. But Dallas Vendetta, they've seen this a million times, and already they're expecting to rotate.
It's the same issue, like you said. I mean, Gen G Black, they go to a site, they meet opposition, they stall completely, and if they ever do rotate, it's going to be very delayed, and Dallas Vendetta has the freedom to rotate as they want because they have a Cypher, they have Astra Star set up as well, so they have a Sova initiators rotating over it too, so they can just go with some forward information gathering. Now that Fly has read that instant rotation for Connaughton's, and same for OK Thumer, they're all going to site right now because they know they're executing completely.
Exactly. They have managed to get Lin to sight, though. Good blind to come through. Will shut down Lin. Tyra able to trade one back, though. Philip now just holding for time. Will be shut down, but Thumer's already gone there. So is Connaughton. The op set up as well. North have to come through. Hannah to find a frag as well. Connaughton's the operator hand. Very hard to retake within a 1v2 as well. Trying to find anything through the cage. Lots of oppressive utility here. Connaughton's the shot. It's no good. Tyra will find it. It's 3-9 for Gen G Black as we switch sides.
If this was
Switching sides.
American football, Connections would have just scored 3 points for hitting that field goal. But nice double swing by Hana and Tyre, being able to get in there, be aggressive, not overlap for collateral, but be separated a little bit. And even if one dies, the other one can trade it. Beautifully done in that situation. So Gen G has some good looks. They hit some shots pretty well here and there. But overall, it's been a little bit of an aim div on the server right now, but mostly just the macro that Dallas Vendetta just they had the freedom. They used their ciphers so immaculately. The tripwires that Hana was playing were in the same exact spots every single round. So Dallas Vendetta, they learned where those were. They played around those correctly on correct timers, and they knew what freedoms they had on defense to rotate through. And Gen G Black just couldn't punch those freedoms. But maybe they can do that on defense.
And we'll see here. They'll opt for a different setup. They'll throw their Cypher over towards A. Carly stuck to his back of the site right now. Drone going to come through spots 1. Connections will see the head of Carly. Not able to hit the shots, though. And we'll see once again, early oppression causes for the rotate to come through here on the pistol. We'll see how much faster the Dallas Vendetta are able to hit this one. They're going to already be up their way towards grass.
It's already
come
fast
down
rotation.
Long rather quickly here. And nobody's really left the A site just yet.
Yeah, fast rotation by Dallas Vendetta. They just seem to be faster overall than Energy Black. And Alpha Fly was faster than the trigger to take down Tyre.
Oh! We just grabbed 2 behind the box. Lynn's grabbed 1 as well. Tries to come back now, but Lynn's still stuck towards Log. Finally shut down with a jumping right click from Philip. Hannah towards B-Link. Knife in the hand. Able to switch the Ghost back out and find a frag now into a 1v1. Both players rather low here. Hannah's 1 shot, though. The Sova can take 2.
Sova is 2. 1 to the head is enough.
Stuck towards the backup platform. I don't know if Hannah checks this one. Bit of an off angle. Not anymore, though. Stuck to the box. Has some utility to work with. Has cleared everything but that front of sight and the back. Oh, does the half peek. Doesn't catch it all the way. Philip, thank you very much. I'll take that frag any day of the week. It's 10-3.
I don't know what Rilla is going through her mind right now, but it looked like a second guessing situation of I should clear this, but also I should clear the left angle, but didn't commit to one or the other. Had to guess a 50-50 in that situation is what it ended up being. Maybe use utility there. You have a Cyber Cage. You have a Cam to you work with. Cam's a little risky, but Cyber Cage you can probably use just to block off long and then swing box or something, you know? Like, do something like that could work. But instead, just tried going with the plan of being completely silent, but that just played into Philip's plans perfectly.
Yeah, perfectly indeed. And Philip, happy to have the headshot there. It's an interesting read coming out of Gen G Black. Hey, what are you going to do? It's the eco. They go A. Oh, baby, we are ready in wait. But unfortunately, it's a very slow split that looks like it might be headed back to a wide open C site.
Yeah, Vendetta is doing a great job using the Allo Drone. They'll have a dog as well, the Trailblazer, and a Guiding Light even, Recon Bolts. They have double initiator. So the gamble stack, because it's an eco, they're going for that. But if it was an eco, it would be a terrible play. Maybe it works out here, but the Trailblazer spoils their plans.
Oh, and Thumer boils them all the way up as Tyre is going to fall to that Spectre. Thumer just sitting here on a bit of a bait play. Might be able to find several members of the team here. Hannah gonna get lit up with the Spectre to the cage. Now back away. So damage done. Team disrupted and C site stolen here as the plant will go down.
And what Thumer just did is exactly what I said I thought Hana should have done in the last round. But Thumer got a lot of chip damage, finds a kill on Lily, and then Connections also crispy headshot. Dreams in the same, and Alpha Fly is going to follow right up for flawless anti-eco for Dallas Vendetta, looking poised to take it map number 1.
And can we talk about how good the observing is there? Going straight to the first kill and then immediately the Connections headshot to come through.
Hit him.
And that really, just the juxtaposition of events there speaks to how this game has been looking. Just Dallas Vendetta 1 step ahead all the way through. Now 8 rounds ahead as they go into their bonus. Connections absolutely able to upgrade here, but it looks like maybe wants the offensive op next round. So gonna stick to nothing but the Sheriff. Once again, A site is the call for Gen G Black. I just remember gonna be over there. This one could come down C long rather quickly as soon as this drone clears towards plat.
Yes, Philip still getting some value, clears the trapwire, and that's something that Gen G Black didn't do at all. Just safely clear trapwire, don't commit your bodies to do it.
So it's coming quick. Hannah stuck towards Platt right now. Actually going to opt to play it away. I feel like they've taken a little bit too much time with Presence. I mean, hey, they shot that cam a lot of times. So definitely not selling one player over there. So they'll work their way back towards A. Try to throw some utility. Try to get a player back over. And then looks like they do want to hit C later in the round.
Yeah, this is exactly what I said Gen G needed to do. Is Dallas and Vendetta is taking their time. They know they're up against a Cypher. They got to clear some trap wires. They got to then reset the map a little bit and then execute again or a different spot. Hana, though, is just popping off. Got 2 massive kills on site to defend it. Allow the team time to rotate through and find a retake option.
Great frags indeed there. Dog not going to clear Thumer, but he'll clear it, which indeed gets him cleared by Lin. Only 2 left to sight now, and the pressure is on. Connection's trying to relieve us. He's going to find one. Dreams to swing through. Shots traded back and forth. Now going to be landed for Lily. Has to reload, so Dreams will take one down. A second as well with the Spectre Spray, but stuck in the recon. Bolt gives Carly all the info she needs to finish the job. Gen G Black barely able to hold on, but a lot of weaponry gone from a team that was on the bonus.
Dallas did everything right on paper, but at the very end of it, Hana just clutched up with 2 massive kills on the side, allowed it a player advantage for Gen G Black. Also, they had the weapon advantage on top of that. So rifles versus SMGs, 4 versus 3, gave Gen G Black a pretty standard retake situation. They did lose 3 in that situation, though, so that was a very successful bonus overall, considering on paper Dallas should have lost that round. Only 1 person, Carly, was able to keep the rifle, and you see a Guardian, 2 Spectres, and only 1 other rifle for Lily, going to the round that is 4 rifles and Operator on the side of Dallas Vendetta, and a Cosmic Divide to play off of.
And there's a missed timing there as well. Philip stuck behind, waiting for the flash, was just sitting there back towards the site. It allowed for that initial frag to come through, and then Hana able to steamroll and spiral it into another as well from the top of the box. Just timing a little bit off. Happens. Hate to see it. As you mentioned, they have managed to get a team on a force buy here, so a chance to really gain economic advantage if they're able to take this round now. Still occupy the A-long side. Lots of utility early round was in that direction. For now, going to get backed up off of. Control initially gained by Dallas Vendetta. Decide we don't really want to hit this. They'll head over to mid window. They'll play off the op, looking for any sort of aggression.
Kat, I like that they have Lily push all the way up into cubby. They're doing different looks from Gen G Black on the defense. They're looking a lot better on defense than they did in offense overall, honestly. It's just a little bit of an issue of, is it a little bit too late? Did they lose too many rounds on offense before they can start looking a lot better on what might be their stronger side of the map? Cosmic Divide comes through. The dogs can clear out. And this position is a lot better than the one that Gen G used. You can play off that a lot more easily.
30 seconds
Plant
left.
will go down now.
Planted.
Tyree has been able to sneak into short. Gonna hear all these players walk away along. We're gonna pick up one over to the B site. Dreams spotted one. Top of the box. Lin waiting for it. We'll take it now. Swings back through. Opts to shoot for Carly. Not gonna find the shots. No second frag to be found. They know everybody's out towards long. They're starting to try to defuse here. Actually gonna find one straight through smoke. Looking for a second as well. Tyree absolutely obliterated by the jumping classic right click. You hate to see it. Lily now all alone. Has to make the retake happen. Alpha Fly will catch it out. Everyone on the Dallas Vendetta getting involved. That's a teammate.
Okay, Thumer going straight through the mid, finding a lurk kill as the execution presence is being known for A. The Cosmic Divider was committed to it, and that made a little bit of a distraction for Gen G Black members over towards B and C site. And OK Thumer was able to find a lurk kill and then make so much presence towards CT that it was really tough for anybody on Gen G Black to really rotate or have any sense of control and composure for the retake situation and even the hold. That just gave so much freedom to Dallas Vendetta, which is something they keep finding is a lot of freedom either given to them or earned throughout this entire map.
Yeah, they definitely have been owning in terms of control, in terms of early aggression, in terms of that initial peak. Seeker's going to come down here to try to assist Lily on this initial peak, but not to be had. Through the smoke up as well, guarantees that no easy frags to be gained here for the defense. Once again, she's been able to sneak herself up into a cubby. This one a little bit more obvious as so much utility used for it. Should definitely get checked. The dog's out. This could be disaster for Lily. It's actually not going to check her. She's able to find one, but Connection's quick on the trigger. Will find a trade. We've got an Astra snuck up towards C long cubby. Could definitely pivot this one around if they want to. Only one player of Gen G Black has been pulled over.
Map point here for Dallas Vendetta on the map that was actually the pick of Gen G. So this is going to be a really strong statement. If they win on the opposing team's pick in like a 13-4 fashion or dominant either way, even Gen G gets more rounds here. But completely open B site. They have the stars for their own control. It's going to be up to a complete retake situation. They also have Dreams lurking through C long. So another lurk that can come out big here.
It's definitely seen one here in the vision cone. Rest of the team not ready for the push that's coming out of Garage right now. And there's more where that came from. Hannah's going to find one. Neural to come up here. No, these players very much spread on the back of the B side. Hannah going to grab a Vandal. Push forward now. Connoxians looking to get involved up close and personal. Swinging to come through any minute now. Right clicks for one. Doesn't even need anything else as Alpha Fly and Dreams will combine to finish the job. The Dallas Vendetta, they've got map number 1, 13-4.
They saw the right click. That doesn't reset anymore because of the Jet nerf. Connoxians trying to switch back to the operator, and they're trying to punish it in a 2v1 swing, but the rest of the team was all ready for that crossfire and punishes that. A little bit of a tunnel vision over commitment on that swing there by Gen G Black. 13-4, extremely dominant first map of the series by Dallas Vendetta. And a lot of it was just an overall team effort of just control the map, crossing the T's, dotting their I's the way they needed to be able to clear out those tripwires and everything like that. It's a big map. Force the enemy team on defense to not be able to group up and over-rotate unless they get punished for doing so by rotating yourself. So great job at Vendetta, getting forward information of the team, knowing where would be a good type place to attack. Gen G needs to slow down a little bit in some regards of not overcommitting to the sites, but then other times they completely slowed down so much that they completely stalled and then lost all map control. So maintain that map control, figure out where would be a good place to attack, and then blast execute from there. Hopefully they can do that going forward in Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely have the right ideas for rotations. We're able to get sites at advantageous times. Well, obviously we know that they don't, but still just taking their sweet, sweet time before actually hitting the executes definitely came back to haunt them and allowed for the rotations to come through. So we either have to see this team play the rotation a little bit faster or keep one towards the site initially rotated off of to anchor players and anchor rotations from the defense. You can't just allow them to get that free rotate over. Dallas Vendetta happy to play it. Team difference coming all the way through. We saw it on the leaderboard right there. Everybody stepping up a little bit above Gen G Black right now. And that was their map pick as well. So see what they can bring to the table on Ascent. America's favorite map right now, if you ask me. We'll head to it after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2.
Seeing all the water rain fill your eyes, doing the things they know, talking about the same old stories they've heard about the people they think they know. But do you ever try path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But did you ever try path on the left side, put it up in your mind? You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Proving Grounds Season 3. It's the semi-pro division. It's a matchup between Gen G Black and the Dallas Vendetta, formerly X, now officially with the roster. They just took 13-4 Haven map score on map number 1. And that was Gen G Black's pick as well. Now we'll see if they've got the juice in the tank to come back for map number 2. It's going to be Ascent.
Ascent is America's favorite, like you said, because this is easily the most commonly found map pick. I mean, I talked to some coaches and they're like, I hate Ascent, man, because we just only ever scrim this map ever. It's just so commonly found because this is probably the best map when it comes to team cohesion, developing strats and executing. It is very standard traditional of there is an A site, there is a B site, and then there's a mid in the between. And if you control mid, you can rotate that and like transition it into either site take. So it's very standard, traditional tactical FPS style map of just 2 sites, mid control. How can you execute? There's thin walls, which is like it's like special element of it. We're probably gonna see more Sova, just like we did on Haven. Get some information, wall bang with the LMGs, which is the only way of really stalling people when they have mid control and make a rotation happen for your team. But that's a little bit of a guesswork. You need to get that mid control. You need to get tree access for A site. You need to get market access for B site. And we'll have to see which team can do that most effectively. And honestly, based on how I saw Haven, I'm leaning towards a favorite of Dallas Vendetta going into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a map that can play a lot like Haven does in terms of compositions. I'd say the only real difference is swapping out the Cypher for Killjoy, but it's the same thing for Haven. So these teams really can do whatever they want with it. Wouldn't be surprised to see sort of the same sort of thing. And of course, quick rotations are huge on this map, especially if you're able to garner a bit of that mid control before you actually get into your execute. So in terms of just rotational prowess and teams able to gain map control, definitely I'm with you here. The Dallas Vendetta have proven they are quite easily able to take that away from Gen G Black. But Gen G Black were able to occupy a bit farther up towards C-Long, A-Long, Cubby towards the end of the game when they got to their defensive side. So we'll see if that is going to be the case for them here as they now start on the defense. We'll have to see. Agent Select is a go now. And yep, we got the same compositions. Only difference is the Killjoy over in the Dallas Vendetta or the Gen G department.
Yeah, and honestly, Cypher's still a really good agent here. There's a lot of one-way cyber cages you can set up on a B site, which is something you're almost guaranteed going to be seeing considering they decided to stick to a Cypher. The only reason why you do that is for that control of B main exit. And then just trap wires, things like that to stall out for the rest of your team to rotate through. Killjoy is a little bit more of an aggressive option, whereas Cypher is a little bit more of a defensive option between the two on this map. So Dallas Vendetta, knowing that they are confident in their gunplay, they want to build, stall, and control Gen G Black and let their gunplay be able to shine bigger and brighter once that rotation happens for retakes, things like that. That's basically what they're saying is like their confidence in gunplay. Whereas Gen G Black is like, you know what? We're going to use utility and give ourselves more advantages possible when we do the retakes, when we do initial site takes, when we try to do post-plant holds, things like that.
See what the case ends up being. It's going to be bit of a split towards A, gonna get a bit of mid control, gonna put a little bit of lobby presence as well over towards B main for Dallas Vendetta. Flash to come through. Surprised that hits from behind the box, but Gen G Black early information towards Gelato's side. They're opting to play very typical Jet Sky combination. They work off each other so well over towards the wine area in the back of A main, so no real surprises there. See how well they're able to play it though. Conoction's going to be the first to try to dip his hand into the pool, see what he's able to find.
Yeah, Lily hugging close. It's going to be Lin on a far angle because of that tailwind, so even if things go wrong, they just get it right out there instantly and rotate in.
Tyree going to be able to pick up one Lily will as well. The dash to sight has come up with nothing as Lin has shut it down. Another added to the board. The Skyjet combination proving to be quite nice on the site hold, and Tyree to finish the job from Cat. It's flawless for Gen G Black. The defense looking strong thus far on round number 1.
Yeah, beautifully done. Great hold. They had a great job of retreating with using those abilities, creating more advantageous situations for themselves. They had Killjoy utility on B side, knew that I was control. That alarm bot you see there in mid is a classic position for alarm bot. It's similar to how tripwires worked, where if that ever goes off, you know people are there. So you don't really need to have somebody visually confirming that nobody's going through mid, because that will tell you for sure if it's happening or not. So they just have a great hold over the map overall. And it showed in that first round. They had a crossfire set up and they're ready to go. Now a very full stampede down the catwalk. Oh my.
Lin lands that one quite easily. Flash to come through as well. And Tyree will pick up another one. Lily's getting involved as well. And Tyree will finish the job. Flawless yet again for Gen G Black. I'm liking the dynamics of the A side hold here.
Yeah.
Everybody looking very comfortable. Now we head to a gun round and see if they're still able to hold strong.
Dude, Vendetta just sent it. Eco, let's just go for it and see if we can swarm them. But that Marshall feels like an operator because they didn't have any armor. Kept it on the side of Lin, so they're not going to upgrade or anything now. Full bonus for Gen G Black.
This is a great read.
Buy up for Dallas. Yeah, beautiful read.
Read like a book. A text message been received. No, this one's got to be coming towards the B side. Dart destroyed early. Some confirmation. They'll send a second over towards Market.
It's a massive round for
Dart's only seen one as well, so Lily's able to stay up close here. Has flashes to work with. Dream's not going to expect that. Able to find one. A second as well. Gen G Black's defense has been looking so good. Carly another. Alpha Fly to trade one. Thuber's got one as well. The trade's back in the other direction. A 3v1 here. And just a lone Cypher stuck towards mid.
Hana is not messing around, just mowing down the opposition alongside the Sova on site, just taking control of these angles. It's all down to Okithumer, who has a rifle in hand. If he can find 1v1s, should have an advantage, but...
Oh, ooh, there's a 1v1.
There's one, but it's going to be a double swing over in main. Once they have that spike control, he's going to challenge it, and they're both going to be ready waiting.
Ready and wait indeed. Didn't even need the trade. They'll pick up 2 guns in the process. Bonus is very much converted. It's 3-0 for Gen G Black, and they should have another one here as well.
Imagine a world, Cat, that Gen G Black is just as dominant on the opposition's map pick as the opposition was on their map pick.
I'm trying to imagine, but it's real. It's a
wild.
real thing happening
so
in front of my
far,
eyes.
It's looking like it. Lin's got an operator in hand. Just the budget op for Connoxions with that Marshall. I mean, we saw Connoxions pop off with Marshall last map and make some things happen with a bad buy round. It's always possible in the game of Valorant. You have abilities with the shooters, so maybe.
Ooh.
But not if Lin's shutting down Philip instantly.
Yeah, the real op going to find value most definitely, and that's the player who's supposed to be able to rotate with the spike in hand, so now going to have to offer some resources in order to retrieve it. Hana up close towards Cat tree area. Hasn't really found anything just yet. Biding some time here. They'll donate the jet over to grab that spike. Lin with the peek. Just barely missing the foot.
The fancy feat by Dreams was able to award them a lurk up on mid. Like Lormbot's still there, but they have a closer angle, and I think Lin's a little bit aware of it based on how she's holding.
She definitely looks to be stuck towards that close angle. One for a second, still hasn't found it. Boomer getting up and close. Connoxions going to do enough damage to allow Alpha Fly to sneak in and grab a pick. A second as well to sight. Down to a 3v3, guns retrieved. Still no connections from anybody with this operator. Dreams trying to hand. Still nobody has found any sort of value. Tyre looking forward. Found one. I found a second as well. Dropping down onto close box. They can start the defuse right now. Dreams a mile and a half away. Gonna pull off the defuse, but it's actually not gonna work out.
So
Still
far.
stuck on it.
Might be
one's
punished.
Done.
Dreams is stuck alive with a losing last survivor bonus, or a penalty, I should say, ghost in hand. Look at that economy. I mean, was saving up a lot. Will be able to buy because that was like a full save round for this player, but still that stings a little bit. Honestly, the Dreams did a lot of work pulling both Lin and Carly through mid, making a 1-player pulling 2-player situation, allowing a 3 versus 3 on the site because they lost Philip earlier on. And with Lily not being able to swing on the right timing, it looked like maybe Dallas Vendetta can win that round, but Wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, Tyree said no funny business, comes down, just hits the shots at the end of the day. And sometimes you play everything right and you just get outclassed, and it's kind of what we saw there. I like the switch up onto the A site hold here as they try to get a little bit more dominant over towards the mid area, not wanting to let Dreams sneak forward anymore. No funny business in mid, trying to snuff it out a little bit earlier here. Don't want to rely on Tyree for the bailout play. Or the aggression towards A main, hasn't found any util just yet.
Nice patient work by Dallas Vendetta, but honestly, nicer job by Gen G Black, just not giving up any ground, holding the line with confidence, not giving in to any early signs.
Woo! Hannah's able to find two. Lily another. Oh, and Hannah's gonna grab another one from the back to the side as Thumer to pick up one towards mid, but very isolated from his teammates here. No chance for trades. Really close on the angle. Flash to come out. Information garnered. Thumer waiting for the swing. Gonna throw the cage up. Starts to walk away. Is able to catch Carly in the rear.
30 seconds left.
To push up now. Crossfire is set up here for Gen G Black. Turret going to be the one awarded the frag, the headshot. Such precision from the AI as Hana will be awarded a 4th frag. Gen G Black now up 5-0. You know, Chad, I'm not really a fan of the jet op. I just feel like it's so much work for the jet there. Connections has to clear the space with the flash and then has to take the peek back of sight with the op.
Yeah.
That's a hard shot to hit, and you only get one.
As a solo duelist for your team and you're running a operator, that's definitely tough because you have to be the one entering sight, creating distance and space for your team, but then hit a one-shot kill option. Not ideal, I'd say.
Working on mid thus far, at least the Marshall, at least not the op, but the budget option. It's done some damage onto Lynn, still holding her own. Now able to shut any funny business down.
Finally, yeah.
Thought they get one from Cat, but it's not to be. Seeker gonna gather information. Knows this one's headed towards A main. Turret's destroyed. Peek has come out from Hana. Once again, she's mowing them down. She's found two. Looking for a third, but Philip gonna shut it down with the Marshall. Thumer to peek out. Taken down by the Odin of Carly and Lily to finish the job. 6-0. Gen G Black are looking good.
So far, as soon as a member of Dallas Vendetta enters the site, they commit. That's where they stay. And Gen G's reading it. They have the rotation from the turret, giving them that information, and they're ready to go. Carly lingering just a little bit, knowing that Thumer is prone to go for those lurks themselves. Carly shuts it down beautifully. That operator still in the hands of Connections. I mean, if he hits some crazy shots, then sure, it can look really good. But I think overall, the better players just go full rifle here with this team composition.
It's an interesting dart to come through. I don't know if it does it clear. Hey man, I don't think it does. I
It
think it's too
doesn't
far
clear
back.
close,
I think
yeah.
it would if it was over the edge. I think it's a little bit too short. Unfortunate.
I
Well,
would rather
good
a
both
different
in mid.
spot, is all I'm going to say.
Let's come in. Hey, you know I'm a fan of innovation.
Me too.
Trying things. Just a
Sometimes.
little bit further back next time. Tyree up towards tree, hasn't spotted anything just yet. This is a rough angle to play. The off angle though could do the trick. Dallas Vendetta up towards mid here. Haven't gathered the information just yet on it. Will close door, but a long time before another player is able to get around. Carly's there, got the Odin as well. We can both to come down. Dog gonna secure. That's where that one's got to be. Seekers to go down now in towards mid. Dallas Vendetta opting to finally take this thing over towards Cat. They pulled players over towards B. They've only got Tyree to deal with, but she's able to find one. Sneaks away as well, and now Lynn's managed to get the sight with the operator. So this one should be able to get help. Okay, Thumer gonna run it down with the Phantom to find one. Lynn sectors back to the site now in a bit of a pickle as Alpha Fly will swing around. That's the site secured.
The squeeze on Lynn there was too much to handle. Dallas Vendetta were able to get the spike planted despite losing a couple off on the wayside, but it's going to be a 3 versus 3. So how we can finally see like a straight up post plant retake situation from these teams, and it's about even, but that lockdown, it's going to make it go a little bit Gen G favored.
Has to get swung here on this one. Oh, bullets out of the chamber for Alpha Fly, not able to find anything else. Hannah to find two, but Dreams is right back with two of his own.
No way.
Has to push the lockdown. Will do so with full confidence. Has clutched out the round.
Yeah, I think Hana might have ran out of bullets or something there. Carly was really unlucky. Dropped down the exact moment that Dream swung, so couldn't get that Odin, that giant, massive metal, be able to just whip it up and get those shots off in time. So maybe if Carly could have just hung out in construction, it would have been fine. If Hana might not have, I don't know if she ran out of ammo or not. That was a little bit odd, but beautiful spray transfer by Dreams there to close out that round.
Flash to come through. Kanashi's got rather close here. Oh, throws the smoke, dashes to the wall. Confusion. As Hannah and Lily will find two. Stumer to trade one back, and now push into sight. One from Market to help as Carly smoked off now. Stumer's able to trade one back. They have control of lane here. Journal spot one, seeing the lane player as well. On a switchboard is Stumer, just barely able to dodge Lynn. She moves a little bit too early. Gun barrel spotted. Lynn knows gotta be in the close cover workbench. Tyree to swing around now from mid. The flank's good for one. Now Stumer stuck towards bench. Everybody knows it as well. Has to play away. Walks into the operator. The teammates for Gen.G Black as they're up 7-1.
Even though they lost the round, they still bought up completely because they're so dominant in a 6-0 fashion, and a lot of those rounds they were very healthy as well. Attack pods coming in from Dallas Vendetta. We didn't see any pauses at all in the first map, despite Gen.G Black falling behind a lot of rounds. I love that Dallas Vendetta saying, you know what? All right, we finally figured out, like, we tried a few different strategies, finally found success, and then we tried one more strategy, and we failed as miserably as we did in the previous rounds. So let's go ahead and call a timeout. We got 4 more rounds in this half. We can discuss a few more strategies, discuss what changes we need to make. And a lot of that, honestly, is just trying to figure out ways of rotating through, make lurks work. Oki-Thermer has not found any successful lurks so far. The only one has really done so was Dreams, but that was on mostly a save round where Dreams couldn't really do anything with it.
And ironically, really, to talk about a team that had so much map control, it's really been a struggle to garner any before their initial executes. The only place they've really been able to get themselves into is mid, and Gen.G Black is kind of giving up mid for free here to opt the extra player onto the site hold. So in the actual push, into the actual defense, they have the extra firepower rather than losing anybody towards mid. They're holding mid with recon bolts and alarm bots instead, and Dallas Vendetta really haven't been able to gain any of that map control you talked about pre-game, Chad, to actually allow them to commit any sort of executes without telegraphing.
Exactly. We're going to see Tyree go for a confidence peak here. Perhaps. We know the Stars make that a no-go. Good awareness that those were placed. Lynn on a really high angle. What the?
Ooh, I like the creativity. Not able to find anything off of it. 3 op shots and 3 whiffs come out.
Bad.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
I'm sad about it.
At least she stays alive. It would have been very awkward to die to pistols there. Such a confident angle. Just shots not quite landing. Very close. Just off. Walking off the goalpost. Still head their way forward now into mid. Nobody there. Just one towards the back of things. But Tyree once again locked up towards Cat. And we have not seen her fail to hold this one time this game. Sitting pretty in the nebula right now. Pull to come through. Stumer to find one. So the operator finally gone. Tyree's got one through the smoke and will back away now. Hana to find one as well. A chance to play forward here. Halili's on to sight. We'll find 2. 1 through the smoke. 1 with vision. Alpha Fly stuck to the corner. We'll play forward into Generator now. Has to play the 1v2 to sight. Nothing but a classic in hands. It's not going to happen. Lily good for 3K. And we'll head back into the gun round.
I have no idea how Lynn died there. No, like, Oki-Thermer got a classic kill on Lynn from A main when Lynn was at catwalk. Like, Lynn was at heaven with an operator. Oki-Thermer was at A main with a classic and got the kill.
Well, she was 50 HP to be fair.
Yeah.
After the initial top box peek, got hit with a couple sheriffs.
Yeah, she's got to hit those shots for sure.
Back to play the angle.
Sometimes it comes down as as simple as you just got to hit those shots.
Yeah.
It's great position considering, especially as an anti-eco.
Okay, Lynn will switch weapons here. Peek out towards Cat. Once again, overconfidence, not going to work out. Dreams has one, Philip has another.
Ooh.
And now Dallas Vendetta don't need map control. They've gained player advantage. Hana to peek down, though. Close archway. She's found one. Recon bolts spotted her. Not wallbangable, though. Has to play forward for it. Will do so. Arm cut out by Philip. He's got a second in the round. Tyree to trade one back towards Cat. They know she's there, though. She's going to get away from the angle. Seekers are going to come down. She's destroying them. Oh, Philip!
Oh, that
The
timing.
headshot angle will find another as Tyre has to shoot the Seeker. And Carly now alone towards mid.
The one round that Genji Black goes aggressive on defense, they are falling off quickly. So after this one, I'm expecting them to slow down a little bit, but right now it's still up to Carly to win a 1v3. It's one.
One indeed. Recon Bolt is going to spot Dreams through the
There's two?
wall. Carly played so smart here. Shock Bolts to work with
30
as well.
seconds left.
Obviously going to be that gen plant. No way she doesn't have lineups for it. We'll see if it lands. It does.
Oh my.
On his Fury to come down, but it has put the opposing Sova off of sight though. Philip's not
Nice
going to be
lineup.
there anymore.
That was
Just for
beautifully
a
done.
second lineup.
Spike
Philip
planted.
stalled out here. Stuck towards close sight. Both of his own. Not going to get the scan off. But knows still towards scaffold. He's been able to sneak his way over under box. The peek to come through. Gets a little bit too overconfident. And Carly, she's done it. A little 1v3 action as Genji Black are up 9-1.
Clutch.
Wow, Carly just clutched up. Like, yeah, drop that sticker. That's how you should be feeling right now, as a really happy, snickering Sova player here. Carly has the lineups to stall. That was actually really nice because the timing that the shock dart hit, the Hunter's Fury would have hit as well. So if Philip committed to the plant and was like, I'm just going to tank that one hit, whoever would have died. So actually, it was really sick. I'm going to be noting that for later as I play Sova on Hate Descent a lot. And then still had utility to work with. Even if Philip didn't go aggressive, had a shock to work with to clear an angle. Had Recon Bolt as well to clear a lot more angles. Great job of Carly overall. I would like to dive into how all that worked out, but beautifully done. 9-1. Genji Black, they're looking so incredibly dominant on this map.
Yeah, dominant indeed here. Definitely no reason to imagine the earlier scenario. Kanashi's going to find one early as Lynn gets a little bit too aggressive outside of lobby. Taken out. You don't have to imagine this team coming and dominating on the other side's map pick. That's happening right in front of our eyes, Chad, and has continued to since that round number 3 discussion. The lead blind to come through. Spotted connections. Doesn't quite know where in mid that's going to be, though. Everybody up towards A main. Going to be playing for the post plant. Connections now going to get caught up, but holding these players off the retake for a long amount of time. Thuman will sneak through to find one. Chance for a repeat as well as Tyre caught by the spy cam.
Wow.
Able to
That was
find
massive.
it. Dreams on the flank. I don't think they know that Dream's going to be here. Everybody's stuck out of the lockdown now. Time to play the post plant still. They don't know that it's getting defused though because of the divide. Do they check it in time? Not quite. Tyre able to find both. After a retake that took very long to get set up.
Last
They managed to-
round before the switch.
Tyre just ripped that round away from Dallas Videta's hands. That was nuts. She had a really smart, like, high IQ moment where they left one member sitting back to spam the cloud burst. She swung wide to spam on an angle that she knew it would be there, clearing out connections, and then just challenging the angle after the neural theft or after the spy cam hit her, taking down Thumer, and then just pushing through, getting that causing divide on perfect placement, pushes in, and then just gets a double at the very end for 4K. Massive round by Tyre.
Massive round indeed. Connection, a massive frag early. The operator of Lynn gone through the smoke. I'm gonna play this one quickly up cat, trying to take advantage of the momentum. Gravity Wells down though by Tyre. Now to play early. Connections just opening up sight after sight. Frags all the way through. That's 3 for Connections down mid. B side's wide open. The utility now null and void. Tyre to peek up through cat, spotted out by Alpha Fly. Shots no good though.
Spike
Not
planted.
sure if Alpha Fly saw both before death either. Dreams posted up towards Pizza. We're gonna have a bit of a party with the new friends incoming. Turns the flash. Connections there on the cross. A little ace coming through from the Jet player. Finally waking up, reeling it's do or die time as they move into the half.
Sides.
Okay, so I talked about how Tyre ripped that round away the round before.
Yeah.
Connections then rips that round. Just runs down mid, finds 2 kills, runs through market, finds a kill on side. He's like, all right, team, there you go. I just deliver it to you. Now I'm going to hang out in mid and challenge the people rotating in. Kills both of them as well, even though the crossfire initially didn't work out as expected. Oh my god, Connections, what a freaking round. Had only 1 kill before that cat. 11
Yeah.
rounds, has 1 kill, and then just pops off and just single-handedly wins around the next one over.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but that's the energy we've got to see coming back here.
Yeah.
A significant round deficit, already up a map, so all good, but would be good to have momentum going into map 3 if we do get there. I think we're to find one early. Cage in the hands,
No
still
way.
somehow able to find a second. Lynn is going to trade that one back. A lot of damage done early to the Sova player here. He's going to run away to the back of the site, able to dodge shock bolts as well. Dreams to come through from mid-market. Tags one. Right click to come through, so tag right back. Philip sneak you back to the site. Right click's just struggling to land. Carly will take that one outside. Going to be secured here. A 2 around B main now. Alphafly to pick up one.
Fast flank.
Flash available. Also has the Tasmanian Tiger. Not even going to need it right now. Alphafly going to catch Lily in the blind. We'll find the first. Target towards the back of Lamp. Able to find one, but only one as Alphafly to finish the job. The 3K with the Ghost. Dallas Vendetta, they've got the pistol. They've got some momentum. They're looking to steamroll some rounds.
A much needed round for Dallas Vendetta. And honestly, Conoctions hopping off for the ace might have just given them a lot of confidence too, because they went for the really fast lurk through B main out of mid. And that was so fast that Gen.G were not expecting that at all. They lost a member there that was not looking at B main whatsoever. So just way faster tempo. We saw Dallas Vendetta being a lot more successful on offense last game. Gen.G Black started making some holds happen and finding success on defense, but it was just a little bit too late. Bled too many rounds. Now that Gen.G Black is on offense and Dallas Vendetta's on defense again, it might be the same story where Dallas Vendetta might be able to pop off and look better on defense for this map, but it might be a little too late because he still lost 10 rounds already. So this pistol round awards him probably another. We'll see if he can go on from there.
See, it's going to be quick up cap for Gen.G Black. A dash through for Lynn is no good as Thumer going to take 3. You seen Tyree play just like that, and right back the other way. Thumer going to find a 4th as well. Connections 1 towards sight. Dallas Vendetta have made the gap slightly smaller, but as you mentioned, that is the anti-eco around they should be grabbing. They grab the bonus 2, though. Some real momentum in the corner.
Similar fashion to what Dallas Vendetta did in their half. Gen.G just kind of runs it down catwalk for the most part and just sees if they can just death ball through. Didn't work out for Dallas Vendetta. Doesn't work out for Gen.G Black. But now we have the buy-up round for rifles for Gen.G Black. See if they can stop that momentum now and just close out this map in dominant fashion, similar to how Dallas Vendetta did in the map 1. Or if Vendetta can start making their climb and make an eventual comeback of reality.
Looking plausible, but this round definitely going to be a staple of if this is going to happen for them or not. Defaulting quite heavily here, Gen.G Black, aware that momentum shift that could be a potential of this round, not wanting to let anything come to fruition. Drones through mid, no utility there at all, no player there either. So real potential for control early for Gen.G Black if they want it.
So they use the drone mid, clear nobody's there, but they don't have anybody pushed up through mid to maintain that control. So they got vision and information control, but then aren't maintaining it. The dog that was used, a trailblazer from the side, Dallas Vendetta, re-clears and says, all right, nobody's there. The Guiding Light tells them the same thing. So right now, overall, the information warfare is going in favor of Dallas Vendetta.
It absolutely is, but they don't have the information towards lobby just yet. See if Philip throws a dart. Is going to, and now there's the information.
Oh, so many tagged.
No one's very possible, but definitely knows where this one is headed. Dart to come through, gonna find one on Lynn. Alphafly tucked towards the back of Boathouse. Good for one. Lily to shut it down now. Philip's there with Odin though. Huge potential for a spray down, but Lily gonna shut down any hopes of it. So Plant not down just yet. Thumer's already there. Connections there through lane. Lily to pick up a 3rd, but has to ace to win this round and has to plant as well. Gonna opt to hold it, and Thumer will come through to finish the job. A 2nd of the round. Pick up a rifle. The bonus has been converted. It's a 5-round deficit now.
Yeah, it was a big deal that Gen.G did not shoot out that dart. Like, all of them were there. Nobody shot it. So that one dart from Philip just completely countered everything that Gen.G did prior to that. He had a good read that would be the weak side of the map, but just because they didn't shoot that one dart, that was all it was. That one little thing gave away all the information. Instant rotation for 3 other members on A side. They're able to fall back to 2 on B to make a fallback happen, and shock darts on the fallback as well. From that one out. Gen.G, they have to do everything correctly, not let anything like that slip.
Yeah, definitely don't want to convert any more momentum than they already have. This round should be an inevitability for the Dallas Vendetta based on what we've been seeing in the last couple of rounds here. Important not to let hope slip away here for the team. Connoxians to pick up one mid early. Harley's gone out of this one. The hands of the operator. Hannah rather low already. Trailblazers to come through. Philip with the spray onto it. Tyre had tried to hold the angle. She'll back away. Caught by the flash now. Thumer to pick up one onto Lynn. This team trying to find any sort of value onto the eco. Hasn't happened just yet. A chance for a frag for Tyre. Oh, you'll hate to see that. The Sheriff one tap. The 142. It's just too far away.
The timing works in favor of OK Thumer. It has that Cypher main lurk sense that you need to have for having a character like that. And now that the trapwire is set up, the cam on A site, you have an easy way of just having OK Thumer lurking over towards lamps or garden. What's your call out for that one, Kat? You don't like lamps.
Hey, it's okay, man. You want to call it lamps? Just know that nobody agrees with you, but I know what you mean.
EU
That's what
people
matters.
call it lamps. I heard, at least at the start when it came out, they might have
Yeah,
stopped.
they also call bottles of waters bottle of water. So
Hell yeah.
I don't listen to the scone eaters, man. But
I love scones, for the record.
all right, muted for the rest of the cast as we head over towards lobby. Genji looking to switch things up. We've been defaulting quite a bit. Try to take things a little bit quicker. Bird's gonna come down early here. Most
Nice read by
definitely
Philip.
has a blind there. Philip to spray down. It stalled the team out already. Just the rotate coming rather quickly here. Connoxians, good for one. Sometimes that shot's a bit questionable, but not this round. It's gonna be picked up. Hunter's Fury to go down, trying to clear sight. Just trying to blunt, force it. Force the issue here. Coming through. Seekers are going to get destroyed. Alpha is concussed though. Through lobby is Carly caught out. Still in the back of that ultimate as Thumer will pick up one. And now the rotation finally going to come through after losing lots of utility in two players.
Yeah, great read. Philip hasn't really been spamming that whole lot and just finally does so when they are all stacked up with a rifle. Dreams is put to sleep.
Put to sleep indeed. Still, they'll stick the Astra here. Finally, going to come help the team out. Thumer stuck towards Cat. He's been very patient on these angles. Forced to back away thanks to the Nano Swarm. Gonna throw the cage up. Trying to get back into it. We'll peek it a little early. Tripwire will give him the info for one. Asana will fall. Playing forward with the Frenzy. So aggressive from the
my.
Cypher. Played perfectly.
Confidence.
Thumer will find a third on the round. Spikes down as well. Tyre understands this one's a
That's a
lost
save.
cause. Just trying to get the gun out the round.
Gosh, Thumer honestly was the one player in Dallas Vendetta that was actually doing a pretty good job the entire first half, despite
10
them losing
seconds
so
left.
dominant, like in such a dominant fashion they were losing. Connoxians had that one like pop off round, but the rest of them were like very trickling some kills here and there. But Thumer actually was finding success, like 15-12 at the start of his half, basically. And now on defense, looking just as good. So really like 22-12, there it is. Hasn't died since I last looked at that scoreboard where they're at 15-12. So guys 7-0 since then. And it's just stomping. Just fantastic showing by OK Thumer so far. And you need that to happen, especially when falling behind us. Somebody just like rallying the team like, yo, I'm popping off. Let's go. Get up to it. Connoxian's been doing so. Operator back in hand. Phil holding down mid. Dreams really the only one struggling in the frag department, but the smokes are looking good. The utility-wise has been doing fantastic so far. And honestly had a great first snap as well. So you can be like, oh, they just have bad plays. It's just one of those things that's struggling so far. They're losing really heavily, but now they're going to be coming back.
Yeah, especially util players, you really have to give more attention to their assists than their kills. 8 assists definitely has been doing work, whether it's the Nebula to Vision Deny, whether it is the Nova Pulse to Gravity Wells, has been setting up kills for the team, and that can be almost more important than grabbing the frags themselves sometimes. Thumer set up yet again on Cat. See if Lynn's able to find the early frag. First two knives, no good. Oh, through the smoke, it's brutal here. Carly gonna be taken down. The right flick is so good. The knives are gone. Two more players as well as Connoxians and Dreams will combine. Tyre's got one, but gone from the Doppelganger Astra. Oh my days, Genji Black. They try to play the Jack in the Box strategy. But the Dallas Vendetta, they are not scared easily.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, Thumer. All caps. No cap.
Any knivers?
Slashing the competition. Oh, jeez, man. Oh, my God. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. Like, we already saw the Frenzy swap play to keep aggression after spray. It didn't work the second time, and they're just like, well, the last I got is a knife. Here we go.
Hey, well, I think it's just it's a lesson, right? If your knives don't work, hey, mine certainly does. Sometimes you just gotta teach him how it works, you know?
Oh,
He's a good guy at the end of the day. Been through
Yeah.
mid-market already. Hasn't found the frag, though, but has garnered quite a bit of control. Conoctions has moved the operator into quite the interesting position over towards lane. It's hard to defend, but no one lobby, so no real stress for it. They've been able to pull the Cypher over away from Cat for the moment being. But can Gen G Black take advantage of the rotations they've caused? Once again, we're in that same pit that we saw over on map number 1, Chad. This team has the advantage over towards A site, but they're taking their sweet time, letting it marinate, and they're slowly starting to lose it.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, you just want to play away from Oki Thumer because that killer can't be stopped. But they have a 3-stack on B side in response. Nice read by Dallas Vendetta overall, and Philip finds the first kill already.
First kill to be grabbed. Conoctions has a lot of work to do with the off that close. Willing to switch now to the Blade Storm. They haven't found anything. 2 going to be taken out early. Phil from the back of the site. Found another, a third, a fourth.
Spike
The Odin
One
is
shot.
deadly here, and Lily
Is it an ace?
alone. No HP. It's an ace from Philip. Stepping up when it needs to be done. The Dallas Vendetta, they've almost got this thing tied up.
Just Odin back in boats. Don't mind me. I'm just going to spray you down. A lot of those players are really weak as well from the effort of the other 2 members on site. So, plus the chip damage found in mid earlier on too. So the Odin, man, if they are weak players, you are going to find that kill because so many bullets are going your way. They're going to be a lot of body shots because it's not super accurate, but they are definitely going to be hitting you. And if you're already weak, yeah, you just die instantly to just a laser beam of bullets, essentially. Might be a quick early peek here from Dreams, which would be a little unsightly for the side Dallas Vendetta. Wisely falls off.
I'm going to fall off here. Don't want to lose any of that utility early, especially with how much stall potential there is within the Astra Stars. Be over towards A here, and no control for Gen G Black. They're going to take this thing straight to the bank. We'll see if they're able to find anything. They are able to get their way into sight. Not something we've been able to say for the last couple of rounds, so certainly something here as they now get a chance to play the post plant. They've got a lockdown. They've got a Cosmic Divide. It's most definitely doable. Dreams outdoor early. Hasn't spotted anything just yet. Hunter's Fury good for 1. A second as well, going to come via lineup. Lily going to take out 1 towards doors. Seekers to go down. Thumer not willing to move an inch. They're off that throw. Not even needed as Phillips shut it down. 3 with the Odin out of scaffold. The Dallas Vendetta. They've gone the distance. They've gone 8 rounds. We're tied up.
Just don't destroy the lockdown for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, why bother?
It's fine. You have so
Why
much
bother?
time.
It's
That's
wasted
so
energy.
successful. At Gen G Black, man, this might be a flawless half. Like it really, realistically, might be. Their economy is not amazing right now. They are either going to force buy, bad buy, or save for next round. But then if they lose that one, then they will have to force buy for the final potential round.
I would like to see a save, Chad.
Yeah, I think save here, buy up next round, and then force it from there if needed, would be the call. If you lose this one, of course, Gen G Black, they just can't find success in offense, man. You have Phil just spraying down, holding the line with forward information from 2 double initiate on site. You have, we have Conoctions doing this in mid with a double kill. You can't challenge mid if somebody's just popping off like that. And OK Thumer's in tree. Where'd he go if you're on the side of Gen G Black? It's not here.
Remaining.
Oh, it's nowhere. Apparently, Thumer going to pick up 2 from Cat. Alpha Fly will swing through for an early trade. It's 11-10. And now Gen G Black, the pressure is on as they look to what could be their final buy of week number 1.
Gosh, like the most success they've had is fighting through B main or through A main. But when they do so, Dallas Vendetta is doing a graceful enough fall off or getting a trade or 2 on the initial so that their retake options are pretty strong and they've been successful on the retake. So either Gen G Black isn't able to get map control successfully and punished to force like a good post plant for them, or they're put into a bad post plant situation. Like it's a lose-lose situation for Gen G Black so far. They have to just find like they just need to find success somewhere. Like nothing's
Yeah.
working for them so far.
Yeah, and you definitely are right there, Chad. It's not that
It's
this
a
team
tough-
hasn't been
tough
trying
one.
to innovate. They just haven't been able to
They've done,
innovate
like, all the
successfully.
things.
They have
Right.
done literally everything. It's not like they are putting the square block in the circle peg. It's just none of the pegs seem to fit any of the holes.
Yeah, it's because everything goes in the square peg. Square square hole.
Oh.
Everything goes in the square.
And that's why you're the color caster. Dreams good for one. Trades back for Genji Black. And maybe suddenly they found the square peg. Okay,
Ooh, nice
Boomer
bait
is
by
through
Lin.
the divide, but gone just like that. A great bait indeed. Alpha Fly to pick up one. Has one stuck out. Flashes are there, but Alpha Fly, are you
way!
kidding me? The spray transfer to come through. Good for 3. And now 1v2 on the retake.
She's clutched
Charlie
before.
very low here. Has been able to clutch, but it's going to be a
15 HP.
mountain's worth of pressure. Shackbolt's available, doesn't want to switch the gun off to take them. Able to find
Does she
one.
read both there?
Just needs to waste time. Just needs to waste time.
She hears it.
Oh, fill up with the
Fill up.
Odin to finish the job. The defuse gonna come through. That's match point, and that's a very low economy for Genji Black.
Yeah, it's just an Odin versus a weak player. You just spray those bullets. One of them's gonna hit the body, and that's gonna be enough. Man, great bait by Lin when I think it was Carly, maybe Lily got tagged and then just pushing through that wall through her. But Lin's like, nah, I'm just waiting here. I'm baiting my teammate and getting the free kill when you push in. Beautifully done. But man, that was outshined by Alpha Fly's spray transfer and getting that triple. That was nuts. And that was a big deal that allowed Dallas and Vendetta to win that round. Now in match point, what could be a flawless half here, Cat, to finish off the series because they did win the first map of this best of 3.
First flick is no good, but those shots in mid could turn into what are nails in a coffin. Smoke Doctrine with being Tasmanian Tigers through with Spotted Dream. Little come through. Oh, I was getting worried there with knives are going to connect and they'll refresh as well. So Dreams will fall early towards Wine. 2 players remain towards the ace side. One of them is the op of Connections. Doomer has been very instrumental towards the cat hold as well. As you can see, Genji Black hesitant to play it still. The flick's
Wow,
no good. Lin will
nice
find a
shot.
second. That's a crispy lock-on headshot. It's Doomer now. Final early hope here. Spotted one. Has got a second
But the
as well.
raid
Trips
boss.
are coming out huge. Philip gonna pick up one as well. And suddenly the numbers have dwindled here. Spike got to get recovered, but the door has been closed on Carly, who will fall to Thumer. He's good for 3. And Lin, all the work in the world to do. Headshot for 1. The second not going to come through. Alpha Fly to finish the job. And Dallas Vendetta, they're up 1-0 in the Swiss Week format.
A flawless half from Dallas Vendetta as well, proving like we are the defensive team. I know Genji Black, you're looking better on defense. We were looking a little bit better on offense overall, and man, we're looking better on defense. Totally. Okay, Thumer,
30
a
bomb.
30 bomb, easily the match MVP of this map, and I think would be my running leader for match MVP for the entire series. This player is doing an amazing job with lurks on Haven, doing great sight holds on Haven as well. But really the shining light was on Descent, clearly, as you can see on the scoreboard right there. And they're just holding down Tree and then setting up the team for retakes on A. Just immaculate job by the Cypher player on Dallas Vendetta.
Yeah, absolutely. Cat not even an option with this man in the server. Talk about locking it down. Both maps as well. Just outplayed all the way through for Dallas Vendetta, constantly able to rotate right where they need to be. Genji Black played a bit slower into their actual rotates and executes on their rotates. But hey, when you've got players like Thumer step towards Cat, just absolutely obliterating, whether it's the 1v3, the 1v4, or even the 1v5, it's very tough to actually commit to something. It's scary to walk into what is the lion's den with this players around. So the Dallas Vendetta really just having a peg above this week, but hey, 5 more weeks to still get yourself into that top 8.
Yep, this is the very first week of the season. It is Swiss format, so it's one of those things where I was talking to some friends about Swiss format, how it works, because we saw it fairly recently with the Game Changers in NA, where if you lose that first game, your opposition is going to be another team that also lost the first game. So the rest of the trajectory, if your goal is just to make it into that top cut, the top 8, then if you lose your first game, then the rest of your entire run on those regulation weeks is going to be easier than if you won your first game. However, you're kind of playing the odds of hoping you can actually win out from that situation.
Right.
And if you win at first game, obviously you're already to a great start, and all that that tournament elo is going in your favor at this point.
Right. Well, we'll see what the story ends up being. As still, it's a long stretch until that November 20th, 21st final event. But for now, that is the end of the semi-pro matchup for this week. We also have an open matchup on the way, which is Akuma versus OPP. That's coming up in the next 15 minutes. So we'll jump to a break, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one. More Valorant to come in just a bit. See you there.
Well, maybe I'm done, maybe I've lost. Still putting up a fight because I love my mom, I love my family. When I was young, they would all look after me. I don't know why, but I feel like a burden. I spend my life overthinking my purpose. Can't really cry, I'm so used to the hurt. Trauma keeps up at me at the wrong moment. I just wanna numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. Numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. found a picture we took many years ago. When I said to you we would never grow old. Messages I've saved that I never understand, cause I don't know you, but I used to back then. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here after all this time. Found yourself a way out of this small town. Got a place at school you didn't hang around. Every day you're far away, these streets don't feel the same. Everywhere is painted with your name. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here after all this time. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here. Try to replace you with somebody out there. If I didn't chase you, would you even care? And if I lost my mind, would you come around? I will keep you safe and sound after all this time. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly
OPP pack up against Akuma Esports. Going to be game number 2 today. Is going to be the open division that we're seeing. We just saw some semi-pro action, really good site holds, retakes, a lot of team synergy, and a lot of fragging in between those strategies. We'll have to see what teams can do in the open league. If they're going to be as cohesive, do they look as good with the gun play, the spray transfers, things like that. Yet to be determined, as we're about to see our first match of the season from that side of the brackets.
Yep, as you mentioned, this is the open division now, only $1,000 prize pool, and they have the top 16 moving on to their final event rather than the top 8. So a couple more options for these guys all the way around, all the way through. But talking a little bit about this matchup, Akuma Esports, a team that's been together since July, a long time coming for them. Initially fielded a roster for the VCT. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the run they wanted to, but hoping for a better result here in the open division. And on the other side of things, OPP Pack, they built their Twitter yesterday because they wanted it to get referenced in this event. So already we've got a team that's going to have a little bit more cohesion, a team that's been together a little bit longer. But hey, sometimes these pug rosters, man, just vibing out, having a good time, end up being pretty deadly.
Hey, man, I mean, it is going to be a best of 3, so you can't really do that whole, like, it's best of 1, anything can happen.
Right.
You are going to have to be consistent through a best of 3 system and actually be able to find success. But yeah, dude, I mean, even if you don't have insane amount of, like, cohesion as a team, you haven't had that time to lab it and find, like, actual strats that you developed yourselves, original options, things like that. Still, just your general knowledge of the game, limitations of agents, basic comms, working with a team. And I've seen some rosters that have been together for a long time, and the lurk would come through, you get the kill, and they come through, and it's as if nobody on the team said anything. Like, just basic comms are sometimes a problem for even existing teams. So if they are just good at communicating with each other, basic understanding of the game, we get the fundamentals individually, then they can still find some wins, especially in the open league.
Yeah, let's speak about games here. This game going through the maps, we've got a clean little animation, a clean little transition into it here. The band's going to be Split and Breeze, Icebox and Fracture, basically the same thing, but we've got a split band this time around. Hey, teams don't want to get down and dusted on those more difficult maps. You can't blame them. OPP Pack out with their first pick. It's going to be Haven. We're right back to where we started so far in this series.
Right back to where we started, the El Clasico map. I'm not going to be surprised if we see Ascent later on as well, but the second map that we'll be going to that is going to be guaranteed in the series is the Down and Dusted. That you use that interesting terminology. We're going to a dusty map. It's going to be bind, sand everywhere, and it's going to be a lot of teleportations and rotations in between.
Yeah, Bind, a map that is very interesting to see come out of the open division, but not super surprising to see from Akuma Esports, a team that's been together for so many months now. Bind, all about the cohesion, all about how you work that rotational play, and really requires good meshing and good counterplay off of each other. And the decider map will be Ascend from OPP Pack. We'll see if we get there. All depends on how that Bind map goes, but
yep.
I feel like I've got a clear favorite for it once we get there.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, you can just assume that the team that's been together longer is going to be better on a map that's like the tried and true test of which team can be most coordinated. Yep. Honestly, Haven, Bind are like that too, like controlling those teleportations and rotations for your team and working together cross map for when to take teleportation timers, when to rotate in response to them, things like that. And Haven, that's like the 3-site thing. How do we rotate? Do we do lurks? Things like that. So a lot of these maps are really going to be just tests of which team can work together better as a unit. Not surprised to see Akuma banning Icebox and Fracture, 2 of those puggy maps. I'm a little surprised to see Breeze banned by OPP Pack.
Yeah,
when that's the other one of the 3 puggy maps. But I guess they just have that confidence in the teamwork.
Yeah, interesting for certain here. I think it's got to be confidence, right, Chad? Because even throwing out Split, I think Split's a map that definitely can be cheesed quite a bit if you're able to garner yourself mid control. You can play a lot faster. You don't really have to take so much time to set up your executes, and that can be something that really helps this team. But hey, if they're feeling confident, so be it. We'll see what they've got in the tank. But it is definitely surprising to see them going more to the fundamental maps. easier to lane maps that definitely are going to require good synergy.
We're really looking forward to seeing what agent pickups are going to be from these two teams as well, especially OPP Pack, a very new roster. We have not much information on them at all. Akuma, also a team that we haven't really seen pop up a lot in these kinds of tournaments, so they're trying to make their way in through the open league and make a name for themselves now, so we'll get a good idea of what their strategies really are like going into this game. But yeah, we saw 2 Cyphers in the last series, the first one of the day. And I'm kind of low-key hoping we don't see Cyphers, because when Cyphers are on the map, naturally, if it's played correctly, a lot of slower-paced gameplay, because if you push forward, get map control, clear the tripwire, that's a telegraph. We'll pull back a little bit, reset, make some baits or feints elsewhere, and then execute on a site eventually. So hopefully we don't see that. It also stops a lot of lurks coming through for post plants. It makes it very telegraphed and one-dimensional for the retakes. So we'll see. Obviously, Cypher is very good on Haven for the reasons I just explained. A free time of blowing on defense and really good awareness for post plant if you're offense. But I do like more aggressive options. We'll see if that happens.
I will see indeed. I do think it's worth bringing up, Chad, that while Akuma have been together for so long, in their last 8 maps played, would you like to take any sort of guesses as to how many of those were W's?
%50%.
Ooh, you're 50% off.
Oof.
It's a bit of a 0. So while they do have some match history, not necessarily the history you want to see. So a chance for a fresh start from them against a team that's getting a very fresh start. Is it the experience, although not converting W's, having it in the first place that's going to win the day? Or is it the young blood, the dudes who have that fresh slate to play off of, able to take the W? I think that's the question. But yeah, that does kind of change predictions just a little bit.
I mean, sometimes you go into a slump as a team. We've seen it with other teams in the past. 8 map losses in a row is quite the slump for sure. But I've seen some bad ones nearly that bad. It happens. And this could be a beautiful opportunity to start a new season of Proving Grounds, to shake off all of that frustration of the past, any kind of like lack of confidence. I mean, they sign up for another tournament. Clearly they have confidence and they're looking to prove themselves. I mean, this tournament series is called Proving Grounds. Like, this is the perfect opportunity to be like, hey, we're not just a losing team. It was just a slump. All good. We'll come back strong and start taking some dubs. And I mean, if you win over a team that just formed, that's not like the most like proving thing to do,
yeah, but it's something.
It's a start. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's better than losing.
Exactly. And also worth mentioning, those a lot of those losses come from Knights Monthly Gauntlet, and that event we see tons of very phenomenal tier 2 teams playing, like losses to the PBK team themselves, losses to Faux Real, and then losing to BBG Academy, but pulling 8 rounds out of that series. So not to say this team can't win games, say they can't win rounds. It's been a process for sure, but one that's definitely been getting better as time goes on. I like what we're seeing here initially with the picks that come through. I have seen the KO start to work its way into Haven, and I've really been liking the innovation it's allowed for teams. We'll see if they're able to find something off of it. OPP Pack looking like they might want to go in that direction too. I do think it's interesting seeing the Omen come out. That's usually a sign of teams not necessarily there with the synergy just yet, as the Astra can be significantly harder to work in team play than something like an Omen is.
Yep. Losing to semi-pro teams. They're not against semi-pros here. They're in the open league. So this would be a beautiful opportunity to get some more momentum their way and then try to take on semi-pros in the future. They do pick up a Cypher. I'm sad about it. But like I said, it is a very good pick on Haven, so you can't blame them when they try to go out here for dubs. On the other side of OPP Pack, what I'm very excited about, No Sentinel triple Initiator. And as Initiator main, love to see it. Even though it's not the best of the meta in my opinion, but still love to see it.
But here's what they do have, Chad. They have Goblin Barrel. Now, if you're a Clash Royale fan, like I personally am, you know that you stack the front, you throw the Goblin Barrel down lane early, and you have it attack the tower while everyone else stalls the initial push. So that's kind of the same thing here because we got Goblin Barrel on the Jet. You
The
stall
single
early
duelist.
with the rest of your fleet, with the rest of your team. You send the Goblin Barrel down into sight to get the work done. Looks like gonna be the option here as they go to C long, but little do they know, Akuma's running this thing down.
Romi's running it down, right down at C long. Tailwind's out, but gets out in time because Tonrak is there covering their back.
Ooh, the team there just in time to bail him out, and already the rotation gonna come through here for OPP Pack. It should actually work out for them. They've kind of given them the space, and the Sova can't hear the footsteps just yet. They will hear short now from the KO, so the rotation gonna come through back towards the A site. They should have the plant down at the very least.
And no stars being dropped right now from the Astra rotating over.
planted.
Some lineups, but it's going to be a little bit late. The spike was planted successfully already, and they were allowed to set up a 4-player post plant despite being down in players on the map. Complete retreat from Akuma.
Retreat indeed here. They do have so much KO utility, opting to spare everything else to throw out the flashes. They work perfectly. 3 frags that come through. Jinsu all alone now towards long and shut down by Jeppa. Asakuma Esports will take the pistol.
I love that KO flash over the wall. It was popping right over that corner. So when the player pushing forward takes the angle challenge, they're not getting flashed even kind of in that situation. That was great lineup, and clearly this team is comfortable with a KO on the roster.
Yeah, I love to see teams trying new things, innovating, and looking like they definitely have an idea, right? They're willing to give that side up. They're willing to play the retake. They know they've got that much utility to work with. They throw that initial 0 point, know nobody's close. And as you said, able to throw the flash over corner, knowing it'll get the most players if it's behind box rather than having to clear that front angle. Early information to come with the 0 point once again towards A short. Allows Romy to sneak his way up as no one has abilities. They have to play off of the challenge. Been able to get 2 up now early. A chance for some real pressure out of A short.
Yeah, that Nebula as well. I like that classic 0 point usage right off the back, is because they only saw the sky. That implies, obviously it's not guaranteed information because they could have backed off slightly and then re-challenged the A lobby, but it implies that they're probably going like default or one person lingering on the lurk.
Jeppa's drone is good to spot one here. Still knows they're over towards the grass area. And a very secured hold right now over towards the back of A site, and that'll turn into flanks in just a minute once the B site starts to get pressure. Jeppa good for 1 early here. Gets the dart off before the suppression. So information gained as Damien 1x caught out. Work over towards garage now. Tripwire set up here and Cypher set up back plat. Have to break it to push forward here. And only 30 seconds left, so not really a chance to rotate the one away either. Lot of work for Ninza here. Flash to come out. Set towards back plat. Is going to get spotted. Good for 1 though. A second as well. Before Yaknig able to shut it down. Carno, pop flash to come through. Both players blind on sight. Frags picked up from both players. Went out garage as Jeppa and Carno to finish the job off the swing. Takuma Esports 2-0, only dropping 1 on the anti-ego.
Yeah, the Carno looks really comfortable with KO with that flash timing for swinging and for like pop flashing themselves in. A little uncoordinated with the team because Romy just swung out right into that flash and just started spraying and hoping to hit something, which they actually managed to do. Got a little bit of damage off, but so a little bit of lack of communication there, which might be a red flag for later in the match when it actually mattered a little bit more. Nevertheless, clearly the KO knows what they're doing as far as individual usage of the abilities. And I'm actually interested to see if we see some like really creative like molly lineups with the fragments or anything like that later on. Romy, hello.
Yeah, Romy doing a bit of roaming up here early. Once again, we've got 2 players creeped up long side. This time it'll be C long rather than A long. Presence definitely is noted here for Yaknig, but not quite sure the seconds there. So it allows for the refrag potential. Tonra gonna work away now. Crossfire set up. Push forward into garage. Haven't spotted anything just yet. No utility actually there, just the KO in presence.
Wow.
And the dog will pull him away towards B from what being. Oh, Romy gonna swing out, barely able to stay alive. Yaknig a little bit too much on his plate. Tonrag will take 1. Upgrades to the Phantom as well. Into the site they go. Cardinal gonna gather some shots. Not enough to kill though. 2 down towards long now. A real chance for a pinch.
Some nerves perhaps from Yaknig. Should have at least gotten 1 kill there despite the swing coming through. It should have been like a trade or maybe even a double for that Omen, but completely spraying while in motion, not accurate whatsoever, and gives up the kill. Better weaponry. Spike has been planted, and all the angles are covered by Akuma.
One enemy remains.
Smoking
Angles
garage.
covered indeed. 2
Late.
frags to be found at the very least. Trade's going to come back forward. Goblin Barrel from the rear. Let's take it out from Garage. The bonus is good. 3 guns to be picked up. Defuse to come through now. Akuma Esports looking good on round number 3.
We defend this reality.
So winning the bonus, actually massive. That shatters the economy of OPV pack. They're gonna have to either force here with light armor, or save moving forward and try to have a nice little cushion of the economy. It looks like they're a little bit all over the place right now. They're not really sure what they want to do with their rifle in hand for Goblin Barrel. Definitely would rather see the team being on the same page here. Operator in hand for Romy. Has a bad read as far as where the entire attack is going to come from OPV back, but might be able to take down React Naggas again.
Just coming rather quick up towards a short. Haven't spotted
Very
anything
fast.
just yet. Gonna throw that 0 point down to secure. Nobody's close tunnel. Dog is able to clear the drip. Took a little bit of a
stops-
high jump.
It stops getting more information though, so they don't know exactly where these 2 players are on site.
Absolutely here. Nine's up close, playing off the cam. Hasn't spotted anything just yet. The Jinsu's aware the cam's there. Shuckbolt won't break it. Slow
Wow.
push here on the eco. A lot of utility used early, chat, and not a lot of value found either.
Yeah, basically nothing. I mean, generally you get that position in sewers for free anyway. They literally got 1 corner clear of information so far. That's it. And they use a bunch of info, bunch of util.
Ooh, Nine's up. Ooh, that pop flash out of nowhere. Caught with the second one as well, but Carno there to save the teammate. Find the first. Rotation's a go, but no theft has
Into
gone
the
down.
op.
They know this one's coming, and Romy ready and waited, post up with the op, but the shot's no good. Has to smoke the dart. Still on the angle. Lost the dash, but doesn't need it. Gonna pick up one onto Damien, and now will flee away. Site secured. Plant hasn't gone down just yet. Still no upgraded utility from this team. They've got no frags just yet. So, gun disadvantage, player disadvantage. What can they do? What can they hold?
And an alert coming through C lobby as well. You have 2 people there going to be pushing for an off angle. It's going to be tough as they retreat into garage. So there's nowhere really for OPP pack to go. They've got a Phantom upgraded, but if you run into an operator, got a little shot off. That's some chip damage, but it's diffuser going through.
Yeah, defuse, stuck and hold. Goblin Bear able to grab himself 2 quick frags. Looking for more. No bullets in the chamber. Tries to sneak out, but not going to happen. Able to grab 3 at the very least. Trying to balance out the economy just a little bit. It definitely helps to create some dents.
Yeah.
The OPP pack still a lot of work to do as they're now down 4-0.
That kind of thing will pay off later a lot more than it pays off right now. So if they can win this round to shatter, like if they win this round, then now Akuma won't be able to really buy up the next round. Essentially is what that means. Not fully at least, not comfortably. So
It's a special tool that'll help us later.
actually I think they can buy up next round. I'm just kidding. 2 rounds from now is when they win. Buy up if they
eventually.
win 2 rounds in a row.
It's the long game. Definitely gonna
Long
find
con.
one early with Hunter's Fury. The long game
2.
down C. Long is good for 2. Tone Rag trying to play his own long game close towards window, but it's not to be. Door to shut that one down. And they'll work their way over towards grass. Looking for a B main. Trying to get a peek from Cubbier backside. Carno willing to take it. And Dory has that one every day of the week. Seekers are out now. Trying to bait the B push as they work over towards Garage. Jeppa, the Odin in hand. Good for a 3rd on the round. Looking for more after the initial Hunter's Fury picks. Dart, not going to scan for Dory. Oh, it does now. Just too little too late. Jeppa waits
Wow.
1 more second as the frag, but Dory will take that one. Now 3 on the sky. Initiators coming up to play this round. 2 on 2. Plenty of time. Where do they want to go with it?
Yeah, and all these Cypher utilities set up on like an A site from long situations. They don't know if they're going A short, playing for B, staying in garage. So there's going to be a very late rotation and response from Akuma Esports because they lost so much map control. It's going to be attacking from 2 angles, which is like the saving grace here. They have 2 of the 3 from B side they can attack from, but they have to find those angles and find the fights in a way that PP Pack isn't completely expecting. That smoke's going to make it a little bit tough to push through.
One enemy
Absolutely
remaining.
will, but Romy is there to find one. Dory to the back of the site's good for one as well. 2 flashes now, as one has been returned. Actually flashes himself. Is able to swing
Oh
around
my
just in
God.
time. Romy will fall. It's the ace from Dory to put OPP Pack on the board.
That is definitely one way to get the final kill for your ace. Everything else Dory did that round was fantastic. But then right into the end, when they have to win a 1v1 to secure their ace as well as the round win, you self-flash coming out of it already spraying, and then just like, they hit the headshot at the very end of it. Good job by Dory overall though. 4 out of 5 very clean kills is still very good. And hey man, sometimes you just hit those, you know?
Sometimes you do just hit those. It's very true. 0 points down early. Hasn't spotted anything towards window. This one is getting absolutely ran down. A OPP Pack now feeling a bit of potential. Goblin Barrel's in first. Has broken the util. Dory close towards Tone Rack, who's able to find one. I'm not sure where the comms are. Maybe just getting beaten the 1v1 for Jinsu. Hopefully just an outplay. But no shots landed at all. So
Now they think they went long. Dory thinks they
Yeah.
went long.
Goblin Barrel is going to be good for 2. Damien can pick one up as well. As the push still come through sight. CT is Jetpit finding one. Damien stuck in the corner. Tone Rag, as you mentioned, think they're long, really short. No one's watching it. Able to finish the job. Akuma Esports will also get the revive on the KO. So an extra gun taking it to the next round as they're up 5-1.
Akuma looking so good on defense. This is a lot of what we saw in the first series of the day. Both teams looking really good on defense so far. This is the first half of the series, so it's yet to be determined if Akuma is just straight up better on both sides all around on the server, or if both teams are really defensive favored teams. We'll see when the second half comes, but OPP Pack, they need to start winning some of these rounds so they can have some breathing room to really show if they're really good on defense or not. Because as it's looking, they have like 1 or 2 rounds going into the second half. They lose the pistol and they don't really have a shot to really prove themselves.
This is a nice spot.
Get out of my way.
Team now stuck on a scuffed by yet again. So OPP Pack able to break that max loss bonus, able to get themselves out the hole, and now straight
Oh, it's
back
2
in
knives.
with they go. 2 knives gone already for Goblin Barrel, just off of utility. Trying to push out towards garage. Recon is going to spot Nyanza for just a second, but able to tuck her down towards the back of the site. Good for 1. Romy going to find one with the knives. Looking for more. Oh, jumping right click from Goblin Barrel to take him down. Carno going to gather a trade back. Goblin Barrel a second with the classic, but the rest of the team is gone just like that, and Tone Rack will do it right back to him. 2 on the classic of his own. 6-1 for Akuma Esports. It's now a rebuy to come through.
It is a free gun.
Ain't nothing
Right
better than
click
free.
comes through. Hey man, nothing's better than free. That's what my mom would say. That's what your mama said too. You told me that one time.
I did tell you that one time. I'm
told
glad
me
you
that.
remember.
Hey, I have good memory. Just like how I
Big
remember
garage
that
sale guy.
Romy popped off really well in C long last time when the rotation came through from OPV back when they shut down an A site, rotated a C. Romy was waiting with that operator, but this time rotating the sewers with the op. And we'll have to see if OPV back can
Oh,
read that out, sniff it out, get some info, and not challenge that lane.
oh, close on the angle there for Goblin Bear, but nothing to be found. At least not going to get caught by the op of Romy, who is frequently known to hold things down. Oh, peeks into it. Later.
There you go.
It's a minimum operator, but it's certainly not doing the minimum of work, as that's the first frag caught out. Dory up close by the cage, the Nebula as well. A lot of smoke, a lot of... Oh, frag. Oh,
Checks the feet. Am I clear?
yeah, I'm good to go.
Watch those lines.
It's actually could be big, able to stay there. I don't think they really expect anyone there right now.
Carno
Well, now.
seems really confident with the KO pick. Seemed to like go with his flash usages so far. Probably has a good idea that it doesn't quite clear the corner. And there it goes. Got the kill.
Well,
Dory
Dark Cave info
had the
anyway.
awareness. Yeah.
Finally picked that one up. Damon able to get into sight though. Picks up 2. Plant to go down now. It's okay on both sides of things. Able to find a couple frags, but 1 able to get into the site. Trying to play post plant now. It's going to be a flank towards C long. Sounds like they're hearing it. They're expecting it. Crossfire set up. Jeppo will take 1.
Last player standing.
Oh, Technica potential for 2 huge frags. Doesn't come up with anything. Jeppa's dart's good to spot out Jinsu, and he's gone. 7-1 for Akuma Esports. They play that thing perfectly.
Thanks.
I just saw them lining up, Cat, and I was like, oh, it's going to be a double kill. And then
Yeah,
Jeppa
got
has to go do a
excited.
1v1 win. If you can win that, then it's going to be another 1v1 to try to win the round. But no, it's just Akuma Esports just slaying out at the very end. Real live. Carno 8-1, Jeppa 11-3. Very impressive score lines from these players. Even Tonorak 7-3 is really good considering it's a supporting character on controller. And it's not
7 KO assist.
quite as wild if you look at the scoreline of 7-1. Both teams have 3 ultimates to work with. It's going to be a long hold this time around from Romy. Beautifully done, finding a bunch of different angles to work with, making themselves not be predictable.
Yeah, absolutely. As Romy will now move over towards long this time around.
Aw.
No initial peek. Bolt's going to catch him out. Going to play back on the angle. Oh, timing.
All
You
those
hate to see it.
timings.
Not going to find anything there. Neither will Jeppa just yet towards short, but does get Dory stuck in the corner. Miscommunication, perhaps?
Interesting. Yeah, that actually kind of saves Dory if he chose to walk across.
It also has a little bit of confusion here. They don't really know if Dory's still stuck in the corner. Now they have to keep a player there. Nyan's a close corner. Spotted out by the drone. Still somehow able to find one. A second not going to come through as Damien's got a clean headshot to stop it.
Yaknak sneak through Garage. Has a really awesome opportunity for this team. Plus, Dory finds a
chance.
forensic kill on A site. That starts a rotation, and we have an already perfectly placed rotation. Does the Astra check window? She does not.
That's going to allow Yakna to possibly get this flank, and that could kill the operator rather early here. But Yakna, remember, Chad, he's got a chance to get kills just like this before, and has squandered him a chance for redemption here, taking a sweet time. Post plan very much set up here onto the
He's
site.
perfect.
Oh, Romy has no idea. And the pick will be found for Yakna. A chance for a second as well. Here's the player walking down heaven. Gonna reload for the moment being. Flash to come through. Fragment stuck in the hands. Carno can't get the gun out just in time. It's a thrifty round for OPP Pack. They take 4 guns out of it.
They got an operator out of it. I don't know if they really want an operator on attack with a single duelist lineup. I mean, on paper, it's still an upgrade from a Spectre, but
If they give it to Sova, it'd be fine.
yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, if Jinsu can pop off with op shots, then it can look amazing. Romy able to buy up another one because Akuma has been dominating so far this half and having a lot of people alive on these rounds that they've been winning. So they just bought that run right back up. They'll hold that again, this time in mid, but nobody's going to challenge that from the side of OPP Pack, which is a little bit to their luck.
Ooh, the flick is no good. Romy not gonna catch it. Barely
How they
escaping
know.
with the life there. So they'll move down towards Garage. Tripwire gonna be broken by Dory. Turn back up close here. No utility to be used for the moment
Snuck
being.
right past.
Stuck in the suppression. Able to play forward. Into sight they go. Spy Cam's got information, but no one really there to contest the plant. So plant you to go down most definitely. Post plant
Carno, big
time.
opportunity.
Hunter's Fury available. Oh, Carno has got one. A chance for a second as well. Peeking towards sight. Goblin Barrel swinging through. Hasn't found anything just yet. They've got tons of utility to use here, but no command going to go down. Trying
it
to keep
shuts down
this
the
team
Hunter's
at bay.
Fury.
Yeah, there's absolutely no retake ability here for this team. Is the plant going to go down now? But the thing doesn't last forever.
The reload. Wait.
Okay, Damien's good for a trade to come back through. Pop flash from Carno. Both players to side are blind, and he'll pick up 2. Now trying to play the post play, but they're stuck behind the divide. Doesn't know when it's going to get started and has to play forward. There's no choice. Stop the defuse thus far. Able to find multi-shock. Full playing forward with the operator in hands. Carno is ready and wait for it. That's 4 huge kills coming out of Carno. You said he had a chance to come up big, Chad. He absolutely did. Akuma Esports, they're 8-2.
Did Goblin Barrel start reloading on that corner? Or am I tripping?
I don't think you're tripping. I want to say no because I just don't want him to have started reloading on the corner.
Like, I'm pretty sure they're reloading. You know,
It's a
If doubt-
spectator bug, Copium.
Spectator
bug.
100% is what that was.
Just outplay.
Great timing by Romy is what it was as well. And that, speaking of barrels, the barrel of that operator pokes out of like that cosmic divide wall so early because it's so long. It makes the easiest like pre-aim fire setup in the world for that crossfire. It's a tough situation. Could have used Hunter's Fury, but chose not to.
Once again, Dory is going to use the Tiger to spot out that utility, but as you mentioned before, Chad, doesn't spot out any players because of it. Mayans has been able to play forward here towards Garage. Romy is going to pick up one towards mid. Seen a couple whiffs come through, but this time it's actually going to grab it. Speaking of whiffs, Nyanza not going to finish the kill onto Yakne, who's good for one. So Kuma traded one back with OPP Pack early here in this one. Looking towards C-Long right now. The Astra of Tone Rack ready and wait, but plenty of time.
Operator motioned over towards garage door. Carno wins the fight with a nicely timed and aimed swing. So no more mid control at all. They're just going full send on sight.
Ooh, the shots from Goblin Barrel are no good. The knives are going just like that. Jinsu to pick up one, though, makes up for the slack.
Got the weapon upgrade.
Spike
Romy
planted.
can't find the frag. Picked up for Goblin Barrel. Shot through the back box, just barely off. Own Blade Storm put out for Romy. Looking like the same results, though. So, this thus far good for 3 knives and none of them connecting. Goblin Barrel will connect with the Vandal, though. Good
Wow.
for 2, and Damien will grab one as well from sight. OPP Pack good for
Last
3.
round in the half.
Trying to get one more before the half.
I don't know, Kat. They say they nerf the Blade Storm because it's still too strong, but I'm not seeing any kills here. I'm seeing Vandals get them. All I'm saying.
And left clicking is so much harder than right clicking, Chad.
They just were not able to find some success there, Romy and Goblin Barrel with the knives, but Goblin Barrel, beautiful shots at the very end. Nice spray transfer to just clean up house, get a triple kill at the very end of it. Finish off that round. They've earned themselves at least breathing room going into the second half. But can they end off a little strong and maintain this momentum going to when they get to defend?
Oh. Hunter's Fury's out. Gone blind, has been good for a tag, but no initial damage after that. Spike still in spawn, looking to work over towards A main right now. The playthrough short. No competition at all here. As long as they're quiet, they'll be able to get all the way into sight instead of a post plant. Dog will go down. That's going to be heard. They know where this one's headed. But still, clear sight. Plant to go down. Now, do they have better luck on the post plant?
Lure coming out from member of Akamo Esports, but Yakne is ready for it, waiting for it. That shock dart lineup does a little bit of trip damage, but doesn't quite get the kill. Second one coming a little late. So the advantage right now is for OPP Pack, especially Yakne watching the lurk. What can Yonza do now while smoked off, not be able to support the team? So many delayed options.
Goblin Barrel going to be good for the first flashes to come through, though. Forces them under hell. Flash yet again. Jinsu to pick up one. Out through CT. Jeff was good for 2. Damien to trade one back. Romy's got one. And Dory from sight to shut that one down. Now it's up to the Astra on the flank. Time running short here. Has to get these frags in the next 5 seconds for a chance at the defuse.
They're both
Good for
weak.
one. The second spots the barrel, but not able to finish the job. Has to have the bomb, and more than that. The Jet gonna swing around the corner. Has the frag, but no time to defuse. They hold on the post plant. It's 4-8 as we switch sides for the half.
I love the tailwind dash. See if they can pull them off for free, all as it is. If they don't pull off the free, then you go and swing and go for the challenge, because if they don't pull off at that point, they just die. If they do, they don't have time. Beautifully done there. The very end for Goblin Barrel. Developing some momentum and figuring things out progressively more as that half went on, but they were only able to get a 4-round value on their round count. They will be fighting uphill, but we've been seeing defensive teams being a better side of things all day long so far. So we'll see if OPP Pack can continue on that momentum and maybe even win out this map still.
Yeah, definitely a chance here. They have garnered momentum. 3 of the last rounds won in those final 4 of the half. So things slowly starting to switch. Pistol would be great to keep that momentum cooking. No point destroyed early here in mid. This one's coming towards B. Interesting choice. Always hard to hold on the pistol. Frag gonna stop the initial plant. Romy gonna creep around here. Flash to come through. They're able to get into the site. Get out of the site. And now looking to undercut the defense on their way back to C is Nyanza. Through window. Hasn't got the peek just yet. Have wasted some utility. Dory gonna creep up. Looks at 3. Able to find a good
Nice
headshot,
flick.
but traded back. 4-on-4 now.
I mean, considering the situation, hitting that flick and getting that shot and kill is actually pretty massive for Dory, making it still a 4v4. They are going to re-execute
good morning.
on to B site, but Nyanza, good morning, has an angle. They gave up garage control earlier, and they took advantage of it fully.
Yaknig is already here towards Link as well with his Sova. Damien, the right click one, a second as well. Can't find the third, but has done what he needed to get done. Tornrak stuck towards window. Nyanza caught out in the blind, is able to find one though. Through the paranoia, Yaknig now looking to tap the bomb. Doesn't know where his Astra's moved to. Going to be fragile now, as the gravity well has caught him.
That's one way.
We'll spot to Cubby now. Shots will land. Tornrag does great work. Good one way, good gravity well. But at the end of the day, you got to hit the shot. It just doesn't happen. OPP Pack, they've got the pistol. Now they've got themselves a couple rounds under the belt. Chance to get things tied up.
Honestly, Tornrak had a one-way setup plus the gravity well and a ghost in hand. Why wouldn't you play from like window or at least a safer angle? Pushing that far up, tucking yourself into Cubby definitely would be like that surprise factor. Wow, but I mean, you're already making it impossible for Yaknig to realistically stick the defuse in that situation, and the time is like so long from completing that Yaknig has no reason to have to force the stick. Definitely could have fallen back a little bit and play a little bit safer with using your utility a little bit better with a ghost in hand.
Yeah, you make good points, Chad, and something to VOD review most definitely. For the moment being, we'll head towards A. It's a split coming through.
All the way back from that Cypher pressure.
There's absolutely nobody on it. You're absolutely right. The Cypher's done good work with a spy cam and his body. Still work all the way into the A site. Already through to CT. Yaknig will be the first alerted to him. But spike down, post plant, trying to get set up here, but with Classics very hard to hold. Damien will pick up one. The lurk is not going to be even thought about for Nyanza, taken out so early here. Now 5v4 for the retake for the gun advantage team.
Nyanza challenging those lurks a little bit too early, and OPP Pack didn't start the rotation yet, so they punched him instantly.
Goblin Barrel going to pick up one room. He's got one from Hell with the Sheriff still alive from the moment being. Goblin Barrel creeping around, trying to find Tornrag, but he gets right-clicked. He's gone just like that. But in the time it took him to get that one right-click, the rest of the team absolutely obliterated from the map as OPP Pack will finish the retake. They've got a 6-8 chance the bonus with 3 Spectres.
And here it comes, the defensive side right now. This is the pistol round, so typically you will win the next one. They have 4 Spectres still to work with and the Sheriff. Rifle buy-up for Akuma. So this is the time we gotta like really get an idea if OPP Pack is going to be just as dominant on defensive side or if Akuma Esports will be, because if OPP Pack can actually win out this bonus round, then I think they might be able to make this like full comeback happen and win out this map.
Yeah.
But there's still going to be some question marks if they lose this one, because on paper they should.
See, most definitely. Even if they do this round, obviously the rebuy going to come through, so chance to keep things moving. But the momentum from converting the bonus would be huge for this team. Tornrak looking to shut it down early. Astori will fall on the early push. Yaknig, is able to find Nyanza. Big indeed.
That's the lurk.
Grass all the way secured. Up towards B they go. Drone going to come through garage. Hasn't grabbed the rifle from A long. Didn't want to risk getting refragged. That was through. Drone will spot one.
OPP Pack don't have to rotate instantly. They still have a good idea of where the location is of Akuma Esports members, and they know they're not pushing all the way through yet. But lurk from Yaknig might actually come out massively later on.
Romi's going to find Goblin Barrel. That's B site secured, and they'll head
Big
this one
moment right
over
here.
towards A. Yakin's got a real chance to turn things back around as he'll catch out Tornrag.
Oh, but they go to A?
Now rotate around. Yeah, through B to A for Akuma Esports. Plant to go down now, but a chance for a pinch. They should know of Yaknig's presence, though. They definitely will to send 2 down towards short. Oh, it's all about timing here. Yaknig not going to have it in his favor as Cardinal will take him down. Now these 2 towards CT. They do have some room to play towards site now as they have sent everybody off. Has to be quick. No vision denial. Might have some flashes to work with off this KO. Push forward. Initially, they'll be the ones getting flash as they work their way off the CT now. No tag with the dart. Push forward for Damien. Has to come up huge. Able to find one, but that's all she wrote. Jinsu's around. Has one. Time running shorter and shorter, though, and has to find the last player towards that short side. Looking to half before the peak comes through. Oh, it didn't get half.
Oh, he didn't get half.
Like a millisecond off, so it's going to just barely miss the defuse here. Oh, the timing is so close.
That was incredibly close. Like, if he waited that extra millisecond or two to pull off, he would have died. So, tough situation. Literally perfect timing on the swing at the very end there. If the timing was anything different, then I think OPP back actually would have won that. I think Jinsu would have clutched that one out. That was so close. That was so close. 9-6 now, though. Akuma stopping that momentum from happening. Got them still back in the win column. Was very costly. They only had one rifle going into the next round. Was a buy up to the side of OPP back.
Yeah, OPP Pack looking in a good position here. Only player a bit scuffed is Goblin Barrel, but you make do with what you got. The rest of the team not looking too shabby. Let's work over towards Garage early here. Romy's got Spike in hand. Not sure if he realizes it. He's in that Blade Storm. Wouldn't be surprised to see him play a bit Psycho here towards the final destination. Close Garage is Dory. This could be great or this could be awful. Out Garage
This
now. Nobody's
timing
caught
is
it just
amazing.
yet.
Amazing timing.
What does
That's
he
insane.
find? What does he find here? Able to play through. Copy going to go down. Able to hear all of this. Story to creep through window. Here's where things really start to happen. We'll catch Nyanza, knife in hand. Looking for a second. Is going to spot the gun of Jeppa through the wall. So knows he has to be close. He's going to back up just a bit here. The rest of the team in
Can't
the
flash
meantime
through
is
yet.
taking their way towards the B site. Push forward for
You
Dory.
win
Take
it?
him another. Yakna going to find
What?
one. Dory good for 3 now. Another one from window. The KO disabled. No command no longer available. Tornark has to play around. Looking for the rotation. But time is running short. The defuse comes through regardless of the pick or not. But Yakna won't even allow it. It's 7-9. OPP Pack will find themselves around. They definitely should have had. To keep 3 guns alive. The rebuy to come through. A bit of scuffed by once again for Akuma Esports.
Another massive round for Dory. Got an ace beforehand, winning out the round for the team. Clutching out at the very end in a 1v1 situation for that round. And this time around has literally the best lurk timing you could ever ask for. Wins the free kill, of course, but then actually pushes through, wins out the strip 1v1 where both players knew who each other were, and then transfers to the third. Massive moment from Dory, bringing the momentum back to OPP Pack. Their economy is looking really good right now. They have ultimates to work with, and they have 2 members on site that Akuma Esports is looking to challenge on their eco.
Jimmy Romy working his way down long. Goblin Barrel, the flick will be found. Tagged up a bit, but good for the frag nonetheless. Nyanza been able to sneak up, but Yakneg's there, ready for all 3, and has found himself plenty of frags with the Phantom. That's something the Vandal just can't do. As Carno chipping Story here.
Dory,
Oh, the
I hear
headshot
that.
is no good. It's gonna land the body shot finally, but through the walls, Jinsu. They're able to drop a gun, but easily rebought for this team. It's 8-9, almost tied up here. Chance for it on the gun round.
Timeout coming out for Akuma. Man, they definitely want to take that because they had such an amazingly successful first half of this map. They're coming off of this 8-loss streak that you mentioned in the pre-game discussion there. And man, if you have an incredibly good start to a half like that, you're trying to like make that claim of like, yes, we get momentum back in our team. We're going to get some wins in the column there. And then you start like falling fast on defense here in the second half. You definitely need to take a second. Take that minute, tack pause, discuss some things. Where can we position? How can we execute on site? And at what corners are we not covering? What are we not clearing? How is OPP Pack keep finding these lurks? I mean, Yakneg, Dory keep finding massive lurks that are coming out big for OPP Pack. And on top of that, you see some stars being potentially pinged from Akuma Esports on the map there. Maybe you can use some Astra alignments to hold off on CT. Those are deep stars, though, Kat. What exactly
those
would
are
you really do there?
Deep stars. You can gravity well to rotate, but that requires you to have either incredible
See a hole
intuition
already.
or X-ray vision.
Yeah.
As I don't know, maybe they're tagging just in the sense of, hey, when we get sight, somebody needs to extend through here,
Yeah,
so
maybe.
we're able to hold easier. I don't know what that one is. Interested for sure. It'll be a default nonetheless. Goblin Barrel's out towards garage. Hasn't seen anything grass. Looking for
Looks like
frags.
their plan looks to be just faking with the owl drone clearance and then pushing C, trying to like bet on members of OPP Pack rotating and buying. Jinso is not doing that, not buying it for a second.
Yeah, and
That
even
return fire actually was really bad. That like completely destroys their plans. They have to rotate back to A now if they're going to try and do like a bait and switch. All they've really done at this point since they did the return fire is literally telegraphed to OPP back, hey, we're default right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they haven't really faked A at all here, and they didn't even really try to hide behind the Nebula once it went down. They just were full out. There's 3 players full into vision, so I think maybe it's the opposite way around, trying to fake C and then go A, but I don't know why you'd take Spike with you, but nonetheless, they're gonna come over towards A now. 3 players already set up for it, though, so whatever the initial strat was, looking a little scuffed thus far.
Yeah.
They worked their way up short. Clubby's been
After all of
cleared.
this.
Oh, okay, it's worked. All right, OPP
What
Pack's
wa-
defense has just played itself.
What?
I have no
Why
idea
the
why they
leave?
rotated. I have no idea why they
I didn't
rotated.
see anything telegraphed to say this is the time. All 3 of them left at the same moment.
So where
That's
they at,
wild.
though? It's been a long
They
time.
just take a guess?
Spike planted.
Yeah, sometimes
crazy.
sometimes you guess wrong, but at least now you have all the utility for the post plan. Didn't set anything up to sight, so
True.
the retake definitely has some potential here. To your point, it's going to catch 3.
They did catch the Omen, so no smokes for a while. It's going to be a delayed retake.
Blocking sight.
Delayed retake indeed, but only for 8 seconds. Smoke's available now, and they'll go down. Goblin Barrel's out first. Good
Missed.
for 1. Nyanza going to trade 1 back. Stuck towards health. Trades to come all the way through. Null Command's gone. The KO's been killed. And Jinsu finished as well. Nyanza good for 3. Just absolutely obliterating the retake. 10-8. Not quite sure what happened there, but OPP Pack definitely feeling the wrath of it.
Yeah, they had 3 people on site for a 3v3 defense of the site when the execution would actually come through, and then just suddenly, like, there's literally nothing happened on the map. We didn't see anything happen on the main map. Suddenly, there's all 3 of them just ran away from site, just completely abandoned ship, and then had to do a retake situation that the group gave on a silver platter Akuma Esports the ability to set up a post plant with a bunch of cross-fire angles, and they just capitalized on that beautifully. Got a lot of frags off of there. This peak would be a little tough. Dory, the timing! Oh my god, Dory's timing has been so good this game. Man, I want that kind of luck.
Don't we all, man? Don't we all? But you gotta remember, when you get lucky like that, eventually that luck is gonna run out. But not
It does
to
run
be
out.
just yet. Akuma Esports are gonna work their way now over to the C long side. Doesn't it looks like the same sort of default actually. I was gonna say it doesn't, but they've sent the initiator, the sentinel back over towards A. This time around though, no early peaks. They're taking their sweet time on this one. The op is going to give information. Gen2 on the jump peak. Shots no good. Drones over the top. Spot Carno. Flash as well. This is great defensive utility all the way through. Gen2 to finish the job.
Down. C.
Early isolation. Early frag. A second as well for Dory. And making a third. The op peak getting way too frisky. And Romy, you ain't that guy, pal. He's gone just like that. Spikes down towards the front of sight. Nobody there to play it just yet. Nyanza trying to make something happen towards B. Almost lining up for him, but got in the barrel, able to stay alive. Jeff all alone. Damien finishes the job. It's 9-10. OPP Pack bounce straight back.
Very, very healthy round. They kept their Hunter's Fury and Blade Storm, and that Front of Shadows is still there as well. They have a lot to work with on the side of OPP Pack. A lot of economy as well. It's looking pretty healthy. And Akuma Esports, they were able to win out that round after the timeout. Kind of seemed like it was a little bit off of just a lot of luck based on OPP Pack's decision making, but now OPP Pack is going back to the default and holding the line and actually just chilling. Just hold the sights. See what happens from there when they execute. And it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, gotta give credit to OPP Pack as well. They've been playing so patient on the defense. They've been really willing to let stuff happen. I mean, a couple instances like we see Dory come up a little bit farther to garage. This is a quick B site. Elbow actually
elbow.
spotted. You can shoot that.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter's Fury will get the job done nonetheless. So sometimes it takes the upgraded utility to do it. Gen C was rewarded 1. Unfortunately, no other tags to come through. Wolf spotted 1. Concussed to come through for Carno. We'll throw the flash down. Goblin Barrel is going to pick himself up 1 with the operator, looking to keep this one alive. Pop flash is good for Damien. Carno's gone.
They're ready for these lurks.
Now the hold down towards sight.
standing.
Jinsu will grab the last 2 to finish the job. Tonrak gonna get traded
Sorry.
out quickly. Opry recovered as well, so no worries. Just losing 1 happens sometimes. OPP Pack 10-10.
All good. Economy is fine. No worries. I feel like you didn't need to have 4 people on the bomb, but you know what? In case they challenged on mid, you want to protect the diffuser. So if you're going to protect anybody, you definitely want to protect the diffuser in that situation, and you can always reswing just like they did exactly like that to trade off for Goblin Barrel. 10-10 tied up.
Let's make
And with how the first half looked, you're just thinking, you know what? If we didn't see that first best of 3 and how defensive heavy it was today, I would be a little surprised right now of this comeback based on how things were looking. But man, defensive day, Cat.
Yeah, defensive day indeed. Niantic getting up here early, trying to make it an offensive one. Gensu good for the first. Cardinal to trade it straight back. Damien already up to CT. Yaknik top of the box to find one. Second as well, possible, but Cardinal's around to save the teammate. 3-on-3 now. Null Command is out for the offense here, wanting to prevent any sort of early retake. And they'll do just that, as there's no hope for flashes from heaven for quite a while in this round.
That Null Command buying a lot of time as well, coming out of Carno. Forcing them back, but OPP back now. Have Bladestorm ready. Retake coming on the way. 3v3.
Oh, Goblin Barrel, a real chance to disrupt hell there, but it's not going to happen. Torrent to take one out, tries to come back through, and Jeppa will win the day from short. Stays strong against Dory. It's 11-10. Akuma Esports back on the feet, looking for match point.
And the luck ran out for Dory. The timing was perfect from Jeppa at the very end, finding the perfect angle to shut down Dory, who wasn't quite behind the box enough to conceal themselves. 4 ultimates to work with now, too, for Akuma Esports. They just used the Null Command from Carno, already 2 out of 7 towards the next one, which they might be able to get in regulation rounds. Who knows? 20 bomb for this player as well, who's definitely making KO look really good. The rest of the team, I mean, Akuma Esports, now they won that round. They have good full buy-ups and have all these ults. They only need 2 more rounds to win in regulation. This could be it.
This could be it indeed. Goblin Barrel from the back this side to peek out first. They know this one's coming. Flashes to come through. I think that's a team flash. I think that's Carno's own flash that just killed him, but hey, sometimes it happens. Goblin Barrel going to find a second as well. The C-Long push has been shut down. Hunter's Fury's found nothing. Romy over the top. Gonna find a bit of a slam dunk on the Goblin Barrel. They have a chance to rotate this one away as well. Cypher on the lurk right now. Gonna get up towards the B site. Jinsu ready and waiting for it though.
Oh, definitely ready.
Oh, timing.
Saw the
Barrel gonna
perfect.
be spotted out. Jinsu's got that one any day of the week. And they look to play back towards C-Long. Oh, 0 point barely stepped out of if a chance to play forward.
That Bladestorm took out Damien while in ult. They were able to get a revive through the smoke as well. So there's still 4 players up for the defense.
4 players up for the defense. 0 point gives them that false sense of security. It's allowed them
Just
to play their
kidding.
way into sight.
That was not what happened at all.
All good. I'm
All
willing to
good.
go.
You know,
I'm willing to
sometimes-
go with you, nonetheless. I want you to be right.
It's a long day, 10 p.m. Second
Sometimes
series of
I
the
don't
day.
see it all the way. My head's heavy when I cast. Jeppa gonna step forward. No shots found just yet onto Damien. Recon Bolt gonna guarantee it's one player there. It's destroyed quite quickly though, so no scan. They're gonna play forward.
I can't use that.
Oh, lockdown and turn the utility. Paranoia as well. Yakneg will swing for one. Suppressed though. No dash. The Jet needs that dash. It doesn't have it.
No.
Straight into the Shock Bolt OPP pack. They've got it tied up. This game could definitely be looking at overtime. It's 11-11.
Hey man, sometimes color casters completely lose track of information that just happened a few seconds before, and sometimes Jet dashes
Use the
straight
dash.
into a shock bolt to die. You know, in a clutch situation, that's definitely winnable. It is what it is, man. Happens. I am willing to admit my faults, and that's what time that happened. They are still tied this game. Akuma, every time they look like, oh, this is the time they can actually come and bring it back. They took a tech pause. They won a round. They figured things out. No, just kidding. 2 rounds go to OPP back. Wait, Akuma won a round. They have 4 ults up in good economy. They can win this one out. Nope, OPP back comes back. At the very end, Romy dashed into a shock bolt, and a lot of that, honestly, was Goblin Barrel holding down, getting a lot of kills on site to stop that C-Long push. Now it's going to be a bit of a save round for Akuma Esports. They're going to try to bring this into overtime if they lose this one out, which on paper they should.
Yeah, definitely should. Gonna grab one. Dory there to help.
Strike
Turn
down
back.
A.
Absolute steal. Heart here, willing to take the peaks anyway. Dory to shut it down now. Romy gonna find one. They managed to play their way through, scored, and now switch sides with the defense here. A push down. Will not spot anything from long. Timing is in the favor of Jinsu there. Dog is zooming out the gates. Hasn't spotted anything. No jump up. Going for the shorty. Good blind to come through.
Whoa.
Romy good for 2. Vandal in hand.
Massive
Dash
2.
available. One cloud burst. Spike recoverable.
I got the
Both
spike.
towards mid. Chance to get a plant here. Chance to very much set up. Can't have drafts to heaven though, but
Yeah.
definitely has a chance at this one. Doesn't know what these players are though. Gotta take their sweet time getting into the site.
I love that
Oh,
OPP back.
they read
Both
C.
members fell back. They are reading seed, but what's really important is both members fell back. They're
Together.
regrouping and playing together, and they're just going to make the spike plant be the indicator of where they
30
need to
seconds
attack,
left.
and work together for that as well. So if beforehand, if they kept pushing forward like they were on the lurk, they could have been like 2 situations of 1v1s for Romy to get back in this round. It's going to be a lot better odds for them now.
Oh, I want to see Romy go CT so bad. I know it's just dramatic irony, right? We know that information.
Oh yeah, we
Goes
know
to play
that.
Hell. Hell is just so hard to play in the 1v2, especially when they're playing together like this.
Right.
Okay, actually,
I
good
like
call not
this.
going to
Get the first kill
this
and
could
fall
be
back
really
with
good.
tailwind.
This could be
First
really,
kill, fall
really
back with
good.
tailwind.
See? Oh,
They
it's
check it.
pre-fired. I hate to see it. Goblin Barrel. He knows that's a possible play. Not going to allow it to be an option at all. OPP pack. They're on match point. Akuma Esports, they do have the rebuy, though. We'll see if they can get done.
I mean, hey, like, you smoked off one angle.
Match point.
Why wouldn't you pre-fire that angle and then swing for the rest, for the third, right? There's 3 angles that you have to check when you come out of the doorway. Smoked one, pre-fire the first one, and be like ready to swing the third. That's
Yeah, no funny business.
yeah, no funny business.
No
Like
funny business.
literally like clean retake from Goblin Barrel right there. That's exactly what we want to see from a team that is very new. Literally created the Twitter yesterday. You said the pregame. So if they're looking like they're making clean moments like that happen, get some more cohesion, more side take strats going on, they'll be looking really strong later on. But right now they're looking at finishing off this map 13-11. But Alchemy Esports wants to stay in the running.
Yeah, Romy already in that thing. Copy Divide getting thrown up. Not even really needed right now. Could have saved it for a bit of post plant, but we
Yeah, for
like
sure.
to be better safe than sorry around these parts.
Spike
Plant
And
to
they're
go
not
down
playing
now.
on the other side either. They have no idea if
true.
OPP Pack members are in CT already.
They also have a ton of flashes here. They've
Yeah.
got the KO
You
flashes
have
to
3
work with.
initiators.
They've got the Sky flashes to work with. They're gonna have so much information off this wall that Akuma Esports is just not going to have. And you'll see them play rather quickly here into this one. Galibro good for 1. Yakna good for 2. Damien has 1 as well. And that leaves Nions all alone. He's stuck towards the back of C-Long. Has to spray through smokes. Has to pray. And Yakneg will end any hope. 3 from the Omen as 13-11. Map number 1. It's gonna go to OPP Pass.
And the strength of 3 initiators reigns supreme. You can see right there too. I called it right before having. They have 3 initiators. You were calling all the flashes they have. They have the Omen smokes as well. So Jet smokes, Omen smokes, and then they just throw all their flashes and info gathering on the other side of the smokes, and they just swarm and just suppress and just obliterate the site. And Akuma Esports relegating 4 members on site just on that line. And just getting ran through. Jinsu not Jinsu, Jeppa, the other Sova, being the only person outdistanced, trying to hold back with 100 spheres like that. But if you're going to have 4 people die instantly like that, 100 spheres is going to do nothing for you. So that's tough situation overall. Great job by OPP Pack winning out at the very end after looking a little rough on the start, but defensive day, defensive side range supreme, and OPP Pack overall looked so much better today.
Yeah, looked a lot better for sure. The cohesion was definitely there, something we were talking about in the pre-match segment. Were they going to have that cohesion being a team that just started playing together? Looks like they definitely did. Definitely not just to say they out-fragged. They really did come through as a unit, were able to consistently play. We saw that in the retake. The retake, honestly, there in that final round is a perfect summary of how this team was able to play together. All of that initiator utility used beautifully to make the retake happen. No vision allowed for that post plant at all. And they're going to need cohesion just like that as they now move over to Bind. We'll see what they have in store for us, because I think we might actually get to see some pretty nutty strats if they play the way they did. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for map number 2 here in the next 3 minutes.
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let the magic happen. They got is a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. The zero gravity, they got is a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. Born in the darkness, fight for the light. If this ever die, I'ma fight for my life. Keep fighting on, yes, I keep fighting on. We keep moving up, you can't hold us up. So I am up above the clouds. So I can't see the ground. So I ain't coming down. So no, I ain't ever coming down. Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the
Rolling up my sleeves because game number 2 is coming up in Akuma Esports. Hopefully they're doing the exact same thing. Yeah, roll yours up too. You've been hitting the gym, Cat. You're looking good. Nice muscles there. Looking nice, looking good, looking strong, which is exactly what OPP Pack looked in the game number 1. They did win in a very close fashion, 13-11 to be fair. But man, the defensive side, the hold was so immaculate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The defense was perfect from the team. I mean, really, you talked about it a bit in the middle of the game, their ability to just pull off of angles, even when they did get a little bit of early aggression for info, the fact they're willing to play together, that 1v2, the pre-fire coming through, but the smoke's on the angles, the refrag is there, even though they did read that C long push, they were still there as a unit, able to trade off each other, and that's stuff we saw all the way through. It's a very smart team, playing just a little bit over, gave them a bit of an edge, but now they go into Bind, a map that takes so much cohesion as well, and a map that typically, going into a new roster, teams don't have a ton of initial strat experience unless they've been playing on teams before, and even then, most of the Bind strats are pretty unique to certain teams, and now there's so many maps to learn now. Fracture just came out. It's expected that you know at least something on Breeze. Even some players still trying to figure out how to play Icebox. It can be difficult to know certain things, and then that's just a lot of information to try to cram into a new team's brain. So we'll see what they've got on Bind. I honestly, Chad, I think there's a good chance that they pull this one out, but hey, it's a difficult map.
Definitely a difficult map. I mean, we see a lot of like push-pull strategies happening with those teleporters. I mean, sometimes teams even just keep going through teleporters over and over and over in some situations, which is
I love
always
the
a
TP
treat
train.
if that happens. Love some TP train, but you always have to wait and be ready for somebody trying to just throw a wrench in those plans and stop you in the tracks if you do so on the rotations, of course. But yeah, it provides a lot of really interesting instant flank opportunities. We might see another Omen pickup because Omen's always been a really fun agent on this map. Yoru as well, but obviously not very bad.
I want it
right
so
now.
bad, man.
Omen's a little bit here where you can just do those teleport fakes, which you can't really do with other agents. So
Right.
because we saw an Omen last map, I feel like we probably going to see another one to this one. If you're going to play Omen on Haven, you're going to be playing it on Bind, in my assumption, in that situation, because Omen's a lot better on this map than the last.
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, we all know the Astra just trumps Omen in every category, TP fake or not. The fact that with an Astra, you're just able to stall so much more, especially on Bind, a map that has 1 million choke points, literally every way in a sight is a choke.
Yeah.
It's just brutal. The gravity well, the Nova Pulse potential, and the Nebula potential all across the map. Astra just that guardian agent. But as you said, probably don't see it come out from OPP Pack if they're already playing that Omen in towards Haven. It's so much more cohesion you have to have, and as a new roster, not something we should really expect to see. But I would like to see maybe the KO get worked in again. Definitely going to see initiators, possibly double initiator, come out at the very least for OPP Pack, willing to play 3 last map. Bind a great map to have initiators on so many close corner angles.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised to see them have triple initiator again. They're hovering double initiator, double duelists, and then Yakdang maybe going to a controller. What we saw, like Omens being used, things like that, especially with new rosters, if you don't have really time to develop and work through like your own team synergies and team strategies, then a lot of times it's just let's play our comfort picks and see what happens and just do our game. Yakneg actually going to the Astra. So I guess the Omen was really just for trying to work those off angles, teleporting up to those top of the boxes, things like that in Haven. But in buying, like you said, those choke points, wanting to do that instead. And instead, we are seeing Tonrak going off. So just like you and I have switched roles for casters, I'm doing play-by-play now. Yakneg and Tonrak are switching which controller they want to use.
It's just interesting all the way through. Seeing a lack of an additional Sentinel coming out for OPP pack. They're willing to play
Either
the
team.
Raze instead.
Both teams
Yeah,
have Sentinels.
both teams got a Sentinel, but
I mean,
at least
kind
Akuma
of.
has a Viper.
Yeah.
At least Akuma's going to get a little bit more vision denial. They're going to have a little more control in terms of sights. They don't call her a controller for no reason. It's just interesting. I feel like OPP pack looking a little bit one-dimensional. They're going to really lack offensive prowess. I think on the defense even, it requires them to do a lot more physical work. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's interesting. I won't count it out, but it's interesting.
This initial wall as well is very telegraphing that they want to go hard and fast on a site. They want to just basically ignore U-Haul, control the site itself, and then deal with anybody lurking in U-Haul later on. But the 3-stack movie pack in showers might be the big difference maker as they're just running straight into the fight. Tonrak's going to be the first one. The Aldron's giving them a lot of information, but not quite able to get any kills off of it. They do push on the site eventually. Yanza and Romy finding a 2-for-1 trade overall. It's despite Jinsu's best efforts. Jinsu's still alive, and the teleportation plays already happening as they're rotating quickly to the B site, leaving only one member of OPP back to defend.
Yeah, kind of just getting allowed to walk through into the site there from short. Goblin Barrel does stay around. Same with Damien, so 2 picks to be picked up. Kuma only almost playing themselves. They're only one left towards A. They decide to head the other way. Not really expecting that last player to be there. Nines are going to pick up one.
Enemy remaining.
Looking for that last frag now. Things falling apart here for the defense.
Oh, almost hit Yanza in the face with that shock bolt, which would have actually given the kill and make it a 1v1. So just narrowly missing that opportunity. Both team members of Akuma retreating to elbow, which is a fairly unorthodox strategy. Usually have 2 completely opposing angles to work for crossfires. They both swing out together, and only one was needed as Damien was trying for the stick, but the shots were too fast, the rotation was too strong. And Yanza in the lead, 3 kills in the first round, bringing Akuma to the first round win.
Yeah, interesting there. Akuma definitely able to turn things back into their favor there. What was looking like an initial push shut out by Goblin Barrel. Just unfortunately, a little bit antsy there from the defense. Goes for a couple 1v1s, turns them into 1v2s from the 2 site players, and it just does not work out. But they really were just allowed to walk into the A site there. Nobody was watching short. They all tunnel vision towards the initial 2 players' showers, and it allowed for picks to come through. Just fortunately, the TP did come through, but quickly recovered. Gravity Well is going to be early here for Romy. Oh,
Wow,
good.
great job by Romy. I mean, you saw Goblin Barrel crossing the T's on the eyes last game. Romy doing the same now. Dory was able to grab one, which is a nice little chip to the economy there for Akuma Esports, but still going to be a 4v3 favor for them, and the spike has been planted. Now Carno challenging for elbow. Will be spotted out. The timing is
dart.
perfect for OPP pack. Tonrak, though, with a double to trade back. The reload timing is awful as Yannick's able to pick it up and grab a weapon. Flashed out, spraying out, but there's plenty of things to work with in this elbow. But the time is ticking down. Has to deal with a crossfire setup. 1 on site, 1 in garden over towards Octagon. Yannick is trying to clear out corners, but Romy, off of the timing of the shot on the clear, able to swing through and finish strong. 2-0.
3 guns dropped though for
There.
the anti-eco, so certainly getting value nonetheless. Gonna guarantee OPP pack have full buys going into this round. Akuma Esports, they're looking at a couple sheriffs, looking at a bit of a Shiko. The rest of the team is able to get themselves at least a rifle. Spectre gonna be gain for Romy here. Not to say can't do work with it. We saw a very quick hookah push for him. Garners that early site control and gets them into elbow in the first place. So he's got to find some work here once again. Same toxic screen will be thrown up, allows them to get towards lamp. 1 back towards truck though, and Yaknik should have information with the jump peak. Not sure if he grabbed their naughty will now and waves and
Ow.
coming down short.
A lot of damage flying through as Romy finding the kill, but Dory able to find one of their own, sneak by the perfect timing, and does it again and again. Dory just can't be shot down, and finally Romy is able to lock him down a little bit, but that buys time for the rest of OPP Pack to rotate through. Goblin Barrel able to find the extended trade, make it a 3 versus 3, but all along the spike was dropped. Goblin Barrel challenging for U-Haul, but gets shut down instantly by Tonrak. The paint shell was enough though to finish it off, the trade for themselves. 1v1. Damien has a perfect angle to try to challenge this Weekend Sky on the enemy team, but they don't clear the corner. They got across the seats out the eyes. They run out of ammo though. What was that? Damien lives just long enough. 35 HP, tagged up. The timer's running low. Carno getting information and just shoots right through the corners. All they need to do to finish off the round. 3-0 for Akama, and very chaotic round, but 1v1 all the same.
Well played by Carno there. Willing to sit, knows he's got the advantage, utility in his favor, able to throw down darts, knows exactly where that player is, able to stall out time there, knows they have to stick the defuse, able to swing out, finish the job as well. I love seeing raises as opposed to Jets on bind for exactly the reason Romy is showing us. Just get in there and get damage done. Don't even really need the frag, just need to make the space. His willingness to double satchel onto players' heads is opening up sights for them. We saw it open up Hookah, and then initially gets them through triple. The man just absolutely guns a player down with a Spectre in hand. Stuff like that makes the difference, as Jeppa will find one early.
Yeah, speaking of gunning down, Jeppa finds it early for Agus. This is the anti-eco round. Carno find the same. A little bit of awkward timing for Goblin Barrel. Wasn't quite ready for that challenge. And now with that same exact toxic screen being used every single round, they yet again are just walking straight onto site and going to get a free spike plant as soon as Carno eventually shows up. OPP Pack, they're going to have to rotate through and in an eco situation, fight up 3 versus 5 in a post plant that they haven't been successful with same tier weaponry or even better in the past. It's looking a little dire for them this round. Challenge comes through. Marshall isn't quite able to connect on this very high angle from Tonrak. You can see a little bit of why maybe they're picking open for this map, is going exactly in that kind of angle for post plants, being a little cheesy with things. A lot of imagery destroyed and blocked off from this Viper utility usage. And with Damien being the last one alive over towards CT, it's not going to be enough. A flawless anti-eco, which you'd love to see if you're an Akama Esports fan.
Yeah, that's exactly the label you want to see on the top of the screen after an anti-eco for any team.
Yeah.
You do not want to drop guns on your anti-eco. They don't do so. Guarantees them a very cushy bank account heading into the next couple of rounds. Whether they win or lose this one, Op's going to be forced up for Jinsu, really putting a lot of pressure on him. Different toxic screen going to come out here. See if it shifts the defense. They've put 2 over towards short instead now. Very nice utility set up all the way around here for OPP Pack. They've got the one-way setup. They've got themselves a pole to play off as well. Paint shells to stall initially, but a TP into heaven could start to pinch.
They also committed a operator for the side of OPP Pack, which was guessed on B long. We'll have to rotate through and try to find some control, but if Tonrak doesn't let them have heaven control, then operator is going to be so tough in an a retake situation, as to say. Doris shutting it down allows the operator to find success eventually, but
Spike planted.
the Viper's Pit is there. Spike planted within. It's going to be so tough to actually find some frags here, especially Carno finds good timing on the off angles and just tries to rotate off, but doesn't do it fast enough. Punished by Nyanza as the rest of the team members are trying to rotate in. OPP Pack only has 2 members alive. Goblin Barrel whiffs wide with a showstopper, but Dory shows up and Goblin Barrel finds the final kill. OPP Pack on the retake, fighting through a Viper's Pit, is finally able to find the first round on the board.
Even though that ult, the showstopper, doesn't actually find any frags, what it did in terms of baiting players was huge. Goblin Barrel just pops the ult, walks into the pit, and everybody is on high alert. It allows Dory to spot some barrels, grab some frags, and then hears the spray coming through, finds a second through smoke, and is able to shut the pit down, get the rest of the frags, and secure the round for the team. Showstopper has been an ultimate that we really haven't seen get frags lately, reason the whole Rosa ult meme came to be. But it is so good at clearing space, as no one wants to get hit point blank with a rocket launcher.
Definitely not. Also, you don't want to get hit at any distance from an operator. That thing hits like a truck, and it doesn't connect this time for Jinsu, but they are able to fall off to a different angle. That dog does find Goblin Barrel, so the Cloudburst is there to try to help them out. The teleportation is going to be the call, but they're ready for it on the side of Akuma Esports. They know that was happening. Yaknik needs to find some pressure happening, needs to win a 1v1 and be able to support and buy out Goblin Barrel, but they're not able to do so. And they actually get pushed in for that paranoia as well, Tonorak. But Damien is able to answer it back, and meanwhile, while all this was happening, it was Jinsu finding a frag towards B-Long after all this happened. So as the dust settles, 3 versus 3, Deonza gets the phantom pain of only a 140 damage to Damien, who gets the heck out of dodge so fast you think he might be a Raze or a Jet, but no, it's the Silver running away. It is going to allow the spike to start getting planted, but the Hunter Sphere was ready, was able to push them off. Good prediction work, but this plant can't be stuck. He read that they was going to go a triple. Romy, though, pushing up, able to get some pressure, allowed time for the plant to go through. Now, with a 2v2 situation on the post plant, you know where everybody is on both teams. But it's going to be Romy with beautifully placed headshots on the whip and dips their way out into a 5v1 lead.
That one really comes down to OPP Pack over aggressing early round. They commit 2 up towards long, get caught out by that utility, forces Goblin Barrel to TP, and he's initially caught out by 2. It forces Yaknik into this awful position where he has to peek out against Tonorak. It's the only way to keep his teammate alive. Forces the 1v1. He has the downgraded utility. The Bulldog loses the fight, and then they lose 2 players early. They were able to trade it back thanks to Damien, but nonetheless, they're never in that scenario in the first place if they don't over-aggress.
The operator is trying, like, holding off towards B side all alone. Well, actually, no, not operator. What am I talking about? Having to go away is Jinsu all alone on B side. So just a Jet to solo hold a site with Bladestorm while the rest of them on an eco with holding pistols. It's gonna be a little tough, but I mean that's your power focus is your lone Jet. That's the Bladestorm is basically your only rifle for the round. The Trailblazer does caught them out, and there it is. The shots through that double stack. Good enough. So no more Bladestorm, just pistols. You can't pick that off the ground. So you lost that strength, the core of your team for this round, and the rotation's underway for Akuma.
Yeah, Goblin Barrel has been able to sneak into the opposite position, but as you said, a rotation has come through. Toxic Screen will come up towards Lamps. It'll drop onto Dory, forced into the corner, taken out. Tonorak will grab the other one as Yaknik stuck towards site. And Plant will go down. Tonorak's towards Heaven, looking to snuff out any initial aggression. That's a great blind to come through. Beautiful team play. Sets Tonorak up through the smoke. Flawless. Anti-eco once again from Akuma as they look to keep the ball rolling here on bind.
I love me some anti-eco flawlesses, Cat. That's some of the cleanest Valorant you can play. Is like, hey, we're supposed to very heavily favored win this round because we have all these rifles in the utility and they have just basic clip pistols. Win it flawlessly. Beautifully done. Jinsu with an operator now in back in hand. And Cosmic Divide to work with on OPP Pack. The ultimate economy is still an advantage to Akuma, and we can kind of see why this is a map pick so far.
Yeah, definitely can. They look very coordinated thus far. They've been able to use great utility to
Challenging
force
long.
OPP Pack into awkward scenarios. They play 3 up long. Hunter's Fury gonna grab a tag onto 1. Blinds to come through. This should be a snowball out of Hookah. Goblin Barrel able to snuff it off. Only 1 found for Nyanza. Still trying to play their way forward. 1 player anchored towards A. Still lots of utility still in the hands. Shockbolt's good for 1.
Beautifully done. They sniffed out that somebody's going to be waiting under Hookah. Shock dart lineups, able to get the kill, chipping it away, and now it's all down to 2 members of OPP Pack. They're pushing through. They think it might be safe. They stuck through their smoke, but couldn't quite get the shot.
Oh,
Jinsu was able to do so themselves, though, in response to get that first kill of 3 more needed. They don't make the retake happen on the site. The Cosmic Divide might be coming out here, but it's going to be a really tough situation to use Cosmic Divide. You don't have any ways of flashing yourself through the walls. You don't have much control as smokes goes. Jinsu just whipping to a rifle to try to swing in, but the lineup is there as far as the crossfire goes for Akuma Esports, and he's just closing out strong on the end of the round. 7-1 now, looking incredibly dominant.
Crossfire stands strong. So much utility available for Akuma getting their way into that site. They throw absolutely everything. Even the snake fights go down. No thought of playing the post plant, just wanting to get it and clear that close angle. You got to do so when you've got 3 up garden. You see Goblin Barrel tries to be a little rat, sneak his way under the Goblin under the bridge down towards Hookah, but just not able to find anything. He's caught out. Good for one, but they're there, they're ready, and they have the utility to take him down. And so utility will go up here towards Hookah. Dory spotted out, stuck on the angle, close, tries to find a headshot. It's not to be. Sheriff player's gone. Once again, looking like he can get a flawless anti-eco as Tunrax op is good for one as well.
I mean, the 2 for 2 so far for the anti-eco is flawless. Yeah, they're looking really good right now, unless Yakneg is able to sneak out a quick headshot as the spike's getting rotated B site. Nyanza is making presence over here on A, pulling everybody all over the place. Damien gets spotted out as well as Shockbolt is coming through. The swing in, but Damien with 2! Able to find some headshots connecting in, but can't safely go and push into getting one of those rifles. So still working with just that Sheriff with a rotation of Goblin Barrel. The timing from Damien might be good. Throwing the paint shells in the back, make it easy for the retake to happen. But no, just upgrade for Phantom, and now a 1 versus 2. Very weak by Romy. Trying to get past the operator, successfully doing so. Showstopper in hand.
Not
no, the blast back
satchel.
from Romy was left behind and detonates on and off timer that they weren't expecting.
Oh, when is the last time you saw Satchel get a kill, Chad? I feel like it's been so long since I've seen that actually come to be ever since they made it so it takes a couple extra seconds to detonate or actually do damage to players rather than just push them around. But Goblin Barrel now has a new answer. It's been 0 days since he's last seen it. It'll snuff him out there. Initial good hold coming through from OPP Pack. They're able to sit there on the site, but eventually just starting to get chipped away. And that's kind of been the story for them here. Akuma has been kind of over-aggressing, kind of been giving away frags, then just barely able to hold on to their post plants. OPP Pack, they try so little, they get a little too quick with it, right, Chad? They get those initial frags, they start to try to capitalize off the momentum, and they don't wait for their teammates to come in to support the frags. They just try to continue the hero work, and it's been the difference of them winning these rounds or just coming close.
So we got some information on the all chat there that after some laughter goes through, Goblin Barrel said in all caps, "I thought it was mine." Which definitely seemed to be the case. Can you hear the ticking? And I honestly thought in the chaos and the confusion that there was something they dropped before the showstopper. I was like, oh, that's really fast. They were able to C4 off, get the blast pack going, but surely it's so fast because it wasn't them dropping it. Romy did instead. It's now 8-1. Interesting. Akuma is the one that called the pause despite them being up so heavily.
Interesting indeed. Definitely don't really think they need it. I mean, these rounds haven't come in close, but I think still the momentum just enough to play off of. Showstoppers through for Romy. Not going to find anything just yet. One towards Lamps.
Oh, the peak from Yaknag. Romy saw the barrel, so the mental was just in preparation, was ready for that timing. And Spike is getting planted, and yet again, Akuma finding themselves in an advantageous position. There are seekers that Dory can use, but it revealed that they're on the lurk. They didn't want to do so. It won't even matter at the end because Karna finds the kill anyway, already aware of their positioning. Goblin Barrel trying to push through the Viper's pit, but it's not going to find any success. Nothing for that. It's all down to Damien in a 1 versus 5. I would say save your gun at this point, but it won't matter anymore as Neon was able to work their way on the cutoff, and Tonak finds the kill regardless.
So a huge difference in the post plant from Akuma this game. You can think back to Haven, Chad. This team, every time they get a plant down, they throw 2 or 3 towards C-long, A-long, short area. They wouldn't be occupying that site. Now it's the opposite story. They come down, they get the plant, and they extend farther. They send Tonrak up towards heaven. They send, in this scenario, Nyanza over towards CT to throw the Viper's pit down. Guarantees there's no easy access to site. They've been taking control and then sticking to it, not allowing any sort of repositioning from OPP Pack. They've been funneling them quite a bit here, and that trend continues as Romy trying to get into Hookah.
3-second Hookah. The first pick would be huge, but they fall off. They wouldn't expect all the angles, but they checked it before.
Oh,
Romy
nice nade.
falls back from a perfectly timed nade, pushing them off, but Nyanza's finding success all this time. The collateral, Marshall comes through. Jinsu finds one before having to reload. It makes this round suddenly feel a little bit winnable despite having its inferior weaponry for the last 2 members of OPP Pack. That collateral is massive. This timing from Karno, though, is going to be just as big. But no, Damien has a lurk. He was ready for it. found the double kill with the Sheriff in the past. They just expected them to go back, but Carno is confident and challenges the angle anyway. 10-1 as we go into the final round of the half.
For the switch.
Chad, I'm so sorry I griefed you. That was Romy's nade. I just thought it was very funny that the reason he couldn't swing is because he threw his own nade at his feet.
Is what it is, man.
I'm
Sometimes.
sorry. I just thought it was
All
really
good.
funny.
All good. It's just one of those times that, you know, you didn't realize which nade it was.
No, I knew. I
few
knew
rounds
what nade it
ago,
was. I just
Goblin
was
didn't
trying to
know
be
whose blast
sarcastic.
pack it was. You know,
That's fair.
it's two raises throwing a bunch of utility all over the place, and it gets a little confusing because you can't really see the color scheme very well because
true.
it's a colorful paint shells regardless. And so big swing coming through. Jinsu swings in, and they will find that first headshot. If you're going against an Odin with a rifle hand, you need to hit that headshot real quick, otherwise Odin wins every time.
Absolutely. And they'll do just that. So shut down early here is the Viper. Hunter Sphere is going to be available for this team if they'd like it. Drone to come through. B site hasn't spotted anything just yet. Ironically,
Live
they'll
at the
spot
end.
the Sova in their own drone. That tag's going to make the Hunter Sphere a lot easier there. As Damien's going to fall. I think we heard him pull his own out at the end
did.
of that. So a little unfortunate but last round, so it doesn't really matter. Dory's got a great flash. We'll go for the second player
Beautifully
first.
done.
That was so pretty, man. Clip that just for me. I wanna watch it one a couple more times, make me feel good. Romy to play out short, see if he can find anything.
Yeah, especially with you being a Sky main as of late, it's definitely one of those things you're like, oh wow, the trigger discipline. The trigger discipline, not shooting Sova instantly coming out of the smoke, and then waiting and discipline to swing around the left corner to check, make sure nobody else is there. That was actually like textbook perfection moment there for
30
Dory.
seconds
Great
left.
job. The rest of Akuma Esports, this is the last round and a half, nothing to save, so they will be going for this at the very end. No ultimates to work with. They have to fight through Cosmic Divide and a Bladestorm. 3 members on site as there's only Dory hanging out on B, but the read is that they're going to be at A, and the read is good as Jinsu finds a spike carry. It's all down. Tonrak having to push through with not much time to work with. And 3 people on site. The first one is all it takes as Yakneg is able to take them down and get a second round on the board, giving them a little bit of breathing room going into the second half.
A little bit, indeed.
A little bit, just a little bit.
A fork hole in the water bottle, slowly leaking the water out. And OPP Pack need to make it a little bit bigger here.
Little
They're going to
bit.
invest a bit into this pistol round, really wanting to secure it. Frenzy's going to get picked up. Ghost as well. And utility. OPP Pack, they need this pistol, Chad. The momentum from map number 1 doesn't really look like it helped them at all here. So Kuma Esports have kind of come back swinging, definitely looking more confident on the map, looking more composed. They've played a very nice offense. Now they move into their defense. They'll throw the Viper over towards A. Interesting screen, but won't really get to see the value of it just yet as it's going to come down to the B site.
Yeah, and Akuma is a single duelist composition, so their defense is going to have a lot of utility to work with as far as holding sites, especially if they need to just push through the teleporter and take frags immediately. Jeppa, Romy, finding 3 across the 2. As they have a lot of assistance across the rest of their team moving forward. They have just a lingering Viper just in case, but the other 4 on the hunt. They're crouching down. You see them rotating through. They're just pinching them in a triangulated format as Tonrak was ready around the corner to find a final kill. Only 1 loss as Akuma looking just as dominant on defense so far as it did in the first half.
Just that dominant indeed, and that's how it all starts. The first pick comes through, slowly creep a little more, get a little wider, get the teammate behind you. Okay, time to swing, and just pinched in towards the fountain. Nothing for OPP Pack. Now they're stuck on what is an eco for them. They're going to try to force it. Ooh, I don't know if this one works out, though, because they just bought for the pistol. They're not really going to have much. They really need this round.
Yeah, this is a very important round here for OPP Pack. They did win the first map of the series, so it's not the end of the world if they lose this map. But you don't want to just go out without a swing. You can't just go down without a fight. That one way is making it really tough for them to get on the site.
Yep, that is the difference with Viper. So much control. One way's down now, though. The poison is no more for the moment being. It allows Jeppa to come out to look for one. One way's back. Flash is there. It's stalled the push for the moment being. It's got utility gone, and these players are low.
Dory might find a second, surviving for now, but the blast.
Not again!
The second blast pack kill for Romy, and this time it was certainly intentional, despite however the first one might have been. The rotation for OP pack is underway. It is a 4 versus 4, but the weaponry is there for Akuma. The space is being created, and that allows the opening there for the rest of the team. It's going to be a 3v3. Spike's been dropped. And Tonrak is able to hold the angle as Romy is pushing through. Doesn't clear the corner yet. Swings around like a madman, but not able to get the connected fight. It's going to be down for 1v1. Jinsu with certainly the life lead. It's going to be close either way, but holds the correct angle that Tonrak doesn't clear. So twice the right angle is not cleared. Twice kills go towards OPP pack because of it. They're able to win out the round.
Yeah, site was entirely secured there. Just one back towards Octagon, and then just a very large lack to clear there. Absolutely. Trying to clear the angle in midair does not end up very favorable time again, and 2 frags that should not have ever came to fruition there, and it really allows for a post plant to be won when man, it just shouldn't happen, but Akuma are gonna have to fumble around away. It puts them onto a save. Initial A short push is going to be no good for Akuma. Should allow for another round for OPP pack.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds that Akuma honestly has so many rounds to work with that it's okay if they lose this one, but
Okay.
suddenly looking a little bit winnable, looking like they're able to get some guns, will upgrade a little bit. Yaknik doesn't challenge when they hear the grab, and just pushing through with a shorty. Nobody's punishing Nyanza. The smoke comes through with a cloud burst that actually protects Nyanza just a little bit. It allows the rest of the members to motion through, but now it's all down to Tonrak, who
TP.
just jumped up top.
Bullets.
He had to reload. He actually could have gotten the kill, but just the way of the cookie crumbling means that he has to reload in that moment. Couldn't switch to the classic in time, and it allows OPP pack to narrowly win out the round.
We are getting so close here. OPP pack a significant gun advantage, but Akuma still able to come up with a couple pistol frags, able to sneak their way through the back lines. Nyanza through with the shorty. And then a TP from Tonrak that looked very deadly. Fortunately, gets snuffed out. But it does put guns back into Akuma Esports' favor since they were able to grab those frags. You're going to be sitting quite pretty here. Back over towards the A site. Viper Utility is a go. It's a default for OPP pack. Oh, Goblin Bear, I like how you think, my friend. He'll sneak the judge into TP. We'll see if they can bait around it now. There's
But it's a
real
really-
potential here.
Is there a reason for Akuma to really take the teleport right now? I mean, they have to really like
Not yet, but
sell
they be.
a B take later on, but Spike's in market right now. The rest of the team's playing for A as it is. They have 2 people up long for the side of Akuma Esports, so there's no reason to really just YOLO challenge a teleporter, even if they start making presence to B site, until those 2 members of Akuma fall off.
Right.
Deploying drone.
I worked over towards A, the judge play. It's not to be, but the double satchel lamps is where I have my eyes set on right now. But it looks like it'll be early aggression towards A. They'll hear the members and they'll look to work away. They do keep the jet around, wanting to get a little bit of bait action going on. Double satchels through for Goblin Barrel. Hasn't spotted anything. Gives way that, hey, maybe they're over towards Octagon. They'll find that out.
Yeah, the lack of trigger discipline from Tonrak, taking shots immediately when they first saw red, gives away that positioning and completely alerted OPP pack of where they were going to be. Those shock darts were pretty nicely lined up for at least doing some chip damage, but couldn't quite get the kill. And 2 versus 4, I mean, you have a lot of rounds to work with here, but it's a little silly to try to push through these choke points and challenge a team that has double your strength.
Yeah, absolutely. This one would just be better to keep these guns, move them into the next round. And someone, if you could do me a favor, give me the clip of Chad Lantis watching a shock dart go straight into the wall. Man, those are nice shock darts. If you can get that to me, I really appreciate it. My
Just
Twitter
trying to be
impressions
nice,
are
you
low
know.
lately.
He did
and
hit one of
I
them.
do need that. Yeah, the first one was okay.
All right.
Got a bit of chip damage, but
I couldn't quite see the second. I
know.
saw the first one and I thought the second was just late. All right. Look, man. Hey, I
Yeah,
bought
okay,
you out
buddy.
earlier when you made a missed call. And
No, I didn't
then
make a
when
missed
I
call.
make one, you just threw me straight on the bus.
hey, man, it's all for good fun. You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's all
Wow.
for good fun, man.
If this is my friend, I'd hate to meet my enemy. Oh my god. Oh
It's gonna
no, I'm
be a
doomed.
full buy once again for OPP pack Akuma Esports. not quite able to get what they would like out of this one. 3 rounds in a row for OPP Pack, looking to keep the ball rolling here. Still a lot of rounds left to play. And 6-round deficit, so have to keep that train away from any sort of station.
Standing ahead.
Recon Bolt through the toxic screen as they fight once again for that early orb control. Oh, it's going to work straight out of it. Flashed, but doesn't even matter. They've sent 4 now into the lobby outside of main. And that leaves OPP Pack to just run and gun over towards the B site. Only one left in the area.
We might be timing.
Oh.
Hits it. And they have a member on B side as well. It might be able to stall just long enough, but Goblin Barrel on the master look. Jeppa was not ready for it. The gun in the hand from Karna, though, gets 2, and Janza finds another. It's all down to just 1 out of nowhere for Yakneg. Able to get at least 1, but there's 3 more to go. Cosmic Divide, but can't flash yourself through that one. And what can you really do? Gets 3 people to just flood through the Cosmic Divide at the same exact time. Maybe get 1, but the rest will just follow up and take you out. So you still need to work your way into getting single kills if you can. Gets paranoid. Finds the first, can maybe find a second, but the timing, the lineups through the smoke, knows where they are, just uses that mini-map and just predictive work to get those shots through. Nyanza able to find the last kill in a moment that I thought Yakneg actually might have been able to clutch up.
Great frags from Yaknug, but it leads us to ask yet again, Akuma Esports just starts to slowly break down at times. Like, there's so many players alive there, and we're taking one-on-one after one-on-one, allowing for that play to develop. And great work from Yaknug just to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, not able to finish the job. Able to get plenty of frags, and now OPP Pack, they're stuck against an opponent on match point. They certainly have to win rounds here. As you've mentioned prior, Chad, that you have map number 1 under the belt, so at the very least, they'll get us to that Ascent game.
Yeah, honestly, we're looking really good to go to Ascent at this point. But I've seen some big comebacks in the past. The OPP Pack, they're not of it yet. In Game of Valorant, it's never over until it is indeed over. 512, though, quite the mountain to climb, nevertheless. 4 ultimates available for Akuma Esports. And the Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury are 2 of those 4. Romy doesn't even need an ultimate. Just throw the paint shell. You get guaranteed every round in their general direction. You get the kill. Cosmic Divide goes out from OPP Pack, but they're pushed off by this Viper's Pit and everything else sent their way. They can't make use of that Cosmic Divide at all. Nyanza finding success in the pit herself. And Yaknag able to answer back with a showstopper. Makes him run away for the hills. Is it going to be a 4 versus 3 on site? That timing, though, swing, Jinsu can't capitalize. That's to run away. Yo, Romy, while this is happening, finds that showstopper, finds the second with another paint shell, and Carno just wins a good old-fashioned 1v1 to close out the map. 13-5 in a very dominant fashion. Akuma stamps their way into a win column, wins their first map in quite some time, and actually is looking really good to close out this series.
Well, talk about a momentum switch, Chad. I mean, OPP Pack, a very close Haven game, 13-11, able to take the cake there. But my days, Akuma Esports just came back swinging, looked very dominant throughout the game. A couple minor lapses, just trying to wrap the game up. That happens sometimes, though. In the mental, it's like, hey, all I got to do is hit the shot. Game's over, and sometimes causes for overextensions. But nonetheless, looked really clean throughout the game. Had the reads there. The offense was nice as well. So now they go into a map that, once again, is pretty level playing field with a lot of momentum. We'll see if momentum flips once again, but hey, I don't know. I mean, the squad is looking good. Definitely showing they can bounce back from adversity.
Definitely shows that. We'll have to see if they can continue that momentum, Akuma, into game number 3, win out the series. But OPP Pack, they won the first game. Akuma came back and won the second. Maybe OPP Pack can do the same and come back themselves in the third. It is going to go to the map that you mentioned, Ascent, and we'll have to see exactly what happens there when we get there. Before that, it'll be a quick little break, just a couple minutes, and we'll see you in just a moment.
You break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my life. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. too late, begging on the floor for me. I'm not the same. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I'm taking back my life. All you did was use it. You break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my love. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Proving Grounds Valorant Season 3. I'm Catnated3K. That's my man, Chad Lantis. And we just saw 2 maps of this best of 3 series here in the open division. Akuma Esports have got themselves back on the board. Now a chance to see if OPP Pack have anything in the tank to give us after what was a pretty dominant bind performance from Akuma.
Yeah, OPP Pack's map pick of Haven was extremely close, 13-11. So they kind of like narrowly made it out. They had very big highs and very low lows. But Akuma Esports kind of the same. And they didn't seem very comfortable on the map. But when it went to bind, which is Akuma's map pick, Akuma Esports, they looked very comfortable. They definitely looked like they practiced it a lot. Going to this last map, the last one available in the pool is we're up to 7 nowadays. A couple, multiple bans for both teams, which is actually pretty neat. We're going all the way to Ascent, and this is a map that is very heavily favored for whichever team can actually execute map control and site executions, site retakes very well. We'll have to see which team can do that most effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely saw earlier today that sometimes it's not even map control. It's just a player being an absolute maniac. And we definitely saw that through the cat angle. But I don't think we have anyone to really say is a dominant lockdown. I think a pretty even matchup overall, even though Bind didn't really tell that whole story. I think it was a matter of just strategic prowess. But a sense of map that I feel like everybody has some basic knowledge on, even just through their ranked games. I think there's very common strategies play out. Hey, the Sova's gonna play over towards the B site. We're gonna put a sentinel over A towards cat side. Our smoke is gonna stay around mid somewhere. It's very much, it's very basic all the way through. It's definitely a layout that is easy to understand and digest as a player, and can really come down to just having a better IGL able to call. Ooh,
see what I
Chad, you
see?
like that? You like that?
I like what I see. The freaking breach being locked in, baby. Let's go. Is this South Korea? Are we in South
might
Korea
be.
suddenly? Yo, I am all for breach being picked in, especially being paired with the Sova. I mean, if you don't have a Sova on Ascent, you're kind of trolling right now. Kind of always have been trolling if that's the case. Breach as a secondary, especially you can like do the whole breach and tailwind, flash and tailwind combo with a jet as well.
Select
Do that.
your agent.
Whichever, if they win pistol and then they win the anti-eco, they're on the bonus round. Just be ready to see them, especially on defense, to do that flash and then lead in with a jet following through. That's just a very classic play that basically every team with this combo on their roster tries and goes for, and sometimes teams are ready for it, sometimes they're not.
Yeah, it's an almost buffed Skyjet combination over towards Gelato, which is what we're seeing on the other side of the board. Only differences in terms of agents. I think the breach, the flashes are a little stronger. There's an extra one. Now the utility can shut down KJ as well. So think about that. Fault line goes through mid. Alarm bot's gone just like that. Any sort of nanoswarm lane can instantly be destroyed by the breach. Stuff that teams really haven't started to implement yet, but will be a big deal coming up soon. I think especially once we get done with LCQ, you'll start to see teams play that sort of thing. Right now, we're just seeing much more meta stuff. Down here in T2, T3, we see teams willing to work that out. If that alarm bot does not work on the other side of things once we get there, so we'll see. There's definite potential here for this breach to be big, even on the retake.
Yes, even the pistol round, you already see the jet breach combo together. And like I said, you can expect those on those bonuses primarily. For that kind of like aggressive combo, get those SMGs in their face while they're blind and maybe get like 1 or 2 quick kills and make the odds go in your team's favor. But if that's the predicted thing, then maybe you can go for a big combo like that on the pistol round and do it before they expect.
See the stories of being, it's going to be the dog up first. I don't think it spotted alarm bot though. So they're going to be in for a surprise. They try to play their way forward. 2 up early towards market side. Breach flash ready. Along with the Jets, the combinations we should see come out rather quickly. It's going to be work towards Cat. Only one player there right now, that in an AI turret.
I love this combo. They can have that star there for a gravity well, and the alarm bot announces them and makes them vulnerable. The fault line makes them stunned, so they can only shoot like a couple bullets, and then the Jet can challenge very aggressively to punish them in mid. That's not a combo that we'll be seeing now, though, because Akuma is like, no, we think something might be a little bit up in mid. We don't want to deal with it. Instead, we'll rotate through tree, and because of so much focus was given by OPP Pack in mid, the tree hole A side was a little bit weaker, and it was acquired by Akuma Esports.
Acquired indeed. Definite.
Oh, that was awkward.
Romy able to get away. Tori thought might have a free pick there, but the tailwind will say otherwise. Still retake hasn't started just yet. It'll be Romy in first and Romy out first. Jepo to find one, a second as well. So much utility being used for the retake here, but Dory gonna find 4 frags. No util caught for her. She's able to come out just a little bit later than everybody else. Cleans up shop.
Dory, yet again, so often, I'd say more than any other player in this lobby this series, has gotten massive multi-kill rounds. We saw an ace, 4Ks, and a bunch of 3Ks as well. This player is just shows up suddenly. Like, just out of nowhere, Dory just pops off and just single-handedly wins rounds. It's insane that they're able to do that, and they're able to do so fairly consistently, at least once or twice a map, which is kind of crazy. Now they're playing a little more aggressive. OPP Pack pushing up. Oh, say Akuma Esports being very aggressive, pushing up mid.
Robin just got bailed out by Damien there. Now to finish the job, the Spectres to come through flawless. Anti-eco. I was looking rough. If the Astra was not there, that would not have been the story. Goblin initial spray was not good. Almost caught out there by Romy, but absolutely bailed out. That's team play. It's so important to not play that angle on your own. Fortunately, even though rather late after looking to go down Cat early, was able to sneak around in time, wasn't too far away, allows for a refrag, but not even a refrag in that scenario, just gets there in time, able to support.
Calling my bot.
Yeah, it was baited last round, but now we know Akuma is definitely on defense, as we can see on the screen, and they're down and out a little bit. They're the ones with the rifles, so we don't see that breach and entry strategy. They don't want to go aggressive face first into SMGs. But going aggressive around the corner, though, is the side of OPP Pack, but Nyalza, alongside that turret, buddy, is able to get a kill. Holding a close angle, Romy not able to tailwind in time. They don't expect the re-swing so soon from Tonrak. They just didn't predict the second to be there so early. And that was the spike being dropped as well. So Jinsu finding themselves awkwardly on the other side of the map. With the jigs up, they know exactly where they are now. Jepo had to give their life for that information. And so weak, able to jump out of there. The fancy feet from Jinsu. Able to get alive with a 5 HP and a dream. Spectre in hand. The other 2 members of Akuma are just rotating through slowly but surely. And with all the utilities set up, they know exactly where this player is going to be, especially with that audio cue of the orb being grabbed. And it's probably going to be Carno getting this last kill. And there it is, right through the wall. You can find them on the exit. A little bit of a doom situation for Jinsu, but still makes a little bit of a damage to the economy of Akuma Esports.
That's an interesting push to come through. I mean, on the bonus, when you got Spectres, you want to create close quarter combat. You want close fights. But they really just funneled straight in to lobby. They kind of gave the frags away there. Flash certainly didn't help their cause, but lined up for the KJ. Nyanza happy to take the 2 initial frags. And then the number is just low for the rest of the hit. Rehits the same site. Does not work out for him there. Now they're onto the gun round, so a chance for a little more even firepower. Chance for them to take some better fights. They look to set up towards Gelato. Want to go towards mid here. It'll catch Romy out. Got a little too frisky with it. Wanted to get something, but instead it gets his life taken away. As now the split comes through to Cat, and there's nobody watching Tree. They really set up for B here.
Yeah, Akuma doing quite the gamble on their defensive side so far. It's worked out for 1 round, but not the other 2, of course. Overall, might want to stop gambling if things are not going your way overall.
Okay.
Jepa, though, able to just hold an angle, which is a little bit of an odd position to be in if you're a breach. So knowing that they took down the Jet, didn't expect a very ambitious angle to be used, and that worked out in Jippa's favor. It's now a 4v4 for the retake, as Spike has already been planted long ago. Damien finding a kill that takes down that turret as well. No more utility from that Killjoy this round, as the swing's coming in from heaven. There's a little bit of a distraction. Let's Tonrak get it one, but Goblin's able to shut that down. The last two members are on heaven. They're trying to spray it down, but the cover is good enough, and the spray is through the little bit of a weak flooring. And OPP back with 3 alive, get their own 3-round lead. 2-1.
I kind of
or 3-1.
wonder,
2-round lead.
Jeppa doesn't have util there.
No.
That's so strange to see, because Jeppa's coming from the B side. He hasn't seen anything yet in the round. So he realistically should have 3 flashes to his name there, and not a single one is used for them coming out of Scaffold. That round is completely different if their Breach has the ability to flash out. And I'm assuming he wouldn't just forget, so certainly must not have had them. Economy looked good enough to provide them. I'm not sure quite what happens there, but it makes the retake that much harder. The post plant well set up. Turret's got another off of the headshot onto Dory. OPP Pack, they've lost one early here. Funneling around guns, changing some skins up.
That
Tons to
turret
control the mid
probably
lane cat
has
as
more
well.
kills than some members of this lobby so far,
Take flight.
considering it's round 5. That'd be a funny thing to look at if that's the case. Nice job by Romy, just taking that challenge and hiding the fact that Sovas lurked over to Wine, but it's going to be cleared out anyway. Speaking of clearing out, Yakdeg's clearing out mid as Jinsu is just pacing their shots, taking their time and lining it up, finding the kills themselves. It's going to be 4 versus 2 on the site.
Ooh, a little shorty.
Since they have a Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide to work with, and a Phantom in hand for Tonrak, to be fair, but I still think that this might be a hold. Don't use those ultimates just yet. Spike's being planted, the rotation's coming in. And they're going to be able to get an upgraded weapon for Breach as well. If they run back through Cat and grab that up. Not
Doable.
sure if they did or not. This is winnable.
Divide
especially
in
if-
main makes this very doable.
Yeah, Breach didn't grab that rifle though. So still just a rifle or sheriff in hand. Still definitely doable with these angles they
he's a
have.
frag.
Tonrak has to win this fight here. Cannot get the
Where's the
trade.
divide?
But the aftershock comes through. The flashes as well, but can't get out in time. The flash was not fast enough. The Jinsu challenges the angle before it can actually get the flash off. And Jeppa being a little too ahead of themselves there.
Yeah, a little too ahead of himself for sure. I definitely understand the call to save ultimates as you're looking at a team with downgrade utility. As you mentioned, Jeppa doesn't have the rifle in hand, so makes it that much more difficult there. But man, if Tonrak is confident in himself there, throws that divide up A main and then takes that peek, that's an early frag. And then all Jeppa has to do is let his teammates start the defuse and just stand there throwing flashes. And there's no way they're going to be able to get out with vision back out of main to do anything. And that's a free round 1 for them. Just unfortunately not really believing in themselves. Gravity Well going to come through. Oh my goodness. Yaknek caught out in space.
Nice angle by Goblin Barrel, just covering mid. Trailblazer is going to give not a ton of information because it actually shot out before it found the Sova. And Romy is able to find a kill as well on top of that. So guarding it, their buddies back around the corner and finding a frag. Big moment there by the Jet Hopper. Nyanza is holding an angle as well. This is looking like a really good round for Akame Esports as Goblin Barrel doesn't quite check the corner, but the Tailwind buys them out. And that's one of the reasons why people say that's the most powerful ability in the game.
Yeah, it certainly is a safe haven for Jet players. Romy shot no good here.
One
Had
more
one
bullet.
earlier. Looking to repeat. Karma gonna sneak through and find one on the Goblin Barrel. Looking to play their way into the site. A lot of utility available. A lot of players left for Kuma here. One less though. Damien able to find
Damien!
two.
A.
Suddenly there's a chance
30
here, but
seconds left.
still back into a similar scenario. We've got the Breach and the Astra onto the retake, but this time around it's just Damien. It's just 33 HP. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, Jeppa and Tonrak couldn't make it happen in a 2 versus 4 situation, but certainly skilled and able to do it in a 2v1, especially with that one being at 33 HP. So not much to really work with that situation. So many ultimates on the board, Cat. We have 9 out of 10 in the lobby are ready to go with their ultimate abilities. Could have a double Cosmic Divide. We could have some Sorcerer Warfare with the Hunter's Furies. Could have some anime action with the Blaze Storms. A whole lot of opportunity, even just a massive Thunderdome lockdown with double Killjoy ults.
Get out of my way.
Whole lot of double options. The
Oh.
Bladestorm animes coming out on top. Let's talk about the anime profile picture buff. And you know, when you pop the Bladestorm going against an operator, sometimes that one just works out, especially that aggressive updraft option. Very ambitious, but paid off wonderfully. Dr.
Freako.
lurking. Counteract trying to get some map control and cheese out the round win, but doesn't work out for them here. It's now a 5v3 situation with site control completely in the hands of OPP Pack.
Yeah, OPP Pack have been awarded the site here. Early aggression's no good. Opflick was rather close though. Nine's gonna pick up one at the very least. Ultimate's available. We've gone so many rounds now with this Rolling Thunder up. At this point, if it had just been used in that initial 2v4, I think you'd almost have a back by now.
Looks like they're going for a save.
This round's winnable, but yeah, definitely not going to happen. Ionza just looking for any sort of exit frags.
Here.
Huh. Oh, what it is. Nine's not going to find the exit. Jinsu will take it down. Looking at a 5-2 game for OPP Pack.
Some question marks pop into my mind right now, Kat. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Nyanza is looking for exit frags while the other two completely reserved a save. I guess their economy is in a very specific spot. I didn't quite see the numbers that they could still buy up each other with one person dying. No, not quite. I'm not sure why Nyanza went for those kills when they could have just went and saved. I mean, OPP Pack was fine with buying up themselves. Very interesting. And yeah, like you said with Rolling Thunder, they keep having Breach relegated B site, and that's not where OPP Pack is going. I mean, finally now, that's where they're going. So we should be seeing a Rolling Thunder this round, should they commit to the site. Freshman
See what the
Conrad has an
timing of it
operator in
ends up
hand.
being.
Interesting. Bold choice. Cotton. So it's working out. Romy having a save. Gave the operator away to somebody they feel would be good with it. As the Bladestorm acts as a rifle. Was predicting that could be why they went for those exit frags instead of saving. Like the Jet have essentially a rifle in that situation. Here comes the Sorcerer from the side of Akuma trying to get some information from the quick tags. The lurk and linger goes in favor of OPP Pack's Dory. Finds a second kill. Dodges the operator. Dodges it again and gets a triple kill. And now Goblin Barrel trying to sneak on B site, but that's a fake. At least Jeff was able to shut it down. Nyanza is doing the same thing on A site, as that's exactly where OPP Pack is looking to challenge. It's going to be a 3v1. Initial take is going to be a 2v1 as the swing comes through. No, Nyanza is only able to get one before it's traded in. Junsu does that deed. The Rolling Thunder thought about by Jeppa. Does it. Listens to the call of Catinator.
This one.
Challenging the first. Drops. Not on a good timing. Jinsu not quite able to get the kill. It's a 1v1, but the swing and the long little strafe from Jinsu is the one that comes out supremely. Wins out the 1v1 at the very end. And there goes the Rolling Thunder.
Chad, you know how he lost that round? He hesitated. He hesitated on it. He would have had both in it. He missed Jinsu because he took so long to throw it down. Jeppa only gets one. It allows for Jinsu to sit there unconcussed, and he's able to get the refrag. He's able to find the trade. Ended up taking a little bit on the swing, so it ended up being more of a fair 1v1. But my days, like, it's just been Akuma. They've been taking a very long time to make any sort of decisions, and it's the opposite story for OPP Pack. I mean, literally, Dory just ran it down mid this round. Got 3 frags, opened the entire map, and just took over. Akuma's got to play faster on the defense. They've got to be willing to throw ultimates. They've been sitting on so many ults time and time again, just not really doing much of anything, really allowing for OPP Pack to take control from them. And by the time they finally have come to making decisions, to trying to play for anything, it's already been countered. OPP Pack is already there. They already have the space taken. They already are pressing it. Just got to play faster. Just got to make decisions and got to be confident in them.
And honestly, OPP Pack's been holding on to ultimates a lot themselves as well, but they were finding a lot more success in those rounds. So yeah, exactly. They don't really need them. Akuma though, that's the onus is definitely on them to be able to let it fly. I mean, Carno did that last round. Jeppa did at the very end. And Romy was trying to use that to stabilize the economy a little bit, act as a rifle, but it didn't work out for any of them. All 3 ultimates used and still lost a round. Very devastating. So you definitely understand why they call that timeout, because I have to imagine the mental is a little bit in the blender right now, but they have to just regather themselves, regroup a bit, and find a way of winning out this round as OPPPack is already taking control of B side completely unanswered.
Yeah, they go for the read. They go mid and A main. Gonna be an early flank, but definitely did have to give away site because of it. Able to take one early, traded right back. And now the pinch already there. Lockdown will go down for OPPPack. And this is the scenarios that we're talking about. This team holds
Ooh, the
the ult so
Aftershock.
long. Use them when they need them. Aftershock is able to destroy it. But Goblin Barrel able to absolutely destroy this other team. He's got 3, looking for more.
Yeah, that's part of why people like using Breach nowadays. Is kind of coming back in the meta, especially on this map. So many walls, you can use the Aftershock to destroy the lockdown on. But that short a long distance, while the Aftershock was going to shut down the ultimate, that's all they're going to be able to do as Goblin Barrel gets an ace in the anti-eco.
We haven't really seen much of Goblin Barrel this game either, so that's going to be good for him. Even though it is on the anti-eco, it still is good to see the ace. It's good to see your gun's finisher. It just feels good to get some frags. So Goblin Barrel going to shoot his way up to the top. The leaderboard now, absolutely confidence booster for him. It'll have the Bladestorm back. He's got lots of money, but just in case somehow something happens in this half, though, certainly should have buys all the way through. He's able to break out the Bladestorm just in case he wants a free little right click in the future here. But that feels good for OPPPack. As now they sit back to the default. They know they have control of pace. They've been running Dory up mid. Look at that. You got the breach set towards it. You've got Carno set up towards it. They are really having to play around this early aggression. OPPPack knows it. They're playing much slower now. They're trying to capitalize off of the pacing that they've built.
Honestly, OPPPack has the ultimate advantage right now. It's 2 versus 2, but Cosmic Divide and Lockdown are both. Lockdown hard countered by Hunter's Fury. Cosmic Divide like soft countered by Hunter's Fury because can go right through it. So OPPPack can dictate with that Sova ultimate what happens with his ultimate warfare. So as long as Sova stays alive, they'll be able to find a big advantageous opportunities in the round.
Yaknight's all the way up mid.
Yeah.
Kind of just been gifted to him here. There's no utility on it. The alarm bot offered towards lane instead. Goblin stuck
in the
to
back of
switch.
sight.
Played
Use
very
it.
far forward. Lockdown should be coming out back of sight, but then no one's really there to defend. It's just the CT players, so they'd have to swing out and put them into a weird position. Nines on stage has to do a lot of work here. Great flash to
solid.
come through. Gonna get the rest of the team in, most definitely. Because not gonna catch him out. Nines are good for 1 second as well. Spray transfer is huge. And he's been able to hold it thus far. The CT squad there now. Damien snuck down lane. 13 seconds left. Has to recover spike and plant out. Romeo take out the teammate. Good for 1. Should get the plant down, but I don't know if anything past that.
It's going to be a hero moment for Damien here. Can't even find the first one of 3 as Jeppa just swings in and finishes it as quickly as it started. And in a round that I thought was advantageous to OPPPack because the ultimate advantage, it really just came down to not a lockdown being used, but just good old-fashioned gunplay with that Killjoy and back at Boathouse, finding 2 massive kills and making it a really easy retake for the rest of the team.
Easy retake indeed. Just looked coordinated, played nicely together, worked off the breach flash. Is something that we talked about a little bit earlier in this game. We haven't really seen a ton of the breach utility used in terms of the retake, other than shutting down lockdown initially. So finally getting to see the team play around the flashes. It's really kind of weird because this team played very nicely around the sky flash. I think it's just a matter of getting used to this one. This one's a little bit harder to control. It gets a little bit more open angles, and they've been struggling to really find places to position them, but starting to figure it out now.
Ooh, running into each other a little bit. We were able to get out and find 2 kills nevertheless. Tonarak and Romy come up massive in A main. All the while, the spike has been all the way over towards tiles. There's going to be a long rotation for the spike to go to A side. If they still want to attack it, which honestly, with what just happened to them, I wouldn't say that's the best of calls.
Well, what's done is done, Chad. We can't change it. Just gotta let it slide. They'll play towards mid. Jep was good for 1. Yaknig will fall. Getting rather low, but not enough to finish the job. Turner can find another one on the Dory. That should wrap up the round pretty nicely here. Damien once again into the clutch scenario. This time around, 2 extra players. The feet spotted out. They know he's in mid. Crossfire set up. He's kind of waiting his time out, 37 seconds, and not a ton of hope.
Yeah, they know exactly who this player is. They knew all along the recon bolt was really just to confirm. It can't even get this kill as the gravity wells make it impossible to hit the shots. Nyanza following through at the very end as well. And a flawless round. Akuma, I gotta say, with the way that they've handled the last 2 rounds, it feels like they've really figured things out. That pause earlier finally coming to fruition a bit, it seems. The OPP pack, they're falling off a little bit. They're giving a lot of room back to Akuma after such a strong start to the half.
Yeah, momentum definitely good to garner towards the end of the half as well. It allows you to go into halftime, go into the flip, feeling re-energized, and they definitely are looking so right now. If they can take this last round, things would get even better for them. Bladestorm's out. Talked about it before. Just in case something monstrous did happen, which it actually has, they still have potential, but Romy just shut it down early.
First big kill for Romy, doing what they did the last round as well. This Cosmic Vi is going to just command a control. The lockdown comes through, but the Hunter's Fury counter will be used. All this might not matter at all if Romy keeps finding frags. Carter finds it onto Yaknig as well, and suddenly it's just a 2 versus 5 situation for OPP pack. That Owl Drone is going to give a little bit of information. I don't think it quite saw Jinsu actually, so they're going to be able to get a kill of their own. Pushing through, sprayed down. Romy finds 3. It's all down to 1. Just Damien in hell and having to just hold the line. Finds 3 kills though. Damien coming up massively, having to fight off Tonrak, but with a Phantom in hand, low HP, not much to do in that situation. Nice composure in Tonrak to still be able to finish strong despite Damien looking like that was going to be winnable.
Oh my days. And how many times have we seen that as well from several players on OPP pack? Akuma at the end of rounds, when it's one player alive, no matter how many they have, they go for the 1v1 peaks and they start to develop that play. Fortunately, once again, another player able to finish it off, but my days, they make it so close. They get the blood pressure up.
Yeah, definitely wakes you up in these later hours of the night. Beautifully done there. Now we come into a situation that is very close to a tie game despite the early dominance of OPP pack. Akuma Esports bought some rounds themselves and make this a very competitive situation. We'll have to see if they can show up on the offense or if OPP pack's defense can reign supreme in map number 3 of this best of 3 series.
Turret's got info early towards B mains, the flash through mid. I do want to see what the Breach offense looks like. The retake was a struggle, but it looks like they've got a much better idea. Pistol round strategy definitely there and through early.
First kill for Romy, starting off those first bloods, has done it 3 rounds in a row. It feels like, if not the second kill. Yaknig making it a 2 for 1, make that a 3 for 1.
Spike's taking a long time.
But overall, like you said, Spike is taking a long time. They're not able to get the Spike planted yet. Jeppa is the one looking through, trying to make that happen. The reason why they're waiting is for this lurk. Comes about big for the first kill. Can he get a second? Not quite. The right-click warfare goes the way of Damien with a little bit luckier on the slots.
Romy gets to CT stare, knows there's a player lane, wants to walk around, but takes so much time in doing so because opts to legitimately walk instead of run it. And it causes 2 teammates to die immediately there as they're sitting there taking the 1v1 at disadvantageous positions to them because they're sitting on frenzies. They don't have the classic, so it's harder to get that long range fight one for them. It just takes a very, very long time to get there. But the mid strategy was nice. 2 breach flashes to get in, a 3rd to actually enter the site and get players out of main. Unfortunately, a little bit of disconnect in actually finding the frags, the last player on site. And so able to just sit there is the Killjoy and gets the job done, stand strong.
I'm glad KC Honeycrisp on the observing was able to show us Jeppa making a nice little face on the door frame at the start of the round. Love seeing that. I also love seeing some good old crossfire action as Goblin Barrel, nice pace shots long range, finds the 2nd kill in the round. 3 total, make that 4 for OP Pack overall as they just hold on to this A site very commandingly in this anti-eco round. And Nyanza just classic in hand. I mean, this is a free gun by the way, but it's not going to be able to fight off 5 members of OPP Pack. And it's going to be a flawless anti-eco for this team.
Yep, flawless indeed. The crossfire is cleanly set up and the shots are hit. Simple as that. When you get it set up, as long as you're hitting the shots, pretty easy to take home with the upgraded weaponry and allows for upgraded weaponry to come through for Goblin Barrel. The operator perch is going to come out with the full armor. now into what is their bonus. This is a really good kit to have on the bonus as well. Goblin Barrel has opted to play for a bit of a read towards the B main side, and he's going to be in for a treat here in just a minute.
Leading in with the Trailblazer as well, buying some time, but that Trailblazer
great
makes it
concussion.
really tough. The Gravity Well almost punishes the Trailblazer, and the Gutting Light utility from the Sky is able to just buy them out just enough for Goblin Barrel to make it out alive.
Perfect fault line there. They expect initial aggression. They don't know it's an operator, but they do know there might be a player there. Throw the fault line down. It allows them to get in on the angle safely. The difference between a pick and staying alive there early. They've got a nice read onto Cat now. They've set 2 players up here. Aster Utility will go up, and Nebula's there. Want to push towards Cat. We've seen teams try to play Cat before, Chad. Didn't really work out, but let's see what the case is this game.
They heard that orb go off. Yakneg.
Still haven't pulled the 2 B players yet.
Yeah, they're very slow to rotate, which might come back to bite them later on or come back to reward them, depending on how things go. It really depends on how your read is. And so far, the read's looking pretty good because the spike still hasn't been planted. They almost fully rotated. Yakneg with a perfect timing, beautiful read. Speaking of that, able to get that first kill, get some damage off, finds the second as well as Goblin Barrel finds one with the swing from Yakneg. Just SMG things. I'll just swing that every day of the week. Nyanza trying to challenge long range, but it's a Spectre coming out on top of that as well. The bonus round goes the way of OPP Pack.
My days, Yakneg, the confidence from this man, I swear. Spectre makes you play like a different person sometimes. You know, you're just able to do ungodly things, and he just comes down through that smoke, willing to take the peek. Here's the players walking away, and then they just keep giving him the 1v1s. Exactly what we're talking about. Akuma so consistently sometimes will just start the tunnel vision a bit. You definitely can see them, especially in map number 1. We saw them start to get the reins pulled back, but later in the series, I think kind of as time has gone on, it's a best of 3. The map number 1 went 13-11. Just it's been a while. They've been playing for a bit of time now, Chad. And I think, especially in tier 2 tournaments, you're usually only playing best of 1s, so it might be an endurance thing. But it looks like slowly, like the discipline has started to wear down for this team. Like it's been constant repeaks, 1v1s, 1v1s that gives opportunities like that to Yakneg and other players.
Yeah. Mental cardio is 100% a thing. I mean, we feel that as casters. We go into like a second series a day, our brain starts slowing down, we make those calls and stuff. It's just what it is. It's a lot of information to keep track of for such a long period of time, and especially in a game like Valorant, with how you're constantly trying to get those little inches to try to turn into miles. If your timing on the explosion moment of like the jet entering or something like that is wrong, then all of that work you did beforehand, while it may have given you advantages, falls off to the wayside. If you're prepared at all times for explosive nature, while also constantly doing your little nitpicking, information gathering warfare.
All right, it's time to take a deep breath here for Akuma Esports. The timeout has gone through. Can they recompose? This round won't tell us much of the story. It's going to be the save from them. Dory gets lit up there, though. Carno not able to convert the frag. Turret broken. They're looking to just get into A quickly. They've got 2 absolute units posted up towards Cat.
That flash would be nice for a swing through. Punish is good for Dory. Finds 3 other round. Can't quite connect to the 4th, but Yakneg is there to follow up. Just beautifully done. Tonrax the last one alive, and Shri, but that alarm bot gives it all away. The Marshal might not be enough for this 1v1 as Yakneg is going in with that free gun. They right click on the classic to finish off. They were vulnerable and chipped away as it was. It's an easy, consistent follow-up with that right click. Does it just fine. 11-5 for OPP Pack. Looking really good to try to take it on and finish off the series 2-1.
All right, coming back to a buy. Jeppa gonna be the lone player without full armor. Could buy half here. Hopefully that's the call. Utility hopefully is there as well. We've seen a couple rounds where Jeppa hasn't had the flashes, and it's really hurt this team. They need him to have those flashes, get him in the sight. Full armor bot. I hope he's already had flashes. Money didn't move, but hopefully he already had the flashes. Fault line's down once again. He does have a flash in hand.
Having to push the
away.
tailwind just in case at the very end there. That's the same way they pushed off the op last time on the B main. Is the fault line with the gravity well, trying to punish them if they were too close, but just barely able to get away with Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, once again, really able to get away. Teammates there just in case things had gone awry. Probably didn't need the tailwind, but hey, better safe than sorry, 100%, especially when you get the op in your hands. It's able to get away. Mid occupied right now for Akuma Esports. They'll start to back away. Hopefully the choice isn't to hit Cat. They haven't made any real presence or A just yet. Nanza's able to get pretty far up towards main right now, trying to clear through the back of the site. But Cat's been a struggle for them. OPP Pack have been doing a pretty good job of holding it down. Holding everything down, really. Akuma haven't really been able to garner a full push. The best attempt we've seen them so far was mid-market. See if they can find it again. Seeker's going to come through, and that's going to give that one away rather early here. But as long as they have the breach flashes, there's a real chance.
Nice swing through by Carno, but Dory answering right back over towards CT. Still CT control, but the rest of the site goes the way of Akuma as they surely going to be able to get this spike planted. The lockdown is available for both teams, so which one will be able to position that perfectly and make the retake happen, or the post-plant defense hold. And honestly, in these kinds of situations, it usually goes in favor of a retake if used early enough because you can corner them in. But they're not in position yet. The retake started, or the lockdown started for the side of Akuma. With just sheriffs, things like that in hand. That's not going to be the best weaponry to work with for OPP Pack for across the entire board.
It's really not time for this lockdown anymore either.
Yeah, they really don't. They have to just take these angles, take these fights fast. The nick to the leg was enough to let Yakneg finish off the kill. Nyanza answering back, and honestly, this time is ticking down so fast. There might not be time. It might be a safe situation for this team. Damien finds one. The trade is there. Overall, it's gonna be a 1v1. But yeah, the lockdown was taken down late enough. The initial retake was threatened too late by OPP Pack.
Yeah, OPP Pack, if they sit just a little bit farther back, they can get every gun down. At the very least, they're able to rebuy. But if they can get that last gun down, it puts Romy onto a force as well. He's able to at least get his Vandal out of the round. Rest of the team able to pull out a force buy, couple light armors, couple utility pieces going to be lacking into this round. OPP Pack still looking pretty good. Have to allow Akuma to grab themselves around. Lockdown, as you said, perfectly placed. And then Yakneg, the only real option he has there is to jump into that lockdown earlier, throw his down, and then get back out. At that point, just so much time burned off the clock. How think if I gonna go down early here? A-site already gonna be pretty free though. Only one player watching.
So last round, the key was speed, and this time around, because of the damage done, Akuma is the one with SMG, so maybe speed will be the key for them this time around as well. But first and foremost, Dory finds the first kill on Carno. That forward information is gone now. No more info on the other side of this own cosmic divide, but it's now gone away. They have just the Rolling Thunder to work with. If they start the defuse, they can pop that and pop them off. So a lot of stall tactics can be used by Akuma. And what's the best stall tactic, Cat? It's frags. Getting 2 kills for the price of 1 so far. Make that 3. 4 on the board as Tara goes off massively. And Jinsu with an operator hand on site all alone as a Sova. Not able to do much. Yonza finishing off strong. 3 alive for Akuma. And getting the economy back in their favor, getting some momentum generated, and it might be in just the right time.
Yeah, that's a great post-plant hold coming through from the team. Nanoswarms on the bomb. Gravity Will as well. You see, Goblin Barrel takes a little bit of HP off of his character to go throw a fake onto the bomb. Is able to tap it, but no one's fooled by it. They understand that Gravity Well is going off as a Nanoswarm. There's no shot you're on this bomb right now. You would be absolutely melted. They tuck one towards Wine, able to find a good crossfire. Perfectly held post plan. As you mentioned, frags will do the job better than any utility will. The utility does force them to push forward and allows the frags to happen. Post plans play perfectly. Kuma now looking to get back onto site once more. This time around, mid control, not as easy to be gained, but low caster curse there as Karna will take down Dory.
Deploying drone.
Honestly, Dory's kind of like that pivotal member of this team so far. It seems to be the person who's part of all these big clutch moments. I guess big frag opportunities open up sites for the team. I want to call it Jepa as well, looking really comfortable on the breach on attack. It seemed a little questionable of a pickup on defense. Didn't seem to really have the best angles to work with. The Rolling Thunder was sat on for many, many rounds, things like that. But on offense, man, they are looking really good working together with these clears. Jinsu, with speaking of looks, holds an angle. You can see it! You can get the shots! Goblin Barrel finds Yonza, who's going a little bit too slow when the key still seems to be speed. Is Romy taken very weak, having to run away, and only 2 alive suddenly for Akuma after finding success at the start of this round. Find that first frag thanks to Carno.
30 seconds left.
3 of them fall off to the wayside afterwards, and on a slow peek as well. Goblin was ready for it, finds the third for the round as Jeppa has a delayed swing and allows time for Goblin Barrel to get the next shot through.
Does Jeppa not have a flash? Just Chad.
Amaya
just tell me he
Kasakur's
didn't have one.
prowess of
Jeppa,
breach
just-
on offense.
Just tell me he
Sorry,
didn't have a
Jeppa.
flash. Just say it. Just say he didn't have one. Please, I don't know if he did or not. Just say he didn't have one.
I got you, Kat. He didn't have a flash.
Oh, that makes sense. Then they have, I mean, they have no choice there. They have to swing it. They
Yeah,
have to swing the operator.
we
because they
clearly
don't have
saw
any
the other 2
utility.
flashes earlier that round. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's he gonna do?
he used them both.
So that just happens. Definitely doesn't have a third one on his kit or anything like that. Just it happens. You hate to see it,
Hey,
but
match point for
Yeah, match
OPP
point.
Pack. And honestly, I'll also say every time they do that fault line gravity well combo, they are telling that they are going for the attack on B side.
Yeah.
That's exactly why OPP Pack is reading it. They just drop the lockdown instantly from Yakneg, and they're rotating to B side accordingly. So the read is there. Consistency proves to be a folly. Unless you just are both on a line waiting for a heal and get mowed through by the guns in the hands of the opposition. Akuma, they were able to get a flash this time, swing through that. Goblin Barrel not even find a kill either. So, and the response to the last round is flawless for Akuma when the backs are up against the wall.
yeah, as much as Akuma does definitely telegraph there, it allows them to get the op off the angle quickly, and then they throw their lockdown immediately B main to clear the rest of sight and just push forward off of it. Flashes go through, they guarantee themselves active to CT, and then another flash to start to push up there. Whole defense has to back away, of course, from that ultimate. They don't occupy mid at all this time around. Usually when we see them go through B main, they are playing first for utility breaking, and then they play through mid market. This time around, not the case. They go straight down. They don't expect the 5-man brute force. It works perfectly. Just in control of their surroundings this go around. Now they look to default once again, wanting to try to switch things up, stay unpredictable here as they post up. Smart. They won't know Rami's there.
It's working out so far. Bedora's still alive. The flash timing's
Nice.
good, but the flick is even better from Romy. Able to dodge that one just enough and find the frag, and that's going to be opening up the map a little bit as, honestly, Dory keeps dying very early in some of these recent rounds and making it a little tough for OPP back to hold on, but they still
flash.
are on match point. It's going to be 4 in a row in regulation rounds for them, and honestly, they've had some clutch moments across the board for this whole team that they can make it happen series even
Spike planted.
still. Hunter's Fury and Blades are available, but the Cosmic Divide could set up a nice situation for a retake. They first have to clear out the catwalk. Oh, they do so beautifully. Goblin Barrel able to do so. Takes
Run.
down Carno.
Goblin find the first. 4-on-4 now. Retake definitely possible. Cosmic Divide gonna block off all of main. Damien to trade one back. Jeppa playing forward here, wanting to make sure they don't just get the site for free. He does so perfectly. Now into close box. We'll hear all of this jumping down. Lets Tonrak know, hey, he's coming. He'll peek down. Has a frag. 9-12.
Hey, he's coming. That Cosmic Divide also allowed just the slimmest of opportunity for Jeppa to sneak behind the box, far wall. Able to do so, sets up a crossfire, and then has to drop down to challenge a hell anyway in a complete pinch situation. It's a good job by Akuma to recognize the situation, recognize that gap that was left for them, and capitalizing on it perfectly at the very end there.
Eyes up.
They still are on their match point for OPP Pack. They don't have the best of buys here, but they'll have a great one next round, and they'll have at least one more after that if rounds keep losing. But hey, why not run it now? Why not take it on an eco?
Ain't nothing worse than losing a game on an eco, chat. I can't wish that on anybody. I simply can't wish that on anybody.
Yeah,
Jet lit
even
early
like,
here.
especially if you're generating momentum, like, oh wait, the comeback's actually kind of starting to be real. That is an even bigger gut punch of like, we lost to the eco. What the heck are we doing? What they are doing is Damien trying to get a nice little cheeky quick peeking shot to the dome, but just ducks right under that and dodges and lives to see another day. A little chip damage going off the way towards OPP back more so as their Jet Goblin Barrel is a little weak, half HP on the top of heaven, spamming some martial shots. The entry is there, the pushing on the site. Dory is lingering
no
and not
chance.
found,
No chance.
but it doesn't matter. The Frenzy can't kill fast enough, and there's too many members on site no matter what anyway. Yaknig's the only player who has actually a rifle in hand this entire round. It was the VIP member, and you know what? I think I can just leave at this point because it's going to be a 1 versus 5 situation, and I don't want to deal with that garbage. Just looking for exit frags, and that's going to be about it for this round.
Motion sickness on the cam. Thank you so much, Deserver, for switching. I can define one. Looking for more. Oh, knock the B. Karna will take it down. 10-12 for Kuma Esports. As now the eco is over. The buy is on. We'll see if OPP Pack can finish the job. Ultimate's available for both sides, but much more for Kuma Esports here. Rolling Thunder available. They definitely have been passive about its usage, but I don't think it'd be a terrible idea to just throw it down as a fake either.
Yeah, as of right now, they're just completely stacking it for A side, which is where all of this Killjoy utility is
Coming
located.
fast.
They've dealt with it before pretty well with the fault line gravity wells and things like that to distort and throw off that turret. But what can they do here? The lineup's going to let them know where some members of the enemy's located. The Cosmic Divide is going to focus fire that turret just for a second at the least, but Dory sneaks through, falls right back
timing.
out. The Nano Swarm's burning away. 22 HP is all that's remaining for Dory, and that's the healer on the teams that can't heal yourself. With the overgrowth, no sir, Seekers are available as well as a lockdown, so these still have things to work with. And all along that entire time, they weren't able to get the site control enough to confidently get the spike planted. Seekers were spent as well as a lockdown. Interestingly enough, there's still another minute to work with us on this round. You're playing against a breach, you can aftershock that, and now the minute to go, you burn all your ultimates. 3 available for Akuma who are able to get out, reset the map.
Yeah, even though Kuma not able to get to site there, they have wasted so much utility. They committed so many players. They have a low jet, but they also have the sky low as well. This ultimate has real potential here.
Just lead in for
clears
Nyanza.
Just tree. Sees what happens to site here.
Yaknig's
Nyanza's
sub
gotta come
through.
something. Oh, it's not gonna happen.
One enemy remaining.
This could be it. This is probably all it. Honestly, Catinator is a 1 versus 4 situation. They're so weak. The right click's just enough as they got 3 in the round. They push through with the Rolling Thunder, but they're able to just dodge it just slightly on the side. OP Pack swing in, cover each other's backs, and find the frags. The entry wasn't clean enough for Akuma Esports. They will fall 1-2. It's going to be OP Pack reigning supreme. A brand new team coming together. Just made the Twitter, but that young energy, that fire and the spirit that they have was able to come out on top. 13-10 on their win. The other win on the map was 13-11. Close maps that they win, but they're able to dig deep and find the wins nonetheless.
Wow. The execute came together. Interesting call. I mean, they already have Nyanza coming up Cat. I figured the Rolling Thunder would come down, get sight, would have had 2 there, and then push forward. I mean, we know that they don't, of course. They have to throw it down to Cat, which does not find the value you would have hoped that it would have, and just OPP Pack stands strong there. They have 2 completely unaffected. They're easily able to trade the Cat player from their teammate who's currently sitting concussed and then turn right back forward and have a nice crossfire set up. They play it quite nicely on the defense, able to get themselves a much deserved win. A close series through. Akuma Esports not looking too shabby, but just it looked like really the endurance got to them, Chad. It looks like at the end of the game, they just kind of fell apart a little bit and started to make minor mistakes, and it came back to haunt them.
That definitely seems to be what happened there. But maybe you can just like you built cardio at the gym, maybe Akuma throughout this proving grounds week to week can build up their own cardio. I know you definitely know about that. Get themselves into a better mental state and be able to finish off stronger and best of 3 series in the future, because they definitely had a lot of high moments, but they did have more low progressively. If they didn't go off the races and really slug it out in dominant fashion like they done in Bind, if it does get to the wire, they seem to choke a little bit and just kind of get a little uncoordinated and fall apart a bit when it gets really down to crunch time on the rounds. So we'll see what they can do moving forward. OPP Pack as well. Looking forward to what they can see what they can do. We're also looking forward to seeing what you all can do on Splitgate if you're a console player, because I do want to mention that signups do end tonight for the Boom TV Splitgate console wars. Ends tonight. Get to it quick, because those are starting up on Saturday for the first matches for that. Last call for signups for Splitgate Console Wars. It's 3 p.m. on Saturday, which is when the matches start, but tonight is when you need to sign up for. Go to @BoomTV on Twitter to get a lot more information for that. They tweeted out a lot of links, things like that. You can get some info on it. If you are on PlayStation side on these console wars, then sign up for the blue bracket. And if you're on the Xbox side for the console wars, sign up on the green bracket. It's going to be playing for a chunk of the $10,000, which is $5,000 per bracket platform. The winning platform earns special in-game banners as well for specifically that platform. And this isn't sponsored by Xbox or PlayStation either. This is all Boom TV putting all this on. So shout outs to them for doing that. So if you are into Splitgate, it's a new game. It's been around for a long time, but they like revamped it.
Yeah,
It's a lot
yeah.
of
Just
hype.
got popular.
It's like Halo meeting Portal, which is a lot of fun. The brains for players in that game is insane. You got to work those angles like a crazy person. But hey, if you're crazy enough, you're skilled enough, you can actually hit those shots well enough, and you're on PlayStation or Xbox, make sure you sign up for that tonight. Catnator, we are going to be signing out in just a moment, but if Splitgate's putting up on too, sorry I mentioned that as well. Boom TV and Splitgate themselves are putting on this tournament, of course. But yeah, Catnator, final thoughts on tonight before we close out.
Hey man, if you actually like Splitgate, you gotta sign up. It's literally buying the map, but the video game. It's actually super hype.
Create your own portals,
and they
just portal train all over the place.
They just released their plan for esports. They actually are super deep diving into it. So if you're looking for something new to do, I know a lot of Valorant players went over to Valorant because it was a new opportunity. There's opportunities coming there as well. So definitely don't miss out on that. But as Chad said, that's week number 1 wrapped up for both the semi-pro and open divisions. 5 more weeks to go before that November 20th and 21st final playoff event. So you want to keep coming in every Thursday. We'll be back same time, same place, same people, but not the same teams. We'll be showcasing matches all the way through, keeping you updated with the leaderboard. Obviously not one this week because the games just happened, but we should have one for you next week, keeping you updated on who's winning, who's losing, and if your favorite teams are cruising to the finals or not. But for now, I'm Catnator3K. That's Chad Lantis. We'll see you guys next week. Have a good night.
I found a picture we took many years ago, when I said to you we would never grow old. Messages I've saved that I never send, cause I don't know you, but I used to back then. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here after all this time.
Found yourself a way out of this small town. Got a place at school you didn't hang around. Every day you're far away, these all this time. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car, we passed out counting stars. Promise all these years we packed our things and disappeared. I never thought I would see you here. Try to replace you with somebody out there.
If I didn't chase you, would you even care?
And if I lost my mind, would you come around? I will keep you safe and sound after all this time. Started as a whisper, message from a new world.